Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everybody.
Merci d'être venus.
Thank you very much for being here with us
Il y en a pas mal qui sont
in order to attend this second edition. I think quite a lot of you are remote. I don't know whether you're able to hear me sufficiently.
On va lancer la vidéo.
So we're going to launch the video, or rather we're going to launch two videos.
Petite présentation.
And then after that, I'll give you a brief presentation, and we will continue with France Info Santé that is connected remotely and ANS. And we'll have a certain number of eminent speakers who will introduce what will be happening. And we have one person still to arrive. So thank you very much, everybody. And I wish you an excellent day. So without further ado, can you please put the video on the screen? I've always been convinced that the digital sector is a way of transforming our world. Currently, digital things are no longer just theoretical. They are there in the field when we're working, and they are alongside us in organisations at a national and local level as well. What we're talking about here is looking at a digital vision for health and applying health usages to the digital sector. It's all of the challenge that we're up against. So in order to do all of this, we need to reinforce digital safety throughout the health sector, the hospital sector, and the medical social sector. The plan in order to reinforce cybersecurity in our hospitals, this was launched in June 2019, has enabled us to accomplish and support all of the hospitals and the regional agencies to bring about the necessary changes. Unfortunately, over recent months, we've seen an increased number of attacks against the health instances and the hospitals. This has meant that as a ministry, we've had to continue to reinforce and improve our policy in terms of cybersecurity. The aim being to help organisations to face cyber attacks that are more and more sophisticated, but also to encourage the players, the actors, to be more responsible, to teach each other more in the metropolitan space and also overseas. With what we call our health meetings that we've organised, we've made the choice to invest massively in the safety and security of our health information systems. Our engagement, first and foremost, is all about prevention. We want to make sure that the different hospitals have the possibility of enhancing their level of protection thanks to the tools they use. This protection also means that audits take place, audits on the information systems, and we organise sessions to enhance awareness. The other part of our commitment means that we pay a great deal of attention to what happens. It's through education, training, support, financing, support provided to the actors that we will be able together to support and protect all of our health systems. Well, the idea that underpins CyberCamp Santé is very much related to the health circumstances. A number of private clinics were hacked some time ago, and last autumn specifically, a very big university teaching hospital was also attacked by pirates. This had an impact on the way the hospital functioned, and it was quite a revelation in that at the end of the day we realised that it wasn't just a risk, but it really was something that happened. It was an organised approach. We thought it would only happen in the United States, but now it's started to happen in France and also in Europe. It's a wonderful initiative. Why? Because basically it enables us to facilitate all of the discussions that take place between the different actors. In the health sector, we have become, in certain cases, rather dependent on digital aspects, and we've got to make sure that we've always got a plan B if something goes wrong. Yes, with the CyberCamp, we had several workshops. The feedback sessions were very brief but very interesting. It's absolutely vital that we organise other CyberCamps so that now, henceforth, we're able to go into more detail on certain subjects. But as far as the first one was concerned, it was excellent because we were able to talk about a vast number of subjects that well and truly enabled us to find answers. It's very interesting because we're able to go into detail on the subjects, and in terms of the conclusions, we can't wait for another year before we organise the second edition of CyberCamp for Health. support organisations, the gold partner, the silver partners, the bronze partners, and our thanks go to all of the speakers.
Bonjour à toutes et à
Good morning. Good morning,
Merci de
everyone.
votre présence.
Thank you very much for attending the second edition of the CyberCamp Santé that we've had the pleasure of co-organising with the Digital Agency for Health, the ANS. As you've seen, at the end of the first CyberCamp for Health, we wanted to take advantage of the enthusiasm of the participants in order to bring them together once again as quickly as possible. The aim being to open up this community to all of the stakeholders concerned by cybersecurity in the health sector. Unfortunately, this was without imagining that the pandemic would take place with all the lockdowns and the sanitary measures that really did bring us out in a cold sweat over holding the event itself. But today we're all here together in this magnificent Musée des Confluences, and we're all online behind the screens. Most of you are behind your screens. In order to comply with social distancing and to allow a maximum number of people to follow the exchanges from a distance, we've therefore had to review the initial schedule of this day and replace the practical workshops by 3 thematic-based roundtables, and these will each deal with the following topics in order. 1, the impact of European regulations on digital health. 2, the protection of health data in software and medical devices. 3, the mapping out of actors and resources that are available on cybersecurity in the health sector.
Tout au long de la journée,
Throughout the day, we will also have the opportunity to hear the points of view and the feedback from European experts, because our event is part of the French presidency of the Council of the European Union. In the first video that you've just seen, Olivier Véran, the French Minister for Health and Solidarity, emphasized the importance of awareness and also training when it comes to cyber risks. Proof, basically, that attacks do not only happen to other people, they can affect all establishments, and hence 2 directors will come forward this morning and will bear witness about the day when the sky fell on their heads and when patient care potentially could have been heavily impacted. Before hearing them, I'd like to now pass the floor to Arthur Dauphin, who is head of the digital health sector at France Assos Santé, and he's going to remind us of the challenges of cybersecurity for users.
est-ce que... Est-ce qu'on a un petit souci technique en régie?
Do we have a slight technical problem in the technical office?
Bon, du coup, je propose d'enchaîner.
In that case, I suggest that we move ahead. Marc Loutrel, who is the director at the Digital Health Agency for Expertise Innovation from an international level. Would you like to come forward and present the national plan for cyber defense? So the floor is yours.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everybody.
Expertise,
yes, the expertise part is my subject. What I'd like to do is focus on cybersecurity within the context of health. What I wanted to say above all is that the time period, the pandemic that we've been going through over the last 2 years has brought about an opening up of the information systems in the hospital sector, as you can imagine, first and foremost in order to guarantee continuity of care in the hospitals and throughout our towns and cities establishments, but also the aim being to share the data. We've had vaccination systems, screening systems. It has been necessary to share data, make data available so that we could set up the public health measures at a regional level, also at a national level, of course. And also, all of the data I'm talking about, it's been broadcast and communicated massively. This is maybe a new measure. It's something that we've all seen. Tangibly speaking, the information has been provided via the web to the general public, but to everybody at large, more broadly speaking. As a result, many stakeholders in the medical and social sector and the medical sector, they weren't necessarily ready to face all of the potential cyber threats. Their information systems opened up, as I said, more so than in the past, and there were more attacks than in the past. There have been a massive number of attacks in 2020 and 2021, and hence all of these structures were highly exposed. These attacks came from an active core, let's say, in a certain number of countries. The reasons are often financial, sometimes they're also political. I would admit that if we're able to have an impact and demonstrate, for example, that the Western world finds it difficult to face up to cyber attacks, obviously certain political personas are able to benefit from this, and I think we have to accept this. Just to refer to a few recent examples, there are many I could refer to. First of all, there's the example of the Czech Republic in 2020 that suffered from a massive number of cyber attacks. It is believed that it was their Russian counterparts that were responsible. The president of the European Union said this, and in the Czech Republic, many hospitals were affected. The second example I would use is Dusseldorf in Germany, where here there was a cyber attack that took place and it led to the death of a person. In France, also, we cannot say that we're safer than the other European countries. Very much on the contrary, the university teaching hospital in Rouen, Dax and Villefranche-sur-Saône, and more recently in Arles, they were very harshly impacted by a cyber attack. And it took them a long time before they were able to turn the situation around and recover from it. So concretely speaking, once we observed what was happening in France, we decided that it was important to launch a plan, as the minister said, to strengthen cybersecurity. This is something that began in 2019. The plan was then revised and strengthened in 2021. So the first pieces of information are that we strengthened a certain number of aspects in terms of governance. Governance at the level of the regions. A lot of the regional digital health agencies were strengthened so that they could fight more efficiently against cyber attacks. Priority was given mainly to those establishments that need to provide support at a local level. In other words, the regional hospitals and the groups of regional hospitals. This is a very important point because they have a certain number of directives that they have to comply with, as you know. The second point is that we created a national observatory in order to focus on the maturity of the information systems of the different structures, in other words, the different hospitals and clinics. This means that thanks to the different audits, the internal audits that have been carried out on the information systems and the desktop solutions, we've been able to strengthen what is done, and a lot of cyber monitoring audits have also been carried out. This has enabled us to have a clear vision, a mapped out vision of what exactly goes on in the different hospitals and health organizations, thanks to the data that the National Observatory has. Secondly, we have a person in my team who came to the first CyberCamp who is responsible for providing national support. We have an organization now that is called CERT Santé that has been legitimated in terms of providing support in coordination with what we call in France the CERT FR, CERT. Last but not least, we have this plan that was revised in 2021. And in other words, the digital budget for cybersecurity in all of our hospitals and health establishments has been increased. And very clearly, we say that between 5 to 10% of the budget has to be allocated to cybersecurity every time a cybersecurity project is implemented. To us, it seems obvious, to all of you, I'm sure it seems obvious that this has to be a priority, and cybersecurity has to be protected in terms of the information systems and also in terms of any underlying infrastructures. So, to be very brief, I'd like to summarize with 4 points. First of all, it's important to have full control over the information systems, full mapping of the information systems, regular cyber audits, and also compliance audits in relation to the NIS directive. enhancing awareness to cyber risks as well. The staff have to be aware of these risks, service providers, subcontractors as well, as Didier said. Next, anticipation is essentially, in order to be able to face up to all of the risks, it's very important to anticipate on potential cyber attacks by implementing a certain number of activity continuity plans and having an incident response team. What I'd also like to do is give you a certain amount of information, because it's now the beginning of 2022, and I'd like to make the most of this opportunity to give you some of the latest figures that we have. I don't want to overload you with figures, but there are three I'd like to refer to. First and foremost, in 2021, the Health CERT had over 730 incidents that were declared, 2 times as many as in 2020. 2020 was already an exceptional year, it should be noted. The second figure that I'd like to give you concerns the 190 requests for support. This means twice as much as in 2020, and approximately 2,000 alerts, safety or security alerts, sent to the different entities. So this is an increase of 150% approximately compared with 2020. So from a quantitative perspective, you can see how high, how considerable the threat is at the current time. So now I'd like to pass the floor over to the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes Health and Safety Organization, the ARS, Christian Paulet. And Christian Paulet is going to go into detail on how the cyber plan, the reinforcement plan, is being deployed in the local Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region. Thank you very much for listening.
Bonjour et merci.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me to be present here today.
D'abord, quelques mots sur le rôle.
First of all, just a few words on the historic role of our organization, in French called the ARS, the ANS, the Digital Health Agency. We were created about 10 years ago, and at the time, there was a person in charge of safety, defense, and security, and they were the contact person at a national level for these themes, and they were there to serve as a relay with all of the health establishments and the medical and social establishments. Since this date, of course, a great deal has changed, since also the creation of the portal whereby you can indicate that accidents take place, and given the fact that we've now introduced a new approach for indicating when problems arise, things have evolved, and we have now introduced cyber security and safety as part of the program, whereby we educate the staff in the different health establishments. This has been something that has been ongoing for a certain number of years. Now, this was our approach up until 2020, but in 2021, there was a bit of a tidal wave, notably in our organization in Villefranche-sur-Saône. It was a year ago, the 15th of February 2021. This was the date on which the hospital in Villefranche-sur-Saône just suddenly stopped. Not just the support functions, not just HR, not just welcoming the patients, everything came to a standstill. And it was, as I said, a bit of a tidal wave, and then in the following months we received a great deal of support that was gradually introduced and that was designed in off-the-cuff measures with lots of different working groups with representatives from the ministry, for example.
Le ministère et puis
representatives, as I said, from the ministries and also from our ARS.
Depuis l'été dernier.
The ARS being the Regional Health Authority, and since then we've been working on the basis of a certain number of instructions that basically underpin and provide us with the directives that we need to define the role of the regional hospital authorities when it comes to our cyber safety and security plan. In the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, we have created what we call one person who's in charge of cyber security and the regional health authorities, and we also have a person who is in charge of things at a more regional level, And I would stress that we've also developed a regional e-health authority, and we have a webinar that we organized, for example, for all of the health managers at the National French Gendarmerie. And this afternoon, there is a meeting that is scheduled specifically with all of the staff from all of the medical and social establishments that we have invited. And on the 16th of November in 2021, we decided to work with all of the different health establishments and did so in order to launch and develop a plan for combating cyber attacks more efficiently and for promoting our own cyber security. We had a whole day of workshops where we talked all together about what we could do in this context, and we set out the objectives and the axes for our working methods. We organized a serious game, for example, that was extremely useful, and we're currently distributing this and providing it to many additional health establishments for them to use it. Let me now pass the floor over to the General Manager of the GCSSRA, and he is going to be focusing on the main points, the main areas that they are working on. And it's basically the starting point, but a quite well-developed starting point for the action plan, whereby we're looking to reinforce our cybersecurity plan in the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So as Hervé just said, we are gradually compiling an action plan in the region, and it's a regional action plan that wants to move on from the national strategy for guaranteeing cyber security. That this is something that has been presented to you. And our ambition is to make sure that we're able to epitomize what the field actors require. So if you like, we have two sets of actions at this stage. On the one hand, we have a certain number of actions whereby we're looking to consult people and discuss, work with all of the representatives from the medical and social spheres, and then we're looking specifically at the health field. So our ambition is to be as pragmatic as possible and to move forward step by step in terms of tangible subjects that will bring about benefits to our field actors throughout the course of 2022. And as has been presented already by Hervé, our first action is to enhance the awareness as to the importance of having safe and secure IT systems. And as is the case with the CyberCamp, the feedback that we received when we had our meeting on the 16th of November last, it was the fact that it's very important to enhance the awareness of the managing bodies of the hospitals and those who are in charge of representing the medical professions. So with this aim in mind, we have heads of the different hospitals and establishments who've been subject to cyber attacks that are now ready to come and work with us and to have a day with us whereby we provide them specifically with training to focus on this subject. Because one of the pieces of feedback that we've received, whether it's feedback from those who've suffered from the attacks or whether it's from those who are in charge of fighting against these attacks and implementing policies, they've said it's important to have a strategy at top level. Another point is that from a more operational perspective, as Hervé said, we have an approach that we entered into in the Loire Valley with an escape game on cybersecurity, and we've now decided to develop it throughout our region to make sure this game is present in all of our regional hospitals. And we've got other ideas to do with training, more massive training such as e-learning, the basic idea being that we have to provide as much support as possible on this subject to hospitals and to health establishments, whatever the work that they've already done. A second focus or axis that is gradually going to take shape, it concerns providing training at a regional level. There's already been quite a lot of training that has been implemented, training for the different IT departments, but without focusing specifically on cybersecurity. So the fact that we're going to have a CISO as of the month of March, it will be very, very helpful. And one of our targets, for example, is to put together a task force of experts on cybersecurity and to share as much operational knowledge as possible.
The last point that we feel very strongly about, that's going to move forward and for which we benefit from the sharing of information, the pooling of actions with the ANS, is firstly testing the security process, and we're going to move forward in an operational way with pilot sites and progressively deploy through the region. based on business continuity exercises. So we have a group that is looking to package a self-managing system, and one of the roles of the CISO will be to manage this. And we will continue because we had a lot of requests, and as of 16th of November meeting to buy components, to work on buying components together. So we had an operational discussion with the GHT support departments to see what has been done and what needs to be done in future for these new tools to be acquired. Thank you.
Merci Hervé, merci Bertrand.
Thank you, Hervé and Bertrand.
Je vous propose de
So I propose that we continue
l'intervention de nos quatre éminents
with our four eminent specialists to hear the feedback that they have on cyber risks. So I propose, or I will present rather, them individually, and I'll ask you a question to begin the presentations.
Je sais pas si je... Peut-être juste revenir. Donc, Nasser Amani.
Nasser Amani,
Dans le numérique en santé depuis
you've been working in the digital health field for many years now. You've managed a lot of projects on the computerized patient dossiers,
médecine de ville.
and
Vous avez aussi participé
you've
aux outils d'application
deployed tools and professional applications in more than 300 health or medical social establishments of the French Red Cross. And today you're the Director of Digital Services for the Rhône-Nord Beaujolais-Dombe regional group of hospitals. And you immediately agreed when you were asked to come and talk about the cyber attack suffered by the Villefranche-sur-Saône hospital in February 2021, which is almost a year ago to the day. So why, Nasser, did you choose to communicate so extensively about this attack? Hello, everyone. Hello, Didier, and thank you for allowing me to come and speak and to talk about our feedback, what we learned from our cyber attack. Why do I do this? I do this because I believe that it is necessary to continue to discuss, to share these bad experiences, to explain to everyone that it doesn't just happen to other hospitals. It can happen to any hospitals. In our GHT and our regional hospital group with 9 hospitals, 14 medicalized retirement homes with 138 beds in Villefranche-sur-Saône, we're an establishment that has, since 2016, converged its IT system to have a single IT system shared by all of the facilities. So you can measure the impact of a cyber attack, of this cyber attack on our different health facilities and on the patient care that in just a few seconds or minutes was completely disturbed because things went black in just a few minutes. I didn't have a candle to light. It's a year ago. I don't really want to celebrate it. And the night from February 14 to 15, I hope I'll have a better Valentine's Day this year. It was complete chaos in the hospital. And yet the hospital had invested extensively. I'd like to indicate that because often we talk about underinvestment in healthcare facilities, and that wasn't the case for the Northwest Hospital in Villefranche-sur-Saône and in the whole regional hospital group throughout the programs like Open that gave a set of prerequisites to the healthcare facilities for setting up an IT system security program. We did it. We made a lot of progress, and we felt that we were in advance of other facilities. So we never imagined that this could happen to us a week prior.
Dax, pardon.
In Dax, their hospital group was attacked, and I couldn't have imagined that it was going to be our turn the following week. It was a real cold shower for us. I've been working in health information systems for more than 20 years now, and I've always been very aware of cybersecurity questions, of protecting the information systems with different stages in the last 20 years. one stage where we had to be really closed off. The hospitals had closed information systems, and then we opened up to hospital groups, regional hospital groups. Then we were sharing medical data, and this could lead to breaches and security risks. So I talk about what we experienced for those reasons, to raise awareness and to share what happened overnight on February 14th and the morning of the 15th. It started at 4:30 in the morning. I talk about the initial phase. They'd already been in our site for a while, and in the final phase started at 4:30, and it led to calling the emergency services for the encryption of our systems. The systems were completely inaccessible for our ER. We had procedures that had been set up, that we had drafted in the different programs. So we confined our whole information system in just a few minutes, and the hospital went black. It was in the dark, without any patient information, without any IT system. We had no telephones either, because we were full IP. Imagine a hospital in a COVID crisis with the ER, intensive care, neonatal department without any information systems. It was really dramatic. It was complicated, and I still feel very emotional about this. I was on the front line. I was on call when it happened. I was supposed to be on holidays. So it was a real drama for the healthcare facility. But we got up fairly quickly, and now we're implementing our action plans, our procedures, and we're setting up the steering committee for cyber attacks that's managed by the head of our hospitals. And we're moving on to a next phase, which is remediation. Once we've done an overview of the situation, once we've declared everything to the National Health Agency, to the CNIL, to NC, we're working on measuring the impact of this cyber attack. We were lucky in that there was no data extraction that took place. Our backup system was not impacted either, so it allowed us to begin the remediation phase more easily. But we decided, with the aid of the ANSI, to rebuild our information systems from zero. So we didn't have to work on the ruins of our old system. We wanted to create a new directory, a new system, all of our servers progressively, to rebuild this bubble of confidence and launch the applications that we use to care for the patients, our administrative procedures. And we did this all progressively based on priorities. We worked with critical care, ER, intensive care to begin with, and then we moved on according to priorities. This week, it took us a full week to rebuild the systems, to come up with a nominal system that was completely different. And it did raise awareness of everyone in the hospital about the importance of cyber security. That's very important, because beyond the awareness-raising campaigns that we've already run through emails and examples that we can give to the medical community, I believe that the best awareness-raising action that we did in our group was this cyber attack. There are lots of things that we set up after the cyber attack that we couldn't set up before. We didn't have any budgetary problems. We are an establishment that invests roughly 2% of its budget on information systems yearly. Of these 2%, we invest 5 to 10% on cybersecurity. And I think that's quite a good figure, and it's in line with best practices. But it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough because we still had some rules in place that allowed the cyber attack. a huge cyber attack on us that led to 2,800 workstations being de-encrypted. So we rebuilt all of these 800 workstations. So you can just imagine the work involved. 40 people on my team and the partners who worked with us. So we've always invested, and nevertheless we were attacked. So my message is this one. Everyone can be attacked. No one is safe, and we have to continue to raise awareness on our teams and set up limiting actions. So 1 year from that attack, I still have the fear, and I think on the night of the 14th it'll come back vividly, but I think that we could be subject to another attack. What changes today is that there's a change of paradigm, and we believe that we can be attacked again. And so all of the actions that we're setting up for cybersecurity, we're managing this like we do for quality now. We do continuous management of our security. A problem could arise again, and everything that we're doing is in the goal of limiting the risks, limiting the dematerialization to make sure that we won't have that type of attack again. So we carry out siloing actions, if you can use that word. So tiering, as Microsoft says, with different access levels, so silos for the workstations. So there are lots of things that we were able to set up that should allow us to limit the risks. But the risks are present, and we all know that we must continue to train all of our teams, not just our information systems teams. We sometimes stigmatize the IS teams, but it's not enough to train them. We have to train everyone, all of the users of the information system, also be they the healthcare providers, doctors. Everyone has to be aware of cyber risks. You don't open any email on a hospital PC. No one should be using their Gmail account on hospital PCs, for example. I have an example that's quite humorous. One of our managers said, I hope it wasn't me. Not a while ago, I got a Gmail message I didn't want to open at home because I thought it was going to affect my computer, and I'd opened it at the hospital because I thought we were better protected. That's a typical example. This culture, we think that we're protected. No one's protected. No one is completely sheltered from these problems. And that's why we need to work in this direction. We need to do a lot of awareness raising to limit the risks and to bear in mind that it could happen to any of us. Thank you, Nasser. That was a very interesting testimonial, and we really got an idea of the trauma that you all suffered. I'm now going to hand the floor to Rodrigue Alexander. You're focused on digital transformation in your hospital for many years. You started your career as a hospital director, as deputy director in charge of performance and information systems at the Compiègne-Noyon Hospital. In 2017, you joined the management of the Arles Hospital, where you're responsible for finance, activity, and the information system. The broad scope of this department has enabled you to successfully carry out the digital transformation of this establishment, notably by committing to the paperless hospital approach. However, this did not prevent it from also being a victim of a cyber attack by ransomware on August 2nd. 6 months later, what feedback do you have from this event, and what is the real cost of a cyber attack of this scale? Thank you for having invited me. I'd like to answer the question of why I'm here. It's important to say that I'm convinced that shame has to change camps. When there's a big computer problems in the past, we felt that the hospitals were not sufficiently prepared and the information system managers hadn't done their jobs properly, hadn't created the right culture on their teams or made the right investments. But in the last 2 years in particular, we've seen that the world has changed and we can be as prepared as we want for a cyber attack. It will arrive. We're all victims. that are just waiting to be victimized. And I'm participating to try to raise awareness amongst everyone, especially hospital directors, about the stakes of the information system. In my hospital, a lot of people realized after the cyber attack that the information system was important for the continuity of the activities and all of the processes. The AL hospital is a reference hospital, 180,000 inhabitants in AL, diversified activity, medicine, surgery, obstetrics, medicalized retirement homes. If we are unable to provide care, it's a drama for the people of our region because there are no other substitutes nearby. So I've been at the hospital for 4.5 years, and I've tried to work on digital transformation with massive digitalization of the professional areas, medicine, surgery. Everyone has got software that allows them to work, and some realize that logistics services who say we can't work because of the cyber attack. IT impacts everyone in the hospital. No one is sheltered or not impacted by the information systems. We have tried to use a digital transformation policy in the hospital and also modernize infrastructures and improve security in our project. If we hadn't mobilized so much energy in the last 2 years to reach the open prerequisites, the crisis management would have been much harder in the AL hospital because the level of preparedness would have been insufficient. Despite all the efforts that we made, like my colleague in the middle of the night between August 1st and 2nd at 3 o'clock in the morning, IT called. The technician went, saw that there were encrypted files that were running. It was a cyber attack with ransomware with massive effects because our whole infrastructure was out, our backup was impacted with an establishment that went dark. I had my suitcases. I was supposed to be leaving on holidays, and I didn't take holidays in 2021, but that is what happens when we get these types of attacks. We're not an e-commerce company. We need to ensure the continuity of our services by focusing our resources, but we also have to reestablish the IT system as quickly as possible. Despite our good level of preparedness, there was a risk to the quality of health care dispensed by our professionals when the IT system is down or when you don't have access to the medical histories, the lab results, they don't come as quickly into the departments. Access to imagery is complicated with the longer times for interpretation. So this can be a very difficult situation. The head of the hospital said to me, it doesn't matter what it costs, do what you have to do to make sure that we get back up and running as quickly as possible. So call on service providers who can help us to overcome the absence of our own expertise, because our IT team at the hospital in AL only comprises 10 people. That's not enough to deal with this type of attack. So I was asked to talk about the costs of this type of attack. The first element about the methodology, I'm in charge of management control since I graduated. So when we do this type of exercise in analytical accounting, we do full cost. I'm not going to talk about full costs here because the resources that were mobilized to manage the crisis, this crisis cell, the resources that didn't do their normal job to be working on the information system repair, I didn't consider that as additional costs. But it would be worth looking into that later on with the methodology that we share between hospitals to do this, to see how we can really look at the cost. First element, apparent cost, 750,000 euros of spending. So we had 360,000 of services and software publishers mobilized, 60K of materials. Many investments were focused on the servers. We had to rebuild infrastructure without taking the risk of rebuilding where the systems had been damaged, the servers had been damaged. We needed switches. We were building on with a blank page with the siloing of the different departments, so we needed additional switches to partition and segment our information system, 300,000 for different services, because you need assistance, and this started with the incident, the firefighter, if you like, who came and managed the forensic analysis to allow us to rebuild. And we saw that the attackers had been in our information system at least 3 weeks before they started encrypting. So at least 3 weeks before, 60,000 euros of materials and people in the hospital to coordinate and to help us remediate the information system, rebuild with a higher level of security than we had previously. Behind all of this, we needed a lot of outside service providers. I had selected some publishers, suppliers that we'd been working with for the last 4 years. So we started with the virtualization, Microsoft with 2 engineers every day to rebuild. After 3 weeks, we were operational for the AD messaging services and the first bubble of trust. Then we had the firewalls that had to be rebuilt. We had some digital problems that our firewall didn't cover everything, so we had to protect the system. We also had service providers on Citrix and on the backups and the de-encryption that they had put in. We have 130 software programs that we use at the hospital in Arles, in the cloud and in silos, and we had to get all of the software publishers in, because when you're changing the network, you have to change all the IP addresses. This takes a lot of time, and that's not finished yet because we still have some 20 applications that need to be relaunched. So 360,000 euros immobilized immediately, and then we had to reinforce our team. We decided to recruit a full-time IT technician. We increased our team by 10% to help with the help desk. So we had to reformat workstations, etc. So we need someone who could react quickly. So that was 30,000 euros of cost for this new position. And we had to also mobilize the resources that you have. We had 3,000 hours of overtime paid. My team, they did 2 to 4 hours of overtime every day until the end of November, and it's continuing. We're not done yet. So we've had a lot of overtime that we have to pay for the IT teams. And then overtime also for the administrative teams. They weren't able to work properly for 3 months, and so they had to catch up the fact that they were late. And when you rebuild, and that was the decision that we made with the Ministry of Health and other departments, with the priests, we identified vulnerabilities that required investments. They weren't prerequisites to start up again, but they were highly suggested. So we decided to acquire an off-network backup. It's a recommendation, but not everyone does this. Multi-factor authentication of our VPN. The attacker came in through the VPN, so we used an MFA solution and a WAF on the messaging services, and that cost roughly 300,000 euros, and we got help from the regional health agency. They covered 275,000 of this. It's not mandatory, but it's highly recommended. Behind all of this, behind the apparent costs, the hospital is a company like others with the invoicing process, availabilities for cash flow on bank accounts. So what you have to bear in mind, as the financial manager, we have to manage the cash flow of the hospital between the money coming in and the money going out to pay suppliers. So 100,000 euros a day, and we went up to we went down to a very low level of money coming in. The cyber attack came 1.5 years after the COVID crisis started. So from the financial division, there would be 11 million euros of risk of turnover, but we were covered by the guaranteed financing that was put in place in 2021 during the COVID crisis to guarantee the same revenue as the previous year before the crisis. But the hospitals have to continue to invoice to the patients, the insurance companies, and that it can be difficult to collect that if you're not invoicing for 3 months. By the time you get your administration back up and you re-inject at the Arles Hospital, we didn't reduce our volume of activity during the crisis, so we had to really we had to hire 2 people to do the invoicing, to collect all the paper files. We had tables covered with documents. Mr. Dupont saw such a doctor in orthopedics, etc., and we had to key in one by one all of the work that had been done so that we could invoice. And today, we started this in November for the invoicing, the billing, and in early February, we're only at 70% of the invoicing that's been done. So we still have to cover the 2 million euros of risk of financial loss. To date, we haven't lost any of this, but there's a chance that we could be. The Arles Hospital did not have a cyber risk insurance policy at the time to cover the risk of the expenses and also to cover the risk of loss of turnover. And this is also something that I recommend, that we share the risks, that we can all be insured to make sure that the hospital that's been attacked doesn't have to shut down like it will happen with small companies in our country. So there were other costs that were more indirect. It's hard to assess them from a budgetary standpoint. These are hidden and indirect costs that can last over time. You have a risk of future care quality incidents. So there are lots of reports that were written by hand, by doctors, put in a paper file, typed up by secretaries, and PCs that we set up that were disconnected from the IT system. And this has not necessarily been re-injected. So we want to do this over time, but it's going to take resources that we don't currently have. And so a patient can come back to the hospital in 2 years, and the doctor will have forgotten the cyber attack, treat the patients, won't see their medical history, and so there's a risk of losing the chance of treating the patient. So we really need to, one by one, put all of these reports into the system, and this is to limit the risk over time. It's a real risk that could lead to compensation that we have to pay to the patient. There's also skepticism against digital transformation in our structures, in our hospitals, in our companies. There are a certain number of stakeholders who are reticent to use the information systems, and this appears when we say, okay, we are right, paper, it's not difficult, but I say you can burn paper, or you can be subject to flooding in the hospital and you lose all the papers. So you had to relaunch projects that had been planned to make the work more efficient. So there's an indirect cost with restarting these projects, and there's also risk of long-term business loss. I indicated that our activity continued during the cyber attack. There were patients who read the local newspapers saying that the hospital had been attacked by been cyber attacked, and so now they're saying in future, should we come back to this hospital or go to another hospital in future? So there's a loss of reputation that can lead to business losses. So the costs are many and varied, but if I just look at the obvious costs, they're not neutral. Our budget, not including HR, is €1 million, and so we had to devote a lot of money to dealing with the cyber attack, and this is not over yet. And for investments, we invest 300,000 each year into the IT system, and that's 60,000 was 20% of our capacity that was eaten up to deal with the cyber attack. This is not neutral. We have to prepare ourselves for the future, and I explain that to other hospital managers. If you weigh the costs as I've described them and the stakes of anticipation, we really should decide to best prepare ourselves. My colleague said he's afraid of the 14th of February, and I'm sure that we're still fallible. And if you start looking at cybersecurity, I think of another of articles on this topic. We see that despite what was done and our level of maturity compared with other hospitals, we're still not mature enough to avoid a risk completely. So we have to be as prepared as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodrigue, for your testimonial. It really is very relevant, very interesting also. We're going to make a swift transition with just two questions that have come from our online participants. Rodrigue, you talked earlier on about the fact that you're continuing to make sure that the hospital, that the establishment functions efficiently. Can you tell me about the level of tension that existed between the logistics department, the IT department, and the health professionals, whose main role, of course, is to care for the patients? And of course, this became much more complex and is still much more complex because, as Philippe said in the video, everybody's become much more dependent on digital issues. Also, let me stress that the level of stress was quite high. However, it was very interesting to see how calm everybody was. When you're right in the heart of the cyclone, basically everybody gets on with their job. Yes, of course, there's a bit of tension because one department starts up or one sector starts up earlier than another, and everybody wanted to get started up quickly. However, there was a massive amount of solidarity, and everybody basically showed sympathy, saying, we wouldn't like to be in the IT team's shoes. We're going to give you peace and quiet to do your job. If we tell a few people, for example, that their software is not a priority, they just listen to what we're saying and get on with their jobs. Where things do become difficult is now. In other words, 6 months further down the line, the different teams sometimes are stuck because they're not able to work using the IT system, and they're not allowed either to upkeep the software or maintain the software that has been introduced very recently. This time round, it's a lot more difficult. There's a lot more tension. And if you talk about the logistics department, it's true, I do have discussions with the logistics department because some things are slow to start up. We've got a certain degree of instability when it comes to monitoring the dosimetry, because these are sectors that we considered initially were not the priority. So all very simple initially speaking, and it's today that things are starting to get a bit more complex. Thank you very much, Rodrigue. I do have another question for Nasser. Nasser earlier on was talking about the contingency plan or starting back the business activity once again. Given that we're well familiar with this type of exercise, you said earlier that you drafted many documents, you've got lots of procedures that you drafted, you've used open source, and you've used lots of different softwares, but this kind of contingency plan has to be tested. Have you tested it since? And what feedback can you give us? Have you tested and retested so that you don't get any surprises? Well, Didier, no, we haven't retested it. We have updated it, of course, following on from the cyber attack, but it was already pretty up to date thanks to the programs and thanks to the fact that we revisited it on a regular basis. But we now have a contingency plan that should enable us to return to normal. But it's all very well to say that, because when you make the decision to give priority to a certain number of departments, to a certain number of apps, and when you explain to the medical community that the first department that's going to start up against is the neonatal sector, for example, when you talk about the emergency department, they're willing to hear it. But when you start making choices out of the different surgical departments, giving priority to one department over another, that's when things become a lot more complex. People don't necessarily agree, and the crisis units are a lot harder to manage. Next, let me just stress, no, we didn't test the latest contingency plan. We will test it further down the line. We're currently redeploying our information systems, and we're entering now into the visible face of the iceberg, but we've still got an awful lot to do behind the scenes in terms of the IT system. And yes, we will test our contingency plan, but not right away. Let's wait till after the 14th of February, because otherwise people would think it was another cyber attack. But I repeat, yes, we have scheduled a certain number of aspects for cyber aspects for 2022, how to protect our systems. Thank you very much, Nasser. Quick question. In the room, is there anybody who'd like to put a question to the people on stage? Mark.
Petit micro.
We're going to pass the microphone over to you. Thank you. Yes, I've got a brief question I'd like to put. Now, you've talked about the fact that you were a victim of a cyber attack. Concretely speaking, in terms of the budgetary aspects, is it now easier to convince people to spend money on a firewall and on all of the protective measures, for example, that you need to implement? Well, it's rather unfortunate. It's a shame to have to say this, and I'm not being critical. I don't intend to be critical towards the decision makers. Now there's a high level of awareness. I think it's a bit like vaccinal protection. We don't talk about it in the hospitals, but it's like at the beginning of the crisis, we said, whatever it costs, we're going to go for it. However, after that, further down the line, we start to talk about budgetary constraints and so very quickly, everybody has forgotten how urgent it is. It's a bit like with the vaccines and the immune response. Nowadays, people ask for new software, for example, to protect against supply systems that aren't up to scratch. And sometimes the answer is no, we're not going to invest the money. Yes, for example, with our authorities, it's a lot easier to get them to agree to spend money to combat cyber risks. And also in terms of the heads of the regional hospitals, it's a lot easier to get budgets, or the human resources teams find it easier to allocate staff to work on plans to make us more robust, but some spending is still hard to achieve. Thank you, Rodrigue. So this is a great transition with... sorry, Nasser, you wanted to say something. Well, Rodrigue was almost passing the floor over to me, and I simply wanted to say that we don't necessarily have issues related to the investments or the levels of investments made. I haven't got more problems today than I had in the past. You know, in the past, as I said, we'd invested a great deal, but we still had a cyber attack.
Merci, Nasser.
Thank you, Nasser.
Didier Ménoussier.
We're going to continue with you.
Vous êtes praticien hospitalier précurseur dans la e-santé.
Director at
l'utilisation des outils
Digenet Cyber Hospital. You define yourself as being a geek-type doctor. In the year 2000, you developed the internet site called www.hepatoweb, and you're also the creator of a blog, medicinegeek.com. As of 2013, you played an active role in the transformation of the IT systems for the Army as director of the IT systems in the digital sector, whilst continuing your medical activity at the University Teaching Hospital. Since the 1st of July 2021, you've been head of the Hospital Instruction des Armées in Lyon. Thanks to your experience and your great knowledge of the ecosystem, what do health professionals need if they are to further buy into the use of digital systems, and how can you enhance their awareness as to the challenges of cybersecurity? Good morning, everybody. Let me stress that I'm dressed as a civilian today, but I am a member of the French military, and what I'm going to be able to do is provide you with some background information on a cyber attack, because as a doctor, we often feel that this is all nothing to do with us. And given our training, and I think it's very important at the moment, and this is why there's a great deal of training that is now being provided by the different regional authorities for health, etc. And it's very important. We, at the level of our medical training, never receive any digital training, for example, and we don't receive any cyber protection training either. So once you go out into real life, you perform your job in a hospital, you manage the patients who arrive on the scene. Well, basically the information systems, we get annoyed when they don't work, when they're a bit slow, and we don't understand necessarily that we're not able to install the software that we've got on our phone to follow the patients. And I would argue that that is normal. It's all very consistent. There's another point, a very important point that hasn't been broached at all. It's why also are hospitals attacked so much? Some people might say, why hospitals? Why not attack a bank, for example? But at the end of the day, it's important to note, and it's not something that a lot of practitioners know, is that it's much more interesting for hackers to get hold of medical health data than to get hold of a credit card number. If you want a credit card number at the moment, it's not worth very much on the internet. But a medical file contains so much data, a massive amount of data, and the basic principle is it's easy to sell.
Déjà, en tant que praticien, on n'a pas
as
du tout
a
cette
medical
notion
practitioner, we don't necessarily have this initial understanding. We don't realize how much value our patient medical files have, and how much value they have from a financial perspective, notably on the dark web, for example, and also with lots of other instances.
Le côté
Next, there's
de la
another point,
difficulté tout de même,
and this concerns the difficulty,
bien sûr praticien
and of course I'm saying this as a practitioner and as a head of an IT department, is the fact that our hospital IT systems for the moment are still quite closed off. What's interesting is the hospital is a world that is quite closed off, but gradually we had to be more open-minded with the introduction of the regional hospitals group. We had to share our information, we had to communicate with other hospitals in our region. So there was a slight drift in relation to industrialists, I would say, and sometimes we ended up with IT systems that weren't as secure as they needed to be, and in particular there was a certain degree of interoperability that I would argue is still there, even if there is less of it. Given the fact that we're talking here about digital evolution and managing patients more and more in a digital manner, we as practitioners, of course, we want to use the IT systems easily. We want to use the same system as the patients. A diabetologist, for example, wants to be able to have a direct link to all of the health data concerning their patient. It might seem very, very logical. However, when you're a hospital doctor, it's not as obvious as all that, because our hospital IT system is not necessarily interoperable with an information system that comes from the outside world. And so as a result, it's quite difficult. So what I'm saying is the practitioner thinks about the patient and will always tend to want to focus on the patient without necessarily following the hospital's safety and security policy. So the practitioner might hook up to the information system using his personal computer, for example. That's what happens in real life. And we as professionals, I would argue, don't yet fully comprehend the culture, the approach that we need to adopt as healthcare practitioners. When I use the word practitioner, I'm talking about the nurses, the doctors. As soon as you've got a computer, people tend to walk around a hospital department with smartphones, for example, Android smartphones that are plugged into the hospital system. The most important point, nevertheless, for cyber attacks, and I must say, I particularly liked what you said. You said that what happened to you, it happened just before a weekend, just before the holidays, and that's almost always the case. Why? Because the hackers make a point of launching their encryption when there are very few immediate responses that are possible. So it means that generally speaking, it takes place on the weekend. Look at the WannaCry attacks that took place a couple of years ago. It literally took place the night before the holidays, and the encryption took place at that stage. And what's really interesting as well is if the hackers had already got into your system, well, they'd been there for a long time. The encryption began, but it began because they'd had time to get into your system. And this is where awareness raising is so important. It's the fact that just because you update all of your software and your firewalls and have all of the latest generation of firewalls, that you're going to avoid a cyber attack. Why? Because the most risky point of entry is the position between the chair and the computer. In other words, human beings. It is people, it's the individuals that are dangerous. And the hackers attack,
faut être honnête,
generally
Et
speaking, via
obligatoirement, quand
your
les gens vont
your
cliquer à un moment
email
donné, et ben, à
letterbox.
ce moment-là,
And if you
les
click
hackers
on
vont
an
pouvoir
email,
rentrer
well, the hackers are going to be able to make their way into
Et
your
dans
system.
les systèmes
And within
d'information hospitaliers, le
the
plus
hospital
souvent,
IT systems,
ils
more
rentrent
often than
par
not,
tout
the
ce qui était
hackers are able to
maintenance,
get
on
in
est d'accord,
thanks
scanner,
to
IRM,
hospital
puisqu'il y a des
maintenance,
portes d'entrée
scanners,
assez voilà,
MRIs,
donc
because
d'où
in the
l'intérêt
past there
en
have
effet de
been points of
siloter
entry.
pour chaque
This is why it's
prestataire
so
ne pas
interesting
être
to create silos between all the
ensemble
different
et tout ça, donc
departments,
ça
all
permet
the
de
different
séparer
service
tout ça.
providers.
Parce qu'en
The
général,
aim
quand on
being to
franchit
separate all of
le
this,
système d'information
because once you
hospitalier,
get
après
into a
c'est comme
hospital
une
IT
citadelle, on franchit la porte
system,
d'entrée et après c'est
it's
bon.
as
On est
if
un
you've
tour
got through
intérieur,
the
on fait ce
front
qu'on veut.
door, and
Et
once
les
you've got
hackers,
through the front
l'objectif
door, you
c'est
can go to
de
whatever
rentrer un peu
rooms you
partout,
want. You
récupérer
can get in
surtout
everywhere. You can retrieve any data
des
you want to
identités
retrieve,
d'administrateurs pour pouvoir rentrer dans les différents
the
systèmes. Et après,
identity of
on
all of
s'installe
the
le plus souvent
administrators, and then you just
dans des
make
systèmes
yourself
bien
comfortable
particuliers
in
et
the
on
system
commence
and
à
do whatever
rentrer
you want to
dans
do.
les différentes. Voilà. Donc il y a vraiment, moi je pense qu'en effet,
So personally, I would
donc ça va
say
devenir de plus en plus fréquent, hein, c'est
these
logique.
kind of attacks
Ce qui est
will
bien, c'est que ça
happen
permet un petit
more
peu
and more often.
d'avoir une conduite
So
du
what we're
changement
talking
au
about here
niveau
enables
global,
us to
mais aussi à
implement
nous,
global
à notre
change
niveau
management
praticien.
methods. But
Mais c'est pas
in
parce
terms
qu'on
of us as
sera en
practitioners,
effet
we have to
totalement à
become more
jour.
aware. But I repeat, just
Il y a
because
toujours
we're
un
up to
risque.
date on
Après,
everything, there
l'intérêt,
is
c'est
still a
le
risk.
PCA-PRA.
But the
Le plan de
advantage
continuité,
is
le plan de
to
reprise
focus
d'activité,
on
il faut que
these
ce soit en fin de compte le
continuity
plus
plans,
rapide. Donc,
contingency
il faut
plans to
qu'on
make
dise
sure
si on
they're
se fait
as
attaquer,
fast
ok,
as possible,
peut-être en
so
une
that if
semaine,
we
on peut
do
reprendre la
have a
totalité, on
cyber
peut
attack,
protéger.
it just takes a weekend for us
Voilà
to
mon petit
reboot
retour.
everything and get everything going.
Merci
That's the
Didier.
feedback I wanted to
Du
give
coup,
you. Thank you very
bonne
much, Didier.
transition avec
This is a great
le colonel
transition to be able to
Barnabé
continue
Watin
with
Augouard.
Colonel Barnabé
Mon
Vatin
colonel,
Angois.
vous êtes
Sir
chef de la
Colonel,
division
you are
proximité
head
numérique,
of the division
directement
entitled
rattaché au
Digital
commandement de la
Closeness.
gendarmerie dans le
You work
cyberespace, comme
directly
cybergenre.
with the French
Vous dirigez l'une
Gendarmerie,
de ces
their
4
control
divisions
department,
en lien
and you manage one of
notamment
the
avec la
4
population.
divisions that notably
Lors
work
d'un
with the
échange à la
population.
Fabrique Défense
During a
fin
discussion
janvier, votre supérieur
at
m'a fait
Fabric
part
Défense at the end of
d'un
January,
résultat de sondage auprès
your
de la
boss told me
population
about
qui
the
posait la
results of
question
a survey with
suivante.
the population that put the
Savez-vous
following
à qui
question:
faire appel en
do you
cas
know who
d'attaque
to
cyber?
call in the case of a cyber
Ils ont
attack?
répondu oui
They answered yes
à
in
0,6%.
0.6% of cases. In
Si on posait la question
0.6% of cases.
au directeur
If we put the
hospitalier,
question
ils
to
seraient
hospital
certainement plus
directors,
nombreux,
they
sans pour autant
no doubt
connaître les actions de
would know
soutien
who
de la
to call.
gendarmerie nationale.
Nevertheless, they're not
Et donc,
necessarily familiar with
pouvez-vous
the
nous
actions
expliquer,
that
nous
the
détailler
National French
quelques-unes de ces
Gendarmerie
actions
take? So
et
can you go
en
into
lien
detail
avec
on
tout ce
some
qu'on a
of
pu
these
entendre
actions, please,
précédemment
and link
et
it
les
to
hackers.
everything that, if
Je
possible,
vous
that has
remercie
been
de
said
me
so
donner la
far?
parole. Alors c'est
Thank
vrai
you
que
very
souvent
much for
quand
passing the
on
floor
voit
over to me.
gendarme, on voit
No, it's true. When we hear the word
cybercriminalité, on se dit,
gendarme,
mais ça n'a rien à
military
voir
police
avec la
officer, you
cybersécurité.
think, oh,
Je
cybersecurity,
reprends la
cyber
définition de
attacks.
l'ANSSI, la
Let me talk
cybersécurité,
about
c'est
what
pas
we do. We focus
c'est
on
pas une matière,
cybersecurity,
c'est
yes,
pas
but it's not a form
une
of
fonction,
matter.
c'est bien un
It's
état.
not a
Je suis dans
function.
cybersécurité.
It's that I
Il y a
work for the
trois
cybersecurity
grands
department
moyens d'y
simply,
parvenir,
and there
la
are three
sécurité des
ways of
systèmes
providing
d'information, la
cybersecurity
cyberdéfense
through
quand ça se
IT
passe
systems,
plutôt
through
moins bien,
cyber defense
et la
when
lutte
things
contre
go
la
wrong, and through
cybercriminalité.
fighting
C'est
against
le travail des gendarmes, mais
cybercriminality.
c'est aussi un
That's
peu
the
le
work
travail
done by the police,
de tous les
but it's
acteurs, et
work
je vais
that
vous
can be
expliquer
done by
pourquoi
all
assez
of the
rapidement.
actors out there, and I'll explain
Peut-être juste pour
why.
vous donner un petit
So
peu ce que c'est que la
just to go
cybercriminalité,
into
parce que
detail on
souvent
what cybercrime,
on mélange un peu le
cybercriminality is all
tout.
about, because people tend to get a bit
Dans
mixed
le
up
monde,
sometimes.
la cybercriminalité,
In the
ça
world,
rapporte 1500 milliards. On
cybercriminality
parlait
is
tout à l'heure,
worth
je ne sais plus qui disait,
1.5
voilà, il y a les
billion.
volontés politiques
There are
derrière.
lots of
Oui,
political ambitions when it comes to
le
cyber
hacker, lui,
attacks.
il veut de
Yes,
l'argent.
but the
Alors,
hackers,
il
all
le
they're
fera
interested in is money.
pour une
They
idéologie,
perform a
pour sa
cyber
propre
attack through ideology,
organisation
just
mafieuse,
for their
pour
own
un État, parce que vous
mafia-based
avez des États
organisation, or for a
qui
state, because you
subdélèguent
do
un
have
petit peu
some
certaines
states
actions.
that subdelegate certain
L'intérêt, c'est
actions.
l'argent.
But
Et quand on
the
se
person
dit de
will
l'argent,
always
bah
hack
oui,
for money.
forcément,
And when we
il y a
say
les
for money,
rançongiciels, ça
it's
rapporte
because
beaucoup.
there's
Et en fait, très peu,
ransomware
dans la
that
cybercriminalité globale,
pays very,
le
very well.
rançongiciel,
But
on
globally
estime, alors je dis
speaking,
1500
if we
milliards,
talk about
le rançongiciel,
ransomware,
c'est 1 à 10
ransomware,
milliards
it's
à peu
1
près
to 10
de
billion,
rapport
approximately
de la
1 to
rançon.
10 billion.
Donc on se dit, en fait, c'est pas là
And
que
so,
se fait l'argent. Et non, l'argent
that's
se fait
not where the money
par
is
le revente
made.
de
The money
données.
is made, as
Et
we
je vais vous
said,
expliquer
in
un
the
petit peu
resale of
après
data, hospital data, as we said
le
earlier.
pourquoi du
And I'll
comment.
explain why and how people
Donc,
go
vous voyez
about it.
qu'on noie un petit
So
peu,
it's very important, I
on
think,
voit toujours cet aspect rançongiciel superficiel.
say that
C'est ce qui
everybody
est
talks
visible.
about ransomware simply because that's the tip of the
première chose qu'on va
iceberg,
voir, c'est
that's
la chose
what's visible,
la plus frappante.
and it's the most
Pourtant, et je pense
striking
que
side of things.
vous tous l'avez
However, I
peut-être
think
vu,
that
ou
all of
parfois,
you might have
malheureusement, vous ne le voyez
noted,
peut-être pas
or
encore,
unfortunately
on
you
a
don't
tout un pan
notice that there's a whole
des attaques
portion
informatiques, des
of
attaques au système de
IT
traitement
attacks,
automatisé de données qui sont
attacks to data
parfois très
treatment
peu visibles.
centers and systems
Et le
that
but
are
justement
not
de cette
very
attaque est d'être très
visible.
peu visible.
And the
Alors,
aim of these attacks is to not
vous avez bien
is to
évidemment
not
tout ce
be
qui
very
est
visible.
exfiltration de données.
Look at data
Alors très souvent,
filtration, for
effectivement, ça finit
example,
par
data filtering.
le
What happens
logiciel
with
qui est un
this
petit peu,
is the
ça paraît
ransomware
idiot à dire, mais c'est un
often
petit peu
comes to the
la
fore,
cerise sur le gâteau
but it's
pour eux, c'est que
almost
si en
the
plus
cherry
ils
on
peuvent
the
avoir une
cake.
petite rançon,
If they can
ça
obtain
permet
a
d'avoir un peu une
ransom,
avance sur
that's the
sur
cherry
la
on the
revente
cake,
des
I
données.
repeat.
Ça a été évoqué,
And they
les
can make a
données.
bit more money
Vous
in
avez
addition
en fait
to
deux
selling
grands
the data.
secteurs
But you do have two
qui
main
sont très
sectors when it
attaqués
comes to
depuis
data
2 dernières années. Alors même si globalement, je vous rassure, les gens ne visent pas l'hôpital d'Arles. À la base, ils ne visent pas forcément Villefranche-sur-Saône. On est vraiment sur de la pêche au chalut. Voilà, on lance et puis on récupère pas mal de vulnérabilités, on se prépositionne dans un endroit, on commence à se latéraliser. Et là, on voit un petit peu ce qu'on peut en tirer ou pas. Et effectivement, les établissements de santé, les administrations, mais par exemple les collectivités territoriales, vous êtes un endroit où il y a des données concernant les personnes qui sont le plus concentrées. Alors, on parle souvent des données de santé. J'avoue que je ne sais pas. Alors, je vous invite de faire un petit test d'ailleurs, c'est assez intéressant, même si vous n'y connaissez rien. Essayez d'aller sur le Darknet. Quelqu'un qui n'y connaît rien, en 2 heures sur le Darknet, il trouve à peu près ce qu'il veut. Il suffit de farfouiller, c'est très simple, c'est très instructif. Les gens ne cherchent pas forcément à récupérer un dossier de santé en tant que tel, où vous auriez des radios, etc. Mais quand vous avez les données de santé, déjà vous avez le numéro de sécurité sociale. Et après, en fait, vous avez tout un système d'usurpation d'identité. Alors c'est vrai pour les collectivités territoriales, vous allez avoir des informations fiscales. En fait, vous créez des fausses identités, donc vous ouvrez des faux comptes en banque, etc. Et vous continuez, je dirais, à pouvoir opérer sous l'identité d'un autre. C'est quelque chose qui est assez marquant. Alors, on évoquait, ça a été évoqué, le pourquoi. Je vous rassure, contrairement, je dirais, aux collectivités territoriales, globalement, nos établissements de santé sont bien protégés. Je dirais que la prise de conscience est là. Maintenant, le ministre l'a dit, et on le voit dans l'ensemble des secteurs où il y a eu une accélération de la numérisation. Parfois, on va plus vite que la musique. On est par nécessité obligé d'ouvrir des interconnexions avec l'extérieur, que ce soit un fournisseur, des médecins du secteur, je dirais, du secteur de médecine de ville, etc. Et qu'effectivement, comme ça a été évoqué, la faille, elle est souvent humaine. 8 fois sur 10, c'est humain. Il ne faut pas se voiler la face. 8 fois sur 10, c'est humain. C'est rarement intentionnel de la part de la personne. 8 fois sur 10, c'est humain. Et voilà, cette accélération, voilà, on est parfois plus dans la numérisation que dans la sécurisation, où on a du mal à rattraper ces deux-là. Alors, un autre phénomène qui est assez intéressant, qui dit rançongiciel, dit rançon. On s'attaque à des établissements publics, ou des cliniques privées, mais à des établissements publics, des collectivités, pour 2 choses. D'une part, on s'imagine qu'il y a de l'argent. Là, on est dans un monde très anglo-saxon où on imagine qu'il y a toujours beaucoup d'argent dans ces choses-là. Et 2, alors il y a un phénomène, je dirais, un petit peu humaniste de la part des hackers, c'est qu'on considère que c'est des structures qui de toute façon seront pérennes. L'État ou les collectivités ne les laisseront pas tomber. Et donc potentiellement, voilà, si ça fait un peu de mal, on ne détruit pas une entreprise, etc. C'est un phénomène qui est assez marqué. Alors une fois que je vous ai dit ça, vous allez me dire, bon d'accord, mais alors qu'est-ce que peut faire la gendarmerie ou la police? Vous l'avez vu déjà, 0,6% des gens ne savent pas qui prévenir. J'ose espérer qu'ils préviennent leurs équipes en local, un prestataire. Nous, on a un avantage dans vos cours, monsieur, c'est que nous, c'est 0. L'intervention, elle est gratuite. Donc, autant en profiter. Alors, on peut intervenir à plusieurs niveaux. On intervient assez souvent dans la phase prévention-sensibilisation. Alors, on n'a pas la prétention de faire le travail que font très bien vos DSI, RSSI, etc. On a remarqué souvent, et c'est valable dans l'ensemble des secteurs, que, c'est pas la peur du gendarme, mais qu'un œil extérieur, on ne fait pas vraiment la sensibilisation, souvent on fait de la persuasion vis-à-vis des dirigeants pour leur montrer qu'il y a un vrai sujet. Ça, c'est le premier élément. Et on travaille aussi un petit peu sur l'ensemble des réflexions. On l'évoquait, voilà, on voit le rançongiciel tout de suite, on dit, j'ai plus la disponibilité de mon service. Derrière, il y a potentiellement l'aspect confidentialité de mes données qui ont peut-être été extraits. Et puis, mais ça, je vous invite à tous y réfléchir, et je pense que c'est très important dans le domaine de la santé. On l'oublie souvent dans ce triptyque de la cybersécurité, c'est l'intégrité des données. Ça, c'est peut-être un défi à venir. Alors, c'est valable dans le domaine de la santé, c'est valable dans l'eau, dans tout ce qui peut nous toucher directement. Est-ce qu'on est capable à tout moment de garantir une intégrité de la donnée? Là, on parlait de de ce qui s'était passé en Allemagne, où un décès est lié à des suites d'une cyberattaque. Est-ce que peut-être que demain, il n'y aura pas un décès qui sera non pas une corollaire, mais le but d'une cyberattaque en modifiant peut-être un dosage ou des choses comme ça. Donc c'est quand même quelque chose auquel il faut penser et quelque chose sur lequel on a pas mal travaillé en réfléchissant, notamment avec les TPE, PME et les collectivités territoriales. Je sais que c'est pas facile. C'est la frugalité des données qu'on met à disposition. On a tendance maintenant, on a des espaces de stockage infinis, donc on se dit toujours, ça j'en aurais peut-être besoin. Et personnel, vous vous dites toujours on a besoin. Et souvent on se rend compte qu'en fait on a des données qui sont à disposition, dont on n'a pas besoin. Sauf que pour le cybercriminel, pour le hacker, c'est des données récupérées en plus. C'est un élément quand même qui mène à réflexion. L'autre réflexion, et ça a été évoqué, quand je vois que quelqu'un préfère ouvrir son mail au bureau plutôt que chez lui, il y a une tendance, mais là c'est assez général dans l'ensemble des secteurs d'activité, qui se retrouvent d'ailleurs dans d'autres phénomènes. Les gens sont très précautionneux de leur ordinateur personnel chez eux, ils s'assurent d'avoir un bon antivirus, on fait attention parce qu'on pourrait avoir un hacker qui nous piquerait nos photos, et dès qu'on est un peu dans un monde professionnel, je ne dis pas que c'est généralisé, mais c'est un petit peu pareil comme pour les véhicules. Un véhicule, quand c'est le sien, on fait attention. Quand c'est un véhicule de société partagée, on fait peut-être moins attention. Et parfois, on a cette baisse d'attention. Il y a dans la partie prévention, moi je suis toujours surpris, c'est que vous prenez la sécurité incendie, maintenant c'est rentré dans l'esprit de tout le monde, on fera un exercice d'évacuation par an, l'explication par les pompiers, comment on fait comment ça s'appelle, l'utilisation d'un extincteur, etc. Il faut qu'on arrive à faire la même chose dans l'hygiène cyber. Je ne reviendrai pas sur la partie préparation des plans, parce que l'avantage qu'il y a dans le secteur de la santé par rapport à beaucoup d'autres secteurs, vous avez des plans de continuité d'activité, alors qui vous permettent de fonctionner en mode dégradé, mais enfin c'est déjà prévu, de prendre reprise d'activité. Je vous assure qu'il y a des secteurs où il n'y a absolument rien, et que voilà, c'est même pas la continuité d'activité, c'est l'activité du tout, et qu'on se rend compte que le papier crayon, même pour beaucoup, c'est quelque chose qui n'a pas été, quand c'est pas pensé avant, c'est pas quand on arrive dans la crise qu'on est capable de le faire. Alors, si jamais vous êtes victime de cyberattaque, souvent les gens disent oui, mais il faut porter plainte, c'est long, c'est compliqué. Déjà, appelez policiers, gendarmerie, n'importe. Il n'y a pas de doute. On est en mesure de venir vous appuyer. Alors, je vous rassure tout de suite, ce qu'on ne fera pas, c'est la remédiation. On ne viendra pas réparer quoi que ce soit. En revanche, on est capable d'arriver avec des enquêteurs. Je vous expliquerai un peu le rôle de ce que peuvent faire les enquêteurs, des experts. Alors, les experts, on a une architecture, je dirais, du niveau départemental jusqu'au niveau national, mais une capacité de rétro-ingénierie, notamment sur certains, la plupart des malwares et des antivirus. C'est pour ça que c'est très intéressant, quand on a une machine qui est partiellement chiffrée, on peut avoir des capacités de retrouver des choses. Parfois, ça arrive de moins en moins parce qu'il y a des gens, parfois on est capable de retrouver des clés de chiffrement dans le mode de programmation. Et une capacité qu'on amène aussi, c'est la capacité de négociation. Souvent, le principe en France, on ne paye pas la rançon. On a beaucoup de cas, c'est vrai dans les entreprises, où quand on dit aux gens, voilà, vous devez payer 1, et qu'en fait chaque jour ils perdent 6 fois plus, on comprend que rapidement les gens sont tentés de payer une rançon. L'intérêt de la négociation, c'est éventuellement de faire baisser cette rançon, de gagner du temps. Pour cela, on fait de la rétro-ingénierie. L'intérêt de l'investigation, alors ça c'est souvent quelque chose, les gens ne le voient pas, c'est le seul moyen, avec une plainte, de mettre en œuvre la justice. Et qui dit mettre en œuvre la justice, c'est quand on retrouve les criminels. Et même s'ils sont à l'étranger, il arrive quand même régulièrement qu'on arrive à en retrouver. On saisit un certain nombre d'avoirs criminels qui peuvent permettre de peut-être rembourser une partie des coûts. Donc voilà, c'est une capacité qui est mise à disposition. C'est valable pour la gendarmerie, c'est valable pour la police. On travaille bien évidemment main dans la main avec l'ANSSI et avec le prestataire qui viendra. Voilà, le but étant de
fundamental aim of what we do is to guarantee that there's as little disturbance as possible. Some people might say, oh, we don't care whether you find the hackers, that's not the point. What we want is to repair our systems. I do understand that, but at least you're doing something for other people. If the hackers are behind bars, then they can't be doing their jobs. Potentially, if we can find the hackers, we can recover, as I said, some of the assets and prevent them from continuing with what they are doing. Thank you very much, Colonel. Just a quick question that has been put online concerning the training of all of the stakeholders. You talked about training in relation to fire hazards, for example. When it comes to cybersecurity, you said that training was necessary. What about the training resources within health organizations? What kind of funding could be provided? This is maybe a question for Didier, Nasser and Rodrigue. Gentlemen, over to you.
Sur la formation.
Well, when it comes to training, there's no limit in terms of the resources in our organizations. We all have national training organizations that provide us with training. So each HR manager knows that they allocate a certain amount of their total budget to training the staff. So it's all about setting out the right priorities and making sure that the financial backers, the social backers, encourage the staff to go out and get training. Up till very recently, cyber risk training wasn't on the cards. All we did was enhance the awareness of newcomers to the hospital within the space of 15 minutes to the fact that they needed to pay attention. But in the future, I think we'll have specific training programs, and we've already started looking at different training possibilities for cyber training. We've talked about the escape game in the Rhône-Alpes region to have a playful way of introducing a better understanding of the phenomenon. Also, we have an obligation, a commitment. It works for fire safety. Throughout France, all HR managers know full well that you have to train everybody on how to use a fire extinguisher, how to react if a fire occurs. We need to get to that type of approach for cyber criminality. And I'm under the impression that we really are heading in that direction because all the stakeholders are now on board. When I became head of an IT department in 2013, nobody talked about cybersecurity, but today we can see that in all the meetings we attend, if we look at all the documents signed between different organizations, the digital transformation programs are essential, as is cybersecurity. Everybody at a national level is aware of the prerequisites in terms of safety and security.
Et à titre d'information, donc on évoquait.
You were talking about the NHF that's working on a cyber pathway right now for health facilities. It's underway, and it should be available in the second quarter of 2022. So it's a training that's been asked for by the DGOS. And this is being created right now, and it's going to be some free training. There's a point that's really essential. I'm talking as a health practitioner. You're in a hospital structure, and we have to work upstream. Upstream means in medical studies, in the nursing schools and physiotherapy schools. And for the time being, it's not at a great level. I've made presentations in schools and in learned societies, and there are doctors, and I talk to them about cyber protection, because they've never been trained in that before, and I think that's a vital point. We have a statistics in medicine, a statistics module, so we should have a cybersecurity module also during the education period. And until we've done that, there'll always be a slight bias for the healthcare providers. I agree. There shouldn't be just a single diploma delivered by the state where there isn't a course on cybersecurity. And the DSI, the heads of information systems, and the CISO can have an impact. I saw a structure where they did an exercise on phishing, and there's a false phishing mail. It was done, it was quite good. And 5% of the people who indicated that the email was suspect. So 35% of people don't do anything.
au moins, ils font rien.
At least they don't do anything. But 40% clicked on it.
Dites, voilà, on arrive qu'à 80.
So that's only 80, but
une information en disant, attention,
we sent out an email saying that they're victims of this phishing campaign, and still 5% of people still clicked after that campaign. So there's a lot of work that we need to do on that level also. Are there any questions from the hall?
N'hésitez pas, il y a un micro qui...
Oui, bonjour.
Hello. Thank you all for your presentations and the feedback that you have given us and your transparency. A quick question. For a few years now, the CISOs have been pushing to take into account digital risks as part of the risk of caring for patients. Last week, Martin Hirsch talked about the fact that there is a risk linked to the vulnerability of information systems, which is a major risk for hospitals. So the question is for the Al and Villefranche hospitals who had been subject to this type of attack. It's easier to get a message across when you've been in that type of situation. But what is your opinion on this point? Has progress been made? Are there prospects that will take into account digital risks in the hospital's mission statement? Cyber attacks put us in very penalizing situations, and the healthcare professionals who are already under a lot of stress will be under more stress, and it'll have an impact on patient care and our missions as hospital healthcare providers. So I'll answer about the CISO function. That's a separate topic, and I regularly talk with my CISO, and they say no one ever listens to us, and they all say that. They've been saying since the function was created, the Chief Information System Officer, no one is listening to the CISO, and I think that cyber security is not just a topic for the CISO, it's a more global one for all of the users of the information system, and the CISO plays a role, but they were often pushed aside, or maybe they pushed themselves aside. Rather like the DPOs, they're quite isolated. They isolate themselves through the way that they see things and understand things in a very technical way. The experts of security shouldn't just be CISO. It's a global, general, overall topic, and the CISO has to contribute like the other stakeholders in limiting the risks. Perhaps we didn't listen to them sufficiently, but perhaps they only spoke to each other. That's the way I understand things. And they were not necessarily open enough and ready to speak to all of the users of the information system. Things have changed at our hospital since the cyber attack, of course. But I still think we need to make room for the CISO in the different action plans, etc. But they must also find their place and the level of communication that they must have with the users. It can't only be very technical on questions of security. If it's too technical, you lose the users. So they have to be able to put themselves at the level of the user of the information system if the CISO wants to really find their right place in the global ecosystem of managing cyber security. The level of maturity, in my opinion, is not just in the healthcare facility. Very quickly, with the reinforcing security levels that went through the regional hospital groups, the CISOs were a bit separated. With the PHM, we were able to get resources and put collective intelligence together to work on our priorities. But if I come back to the level of maturity with respect to the healthcare staff, the healthcare provider can sometimes be quite distant from the evolutions in the information system infrastructure. There have to be simple messages. As my colleagues have said, there are risks of phishing. That's the main one. But we get another one quickly, and that's the experience that I drew from our problem at the RL Hospital, is that the preparation and the quality approach that's recommended in the open program, this has to involve all of our healthcare professionals. We did this in AL, and that's why we managed to continue our activities. We had to get the nurses, all the healthcare personnel on board, the support, the paper documents that we had anticipated before the attack were well known by everyone. So each time the IT system goes down, we do awareness raising, saying we're going into downgraded procedures, even if it wasn't necessary, even if we could have done this at another time. I'm talking about planned and full stops so that our users get used to tracing their actions on paper, because if the sky falls on your head and if you don't know where to find the sheets or the paper boards or the other paper supports, you will fail. So for our healthcare professionals, we focused on confidentiality of data in the past. That was the only awareness raising we did. And now we're saying, how can we make sure that all of the data remains available and that we continue to track it if the IT system goes down, and that's what we're focusing on in our quality approach. When we do a DPO simulation, we see this in structures. We have a CISO, we've ticked that box, but that if they could avoid coming and bothering us with some orders for material, that would be good. But in CISO, we do say Chief Information System Officer. This is also true for GDPR. The DPO is not in charge of the processing. So that's very important, and it has been talked about. The health information systems professionals have to be able to speak in the most basic way to the users. I like when we talk about a memory stick, it's like a toothbrush. If it's new, you'll use it. If it's old, you won't. So it's the same thing for a memory stick. You have to keep things simple. If you ask someone, what's your messaging protocol, no one in this room practically will be able to answer. And so you don't get the desired effect from your intervention. Thank you very much. And that all of this justifies the organization of the CyberCamp, because we're getting all of the different professions involved, the police, the army, the medical professionals, and our aim is really to share information amongst ourselves and to talk about best practices in cybersecurity today in the digital health world. Are there any other questions? And if not, I propose that we see if the participants of our round table are connected. I'd like to thank our panelists for having participated in this round table discussion. Thank you very much.
Alors, comme vous l'avez pu le voir,
as you've seen,
dans la cybersécurité,
in cybersecurity,
c'est pas forcément vrai d'ailleurs.
And it's not necessarily true that we don't see enough women, because there are a lot of very skilled women in this field. But unfortunately, that wasn't shown in our first round table. Florence was here to liven up our round table that will be fully digital because of our health restrictions, because of the pandemic. So I'm now going to leave the floor to Florence, who's going to facilitate or moderate this roundtable. We're waiting for a fourth participant who's having some difficulty in connecting. So we'll work on that. Florence, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Didier. Thank you for this invitation. Thank you to the organizers. I unfortunately couldn't be with you today, but I'm really happy to be with you virtually and to moderate this roundtable discussion on the European rules and their impact on digital health in the presence of real specialists of the topic.
J'espère que je vois bien tout le monde. Voilà. Nous avons donc avec nous.
So with us we have Mr. Ray Pinto, who's in charge of digital transformation, policy director at Digital Europe. We also have Mr. Romain Santini,
qui n'est pas encore arrivé, c'est ça, voilà, de l'ANSSI, qui est en charge donc des affaires
from the NC, who hasn't connected yet, and we also have, we're lucky to have Mr. Pekka Kari, I hope I'm not mispronouncing your name, who's the IT director of the Helsinki University Hospital. Thank you so much for participating in this roundtable discussion. So to introduce the topic, which is quite legal, I prepared a slide. If you can show the slide.
Est-ce qu'il est possible de projeter la slide sur le panorama des textes? Sinon, je fais ça.
So we can see the slide here in the room.
Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Il y avait un tout petit décalage, je suis navrée si c'est un petit peu bizarre entre le prononcé de la voix et ce qui se passe ensuite. Mais voilà, ça a l'air de bien se passer.
So things seem to be working well on the technical level now. Thank you.
Voilà, alors c'est un challenge assez difficile à relever.
It's quite a challenge to put the whole panorama of the text regulating digital health on a single slide. So obviously I failed because not all of the texts are here, but I just wanted to illustrate and introduce the topic of the European regulations on digital health with what you said this morning. So it can be complicated for people to understand all of the texts and challenges. We need to promote the dematerialization, exchange and share data between different stakeholders. And at the same time, we need to ensure the security of the information systems and protect people's private lives. Also, there can be sensitive data. So for this, we apply different laws and different legal instruments. Many come from a European level. There are quite a few directives. And for the directives, there's the NIS to reinforce security by identifying essential operators. We know that this... I'm sorry, her connection is not great, so I'm doing my best, but there's the instruction from the NIS 1 and 2. We also have the CyberSecurity Act to harmonize
réglementation et différents niveaux
at a European level
pour permettre une reconnaissance mutuelle de la sécurité au sein de l'Union européenne.
measures that will allow us to harmonize the cybersecurity measures.
Qui a permis de fixer
There's also the EIADS regulations that will be updated shortly.
Fruit de négociations longues. On sait que la réglementation sur la privacy a connu un blocage de plusieurs années.
So the regulations have been developed and have been changed.
Parfois de longues années pour pouvoir aboutir à ces textes-là. Et on peut se douter que le recours au règlement européen
Yes, I'm sorry. It's practically impossible to understand what she's saying.
Permet d'avoir un effet direct en droit interne et de ne pas nécessiter.
I'm going to shut off the microphone.
The interpreters will resume as soon as we have a good sound. Unfortunately, the person's internet connection is not sufficient to be able to interpret.
Je pense par exemple à l'article 9.4 du RGPD, le règlement général relatif à la protection des données à caractère personnel, qui est un des piliers de ce panorama juridique, et bien laisse pour les données de santé, en tout cas, les États membres peuvent prendre des textes spécifiques pour assurer une protection renforcée de ces données. C'est d'ailleurs ce qu'on a fait au travers en France du régime juridique de l'hébergement des données de santé. Et je ne fais que citer cet exemple. Donc on le voit, en tout cas, il y a une réglementation qui est foisonnante, complexe.
So there are a lot of complex regulations,
une première question,
which can lead to a first question. How can we really understand all of these regulations? For patient care, with all these different texts. So how can we take up the challenge? While promoting new technologies and sharing information. So how do you perceive this? I'm speaking to the other panelists. There are different levels. So,
oui. En fait, la question est dirigée vers moi, c'est ça?
So the question was for Mr. Pinto?
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Donc, ça, c'est une très bonne question. Je vais juste commencer en français parce que je suis français. Merci pour l'invitation. Et aussi,
very good question.
C'est super que c'est passé à Lyon. J'ai passé un très long moment de ma vie là-bas, dans cette super belle ville.
So I live in a great city. So to answer the question,
quand on regarde le PowerPoint, il y a en fait affiché.
When we look at the PowerPoint, there are several challenges of the regulations that are very important to create a single market in the European Union for health. So when we look at what you showed explicitly, we see that we can set up the possibility to have data protection, security, but there are also privacy questions that have to be reinforced to protect European citizens. The NIS is in place to harmonize standards in terms of cyber security to protect European citizens. Also very important is the IDIS, which allows citizens to take action and to have an interaction via internet to have access to their health data online.
Avec les autres membres de l'Union européenne.
And so we've addressed this with the other members of the European Union who built a market together, who work together for the COVID certificates to allow people to travel, and who make it possible to track people who have the infection. So this is with an application on the telephone. That was our first cooperation. We need more cooperation on IDIS to allow everyone to have access and to facilitate exchanges between countries. So there's also MDR, medical devices regulation.
Pour en fait donner les assurances pour les gens qui veulent en fait vendre
les
produits
for people who want to sell products on a market so that European citizens are guaranteed to be protected when they use these devices. What's lacking on this sheet? Artificial intelligence is missing.
Aussi une régulation qui va
and that's a regulation that will be introduced to make sure that there's confidence
artificial intelligence
in the product of artificial intelligence so that we can produce artificial intelligence in an ethical way following European values. And this is a priority focus for during the French presidency of Europe, and very important for us in industry. So this is what we can see through all of these regulations. But it's not always good because there are risks that in the implementation of all of these regulations that we'll see some problems. And this is what we need to look at in a more in-depth manner with all the stakeholders, industrial, governmental, from civil society, to ensure that when we implement it is done in such a way that it fits in with the single market. What are the risks? I don't want to go on for too long. I just want to give some examples. For example, GDPR is a tool that's a high-performance tool that's essential.
But
in the first article of the GDPR, it states
les member states
that the member states can't enforce data to stay in a single country. The reason for creating the GDPR is that all sensitive personal data can go throughout the market, the single market, and this includes medical and health data. And as a citizen, I can have access to my health data across Europe.
En fait, le problème, c'est que
but the problem is that when this regulation was built, they introduced two other articles, 9.4 and 89.
Donc, avec ces deux articles,
with these two articles, what do we see? We see that each country
beaucoup de législation, de régulation eux-mêmes.
The countries are introducing legislation in their own countries. We see a lot of fragmentation throughout the European Union. So that is a problem. The second problem, when we look at e-privacy, this regulation started before the GDPR was finished. So in the text, they were reproducing the same things that were in the GDPR. So there's a duplication that, if it's not removed, will lead to problems in terms of implementation, will be creating a lot of confusion on the market. And this is also true when we look at AI regulations with MDR. When we look at the two regulations side by side, there are repetitions in these two texts. So we need a lot of work to be done still. to look at all of this and to put it all in order. And a last regulation that's not here, Data Governance Act and the Data Act. This is very important because it sets the foundation to see what we will have, and in April, a regulation that will create a data space for health in April. I think we'll talk about this more during the panel, and I can come back to it later.
Merci.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Pinto. Je ne sais pas si Monsieur Santini est arrivé.
Is Mr. Santini arrived?
Monsieur Pinto, je vais encore quand même me permettre d'exploiter votre présence justement.
So, Mr. Pinto, I'd just like to.
Lié à l'espace de données de santé.
You talked about the digital health space in Europe.
À propos duquel je voudrais interroger parce que.
And I'd like to ask you a question about that.
Par un communiqué de presse.
There was a press release. The French health system proposed their candidature to the European Union to prefigure in the European health space and show the relevance of such a space to improve research and health systems in Europe. There are also things that are still being drafted in this text. Could you tell us more about this European digital health space and present it in an operational way and what it could provide to the European citizens?
No longer hear the moderator. If that was a question directed to me, I did not hear it.
Je répète
I'll repeat my question in that case. I'll repeat my question for you, so Mr. Pinto. We're talking about this European space and health data. I wanted to put a question to you in order to establish whether you could go into more detail on the end purpose of this European space for health data. It's something that is in the course of being operational. We're talking here about the citizens. I'm afraid the moderator's connection is not very good. Let me repeat the question for Mr. Pinto. It concerns the pan-European space for health data. I wanted to put a question to you in order to see whether you could talk to us about the end purpose of this European space for data, about its capacity to become operational very quickly within the European space. The aim being, of course, to defend the citizens' interests.
Okay,
that is very loose translation.
Pour répondre de cette question, en fait, un espace donné pour la santé, c'est vraiment très important et vraiment très bienvenu. Qu'est-ce qu'on remarque maintenant? C'est une façon de faire des choses. Première chose, c'est pour qu'est-ce que j'appelle EHDS1. Ça, c'est la première façon comment moi, citoyen, peux accéder à mes données de santé comme citoyen. Et aussi, comment je peux accéder en fait tous mes profils de santé dans notre pays. Par exemple, je suis français, j'ai vécu pas mal de ma vie en France, mais je travaille en Belgique. Donc, avant en fait, jusque maintenant, c'est très très difficile si je tombe malade pour avoir mes données. C'est une procédure, c'est compliqué, c'est pas facile, c'est pas évident. Donc, cette régulation est en train d'adresser ça. Et on voit, en fait, il y a le leadership les pays qui fait énormément de progrès. La France, je suis très fier de dire ça. La France, c'est un très fort leader. Et j'espère dans cette présidentielle, on peut avancer sur cette première ordre de choses. Le deuxième partie de cette régulation, c'est pour comment on peut faire de recherche en Europe. Donc, comment moi, je peux avoir la confiance que les instituts académiques et aussi privés, c'est important pour montrer que l'Institut de recherche public et privé, ils travaillent très profondément ensemble. Donc, comment eux peuvent avoir l'accès à les données très importantes pour faire des vaccins, pour combattre le cancer, pour faire des traitements. Ça, c'est un autre système qui est en train de construire. On en voit en fait encore les pays qui sont très forts dans ça. On voit Finlande qui a construit un système où si moi, je suis un chercheur, un scientiste et je fais une demande pour les données de santé sur une recherche sur le cancer, par exemple, c'est très profondément regardé. Ils voient que c'est en ordre avec toutes les régulations, les lois, le GDPR et tout ça. Et en fait, après voilà, 6, 7, 8 mois, je peux avoir cette information. Et ça, c'est très important parce que quand j'ai fait des expériences, il faut que je fasse plusieurs expériences à la même fois et ça évite de moi de demander à la personne s'il est d'accord de donner le d'accord en fait pour moi pour utiliser cette information. Donc c'est très important. Et qu'est-ce qu'on regarde très prochainement et est-ce que cette régulation va avoir une habilité pour les pays pour partager ces données pour les recherches. Ça, c'est à voir parce que quand on sait, la santé, c'est une compétence de chaque pays dans l'Union européenne, ce n'est pas une compétence européenne. Donc, j'espère qu'on voit une habilité pour, en fait, les données peuvent traverser les frontières, mais encore, c'est à voir.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, Mr. Pinto.
Ma prochaine question porte sur le règlement DAS. Je sais que la Commission européenne a révisé le règlement DAS pour l'efficacité, l'étendre et promouvoir notamment les identités numériques fiables pour tous les Européens. L'identité numérique, c'est effectivement un catalyseur essentiel des transactions numériques. On a vu avec la crise aussi de la Covid-19 l'urgence de fournir rapidement à tous les citoyens et aux entreprises européennes une identité numérique qui soit acceptée et fiable pour permettre les échanges et l'accès aux services publics, au système de santé, avec les développements notamment de la télémédecine. Il faut éviter donc impérativement les fraudes à l'identité, les usurpations d'identité. Est-ce que, M. Santini, qui est en charge des affaires juridiques au sein de l'ANSSI, vous pourriez nous apporter quelques explications sur ce que va changer le règlement IDAS dans le domaine de l'identité numérique et ce que ça va apporter pour l'usager du système de santé.
Oui, alors je vais essayer, j'ai des gros soucis techniques de mon côté, je ne sais pas si vous m'entendez bien.
J'entends là en tout cas.
J'entends pas. Alors j'ai deviné le bout de la question, je ne sais pas si
I have a
l'intégralité.
vague idea of the question. I
Vous m'entendez ou pas?
able to hear it. Can you hear me?
Oui.
Yes.
Ok, très bien. Bon, bah écoutez, c'est pas réciproque, mais on va essayer d'avancer comme ça. Du coup, j'ai compris que la question portait sur les derniers développements en termes d'identité numérique au niveau du cadre réglementaire européen et du règlement IDAS en particulier. Donc là, ce que va prévoir la nouvelle mouture du règlement IDAS, donc en s'appuyant sur la proposition législative actuelle, parce que le règlement est encore en cours de négociation. Donc, ce qu'on trouve aujourd'hui dans ce texte pourrait avoir vocation à évoluer dans les prochains mois ou pas. C'est difficile de le savoir à ce stade. Mais ce qu'on observe donc dans cette nouvelle version du texte, c'est qu'il y a une volonté forte via ce portefeuille européen d'identité numérique de fournir aux citoyens une véritable boîte à outils qui lui permettent d'interagir avec des services publics et potentiellement avec des services privés. C'est-à-dire que quand on prend le règlement IDAS dans sa première version, donc tel qu'il a été élaboré et publié en 2014, on avait tout un ensemble d'outils divers et variés. On avait l'identification électronique d'une part, la signature électronique qualifiée d'autre part, et puis un certain nombre de services de confiance liés à la signature. Mais on n'avait pas forcément on va dire, d'outils centrés par le citoyen qui mettent tout ça ensemble et qui permettent de garantir que ça soit simple d'accès et utilisable pour lui. Typiquement en matière d'identification électronique, ou d'identité numérique selon le terme qu'on préfère, les États étaient libres de mettre à disposition des moyens d'identification électronique ou pas pour leurs citoyens. Ils étaient libres de viser un niveau de garantie substantiel ou élevé ou faible, qui sont des niveaux de sécurité prévus par le règlement IDAS. Et de la même manière, il n'y avait pas d'obligation particulière de s'assurer que le citoyen puisse mettre en œuvre de la signature électronique qualifiée, qui est la signature électronique de plus haut niveau. Ce qui fait que très concrètement, ce qu'on observe depuis 7 ans maintenant, 8 ans, presque 8 ans depuis la publication du règlement IDAS, c'est qu'on a encore un développement assez disparate de l'identification électronique dans les différents États membres de l'Union européenne. Certains s'y sont mis très vite, d'autres un petit peu moins. Et qu'on a un usage de la signature électronique, et notamment de la signature électronique qualifiée par le grand public, en dehors de certains cas d'usage très spécifiques, par exemple dans le domaine bancaire ou assurantiel, qui reste extrêmement faible. Et là, la volonté donc, de la Commission européenne avec cette proposition législative, c'est de s'assurer que finalement les États s'assurent, c'est maintenant une obligation, si ce n'est pas une possibilité, de mettre à disposition des citoyens donc ce portefeuille européen d'identité numérique, donc, qui inclura sur la base du texte actuel nécessairement un moyen d'identification électronique de niveau élevé, donc c'est le plus haut niveau. Ça veut dire qu'on pourra s'en servir pour accéder à tous les services publics qui sont offerts par voie dématérialisée aux citoyens. Une signature électronique qualifiée, ça veut dire que tous les citoyens pourront signer électroniquement avec une équivalence à la signature manuscrite et en droit national, donc en droit français, une présomption de fiabilité toute preuve du contraire, tout type d'acte, là encore, qui serait dématérialisé. Et ce portefeuille européen, il intègre également une nouvelle fonctionnalité qui n'existait pas dans la version précédente du règlement IDAS, qui est de la divulgation d'attributs. C'est-à-dire que l'identification électronique, c'est vraiment du tout pour rien. C'est-à-dire que quand on s'identifie électroniquement, on donne son nom, son prénom, sa date de naissance, son lieu de naissance, un certain nombre d'informations. J'ai plus la liste exhaustive en tête. Mais disons que c'est très adapté quand on veut s'identifier auprès d'un service public et qu'on a besoin de donner toutes nos informations sur nous-mêmes et qu'il n'y a pas vraiment d'enjeu de protection de la vie privée. C'est un peu moins adapté, par exemple, lorsqu'on est dans le cadre d'une transaction commerciale et qu'on a intérêt à divulguer uniquement certaines de ces informations, mais pas nécessairement toutes. Le partage d'attributs, la divulgation d'attributs qui est prévue dans ce portefeuille européen d'identité numérique, ça vise justement à répondre à ce type de cas d'usage où on aurait envie d'indiquer qu'on est soit majeur, soit qu'on habite dans telle localité, soit qu'on a tel âge, soit qu'on a tel nom de famille, etc., sans envoyer l'intégralité des informations. Donc là aussi, c'est une fonction qui va être portée par ce portefeuille européen d'identité numérique, qui va s'appuyer sur un réseau de prestataires de services de confiance qui vont avoir la charge de vérifier ces attributs-là, de vérifier leur authenticité et puis de les émettre aux possesseurs du portefeuille. Et juste pour finir sur ces attributs, donc on n'est pas uniquement non plus sur des attributs liés à l'état civil de la personne, mais potentiellement sur des éléments complémentaires à valeur ajoutée tels qu'une preuve de possession d'un certain
aspects. For
diplôme
example, you can
ou d'un droit à
prove through
conduire ou tout
your
ce qu'on peut
electronic
imaginer. On peut
signature and identity that you have certain diplomas
du monde
or
de la
that you've
santé
passed your driving
sur
test, for
certains
example,
attributs liés
or you
à
can
la santé
provide
de la
certain
personne
elements of information
ou à
related to
son
your
statut, je sais
health
pas, auprès
or
de l'assurance
related to
maladie,
your status in
qui
terms
pourrait
of the social
être
security
transféré par ce
system.
biais-là.
And all of this
Donc
information
vraiment,
potentially
faut
can
voir
be
une évolution
transferred via
significative
this
du
system.
texte sur cet
So it's
aspect-là,
a
où on vient construire quelque
significant
chose vraiment
evolution
clé
in
en main,
terms of the
qui
text.
permette aux
We really
citoyens
do make sure that it's a
d'interagir.
system that will enable citizens to interact
L'intérêt, enfin, c'est
with
l'objet
the
principal du
authorities
texte,
in
mais également
force
avec le service
and
privé,
also with private
pour tous les
services that be
échanges du monde
necessary
numérique qui
for any
nécessitent de la
exchanges
confiance
in the digital world
entre deux
that
parties.
need a degree of trust
Une
between
fois
the
qu'on
different
a dit
parties.
ça,
This
les cas
being
d'usage
said,
dans le
I
domaine de
would
la
say the
santé, puisqu'il me
use
semble que
cases in
c'était
the health
un
sector,
des
because
aspects
I think that
de la
was
question
one
qui
of
était
the
posée, parce
aspects
que
that
j'en
you
ai
put in the
entendu.
question that you put to me,
Là,
because I'm
c'est
afraid I
plus
couldn't hear all of
difficile
the
de les
question.
décrire,
Here it's a bit more difficult to describe exactly
à mon
what kind
niveau.
of
Je les
usage
maîtrise
will
assez
be
mal,
made
mais
available. I
également
don't necessarily
pour le
have
public de
personal
spécialistes
knowledge
que
myself.
vous êtes,
I know that you're a
je
group
pense
of
que vous
specialists,
pouvez imaginer
so
assez
I'm
aisément
sure
ce qu'on
you
peut
can
faire d'un
imagine quite
dispositif qui
easily
permet de
what
manière
you can
fiable
do with
d'apporter
this
une
kind
identité
of tool
numérique
or
et de
system
permettre à un
whereby we
citoyen de
provide a
s'engager sur
digital
différents types d'actes.
identity and
Et quand je
whereby
dis citoyen,
the
par
citizens
nature,
can
ça inclut
use this
également tous
approach.
les
When I
professionnels de
say
santé, enfin
citizens,
toutes
I
les
mean
personnes
health
qui
professionals as
interagissent,
well,
mais
of
dans le
course,
monde
all of
professionnel,
the people who interact in the
sur ces
professional
sujets-là et qui
world
pourraient
on all
mettre à
of these
profit
different
le
subjects,
portefeuille dans
and who
ce contexte-là.
notably could be interested in using what I call the digital
Merci beaucoup.
portfolio.
Et peut-être si je peux me
Thank you very
permettre,
much.
Monsieur
If you
Santini,
don't mind,
question
Mr. Santini, I do
complémentaire,
have an additional question
parce
I'd
que donc
like
là,
to
je
put
l'avais
to you,
centré vraiment
because
sur
for the moment
l'identité
I'd been focusing
numérique, mais il y
on
a
the
aussi,
digital
en termes de
identity,
procédés
but in
techniques
terms of the technical
assez en vogue quand
processes,
même,
there is something that
le
is very
dispositif de la
trendy.
blockchain.
There's
Et
what we
je
call
me
a
demandais
blockchain
si
system,
le
and I was
règlement
wondering
IDAS,
basically
une fois
whether
refondu,
this system that you've been
comportera des
described,
précisions
once it's
sur ce
been revised,
procédé-là,
will it
puisque
provide any more
une des
precise
questions qui a
information
pu
regarding blockchains?
se poser à propos de ce
Because one of the
procédé était
questions that
faut-il
we've
réguler la
had
blockchain
was,
ou pas,
should we regulate the
ou bien est-ce
blockchain
que
or not?
finalement
Or
ce
on the
procédé
contrary,
va
at the end of the
s'intégrer
day, will this
dans
process just
ce
become part
portefeuille
and parcel of the
d'outils
portfolio that you've described,
avec les
the
différents
portfolio
niveaux
of
de
tools along with the
sécurité que
different levels of
fixe le
security
règlement
that will
IDAS
be
dans ces
set
cas-là,
out
qui
by
vont être
the
repris
set of
d'une façon ou
rules
d'une autre
themselves?
dans IDAS 2, entre guillemets.
IDAS 2, in other words, the second iteration of this set
Alors,
of rules.
j'ai entendu une partie de la question
I
qui
heard
évoquait le
part
sujet de
of
la
the
blockchain.
question
Ensuite, j'ai entendu une
concerning
autre partie de la
blockchains,
question
and then
sur
I
la
heard another
sécurité. Je ne sais pas
part
si les deux
of the
sont
question
liés.
on
Je
security. I
vais
don't
déjà
know whether
répondre sur
both
la
are
première
related.
partie.
Yes, they are related.
Alors en fait, le règlement IDAS par
Okay,
nature est
the
agnostique du
IDAS
point de vue de la
rules
technologie. C'est-à-dire que
performs a
vous ne verrez
diagnosis in
aucune
relation to
disposition
the
dans le règlement
technology.
IDAS, que
Will
ce
you
soit
not see any
l'ancienne version
provision
entre
in the
guillemets, enfin,
rule,
la version
whether in
actuellement en
the
vigueur,
previous version,
la version
the
en cours de
version in
discussion
force, or the
ou la
version that we're
version
currently
définitive,
discussing,
ça, on
or
peut en
the
être
final
certain,
version that will come
qui
out?
préconisera ou
No version
qui
will
dissuadera
make
de l'emploi d'une technologie
recommendations or dissuade
particulière. Et
people
la
from using a
blockchain,
specific
au
type of
final, ce
technology.
n'est qu'une
And
technologie.
blockchain,
C'est-à-dire
at
que
the end
c'est
of the
un
day, is
moyen
nothing more
technique
than a
d'arriver à
technology.
une
It's a
fin
technical way of
métier de la
achieving
même
an
manière
end,
qu'une
of
base de
doing
données
a job.
relationnelle permet de le
It's a
faire,
way of
ou que l'emploi de la
using
cryptographie
data
asymétrique dans certains cas permet de le faire. Enfin, la
as
blockchain,
encryption
c'est un outil.
can be used as well.
Ce
The
qui va
blockchain,
compter,
basically,
c'est
it's a
la
tool, it's a
finalité qu'on va
system, but
réussir à
what
atteindre
will
avec
count is
cet
the end
outil.
purpose of what we're
Quand on
doing
regarde le
with the
règlement IDAS,
tool.
donc comme je le
If I
disais,
look at
il
the
est
IDAS
agnostique du
rules,
point de
as
vue de la
I said,
technologie.
we perform a
On a un
diagnosis in
certain
relation
nombre
to
de
the
dispositions du
technology. We've
règlement
got a certain
IDAS
number of provisions in the
qui se
IDAS
marient assez
rules
mal avec de la
that
blockchain.
don't
Enfin, on
tend
est
to
quand même
go
vraiment sur un
sit
régime
very well
centralisé
with
où on a des
blockchain.
autorités
The
centrales
centralized
qui
origin, for
confirment
example, we have
la fiabilité d'un
authorities that
certain nombre de
confirm
choses,
the
où on a
reliability of certain
des
things, or
émetteurs
not
de
as the
données
case might
d'identité,
may
d'attributs,
be.
etc.,
We've got
qui
systems that
remontent à une encre
issue
de confiance,
data,
à une liste de
and
confiance,
it's very important to
qui font
guarantee
qu'en fait,
the
il y a un certain
trust
nombre de cas d'usage pour lesquels
between
on
the
a
different
déjà des
parties.
solutions
So there are
technologiques qui
certain types
aujourd'hui
of usage where we've already got
sont
technological
déployées au titre du règlement
solutions,
IDAS
and
actuel et
they
qui
are deployed at
ne
the current
nécessitent pas la
time,
mise en œuvre de
and they
blockchain en
do not
complément.
require the implementation of a
On a eu par
blockchain
le
solution.
passé
In the
quelques
past, I
services,
would
à ma
simply
connaissance, qui
stress that
s'appuient sur la
there have
blockchain,
been a
notamment un
few
service
departments or
d'horodatage électronique
services
en Estonie, mais ça reste quelque chose
in
d'assez minoritaire.
Estonia, for example, example,
Après, là, ce qu'on voit changer,
they
alors,
use
là, c'est
a
difficile d'être
timing
certain
system
de ce que
using
ça va donner
blockchain,
pour cette
but
technologie
I
en
think it's quite
particulier.
difficult for some people to
Je ne suis
know
pas
what difference or
devin et je
not
serais sans doute
blockchain
surpris par ce
will
qui va être
make.
développé
I'm sure in the
par les
future I'll be
industriels et
very
par les
surprised at
prestataires.
what
Mais on
industrialists
voit
and service
deux
providers
changements dans le
develop.
règlement. Le
But we do
premier,
see
c'est le
two
fait qu'on a
changes
un
in the
nouveau
rule.
service
The
de
first point is
confiance
that we
qui
have a
traite des
new
registres électroniques, ou
trust
des ledgers
party
en
concerning
anglais, dont les contours et la finalité ne sont pas extrêmement clairs pour moi, pour être totalement honnête, mais qui, dans la façon dont ils sont décrits, donnent l'impression effectivement qu'on est en train d'inclure dans la réglementation quelque chose qui pourrait s'appuyer sur de la blockchain. C'est pas écrit explicitement, c'est pas une obligation, mais on a des registres qui pourraient effectivement permettre de notariser le contenu des informations stockées dans une blockchain. Ce ne serait pas incohérent au vu de la façon dont c'est décrit. En revanche, on n'a pas la finalité d'emploi de ces registres, donc ce sera un outil parmi d'autres qui aura une existence réglementaire, mais ensuite charge on va dire, aux responsables d'application, aux responsables métiers de trouver des cas d'application, par exemple dans le domaine de la santé, à cette la deuxième chose qu'on voit, alors ça n'aura pas d'existence par voie réglementaire, mais c'est un certain nombre de discussions autour des concepts de self-sovereign identity et gestion d'identité décentralisée au sens large, dans le contexte de l'identité numérique et du portefeuille européen d'identité numérique. Là, honnêtement, c'est très difficile de savoir dans quelle direction ça va aller, et je pense plus probable que chaque État membre, chaque responsable d'un portefeuille européen d'identité numérique implémentera, lorsqu'on descend à ce niveau de détail des technologies retenues, la solution qui lui paraît la plus pertinente. Donc, est-ce qu'on aura des implémentations qui s'appuient sur de la gestion d'identité décentralisée au sein de l'Union européenne? Possiblement, peut-être. Aujourd'hui, j'en connais pas dans le contexte actuel. Est-ce qu'on en aura en France en particulier? Je suis incapable de le dire, pour être totalement honnête, mais en tout cas, c'est une possibilité qui n'est pas fermée par le règlement IDAS lui-même. Et ensuite, en ce qui concerne le sujet de la sécurité, fondamentalement, vu que le règlement est agnostique de la technologie, il n'y a pas de surcouche de sécurité ou d'affaiblissement ou de régime dérogatoire si on utilise de la blockchain. Donc, fondamentalement, on a des exigences de sécurité qui existent, qui sont prévues par le règlement, notamment sur l'identification électronique, qui seront peut-être précisées autant que nécessaire pour le portefeuille européen d'identité numérique. Derrière, si on utilise une blockchain, on doit toujours répondre à ces exigences de sécurité et les décliner en fonction de la technologie concernée et des risques induits par cette technologie-là. Après, sur les risques spécifiques liés à la blockchain, je vais être un petit peu sec, parce que, comme je le disais, on n'a pas rencontré réellement d'implémentation technique. En tout cas, aucune qui a été soumise à validation de l'ANSSI. Jusque-là, on ne s'est jamais vraiment penché sur les risques spécifiques, en tout cas, on n'a pas eu à s'y confronter dans le cadre d'une évaluation. On n'y est pas fermé, et en l'occurrence, on a des solutions de ce type-là qui doivent voir le jour au niveau français. L'ANSSI sera amené à rendre un avis dessus au titre de notre rôle d'organe de contrôle prévu par le règlement IDAS. Évidemment, les prendra en compte, et puis on s'assurera que le niveau de sécurité nécessaire soit bien atteint.
Merci beaucoup pour cette réponse très complète. J'enchaînerai là sur une question un peu plus on va dire sensible, et pour rebondir sur le panorama des textes, vous aurez remarqué qu'on va mentionner jurisprudence. Or, il y a au moins une jurisprudence qui est très connue,
but there is
qui
one
vient
type of
de la
case
Cour de
law
justice de
that
l'Union
comes from the
européenne,
Court of
qui
Justice
est
of the European
la
Union
décision
that
qui a été
concerns
prise
the decision
le
that
16 juillet
was
2020
made
par
on the 7th of
CGE,
July
appelée
2020,
Schrems
and
2,
this is called the
et
Schrems
qui a
2, I
trait
think she said,
aux
and this is
conditions
in
de
relation
transfert des
to
données
the
à
conditions under
caractère
which one
personnel
can transfer personal
et
data,
qui concerne donc
and
les
this
mécanismes
concerns
de
the
ces transferts de
mechanisms
données personnelles, en
for
particulier
the
entre
transfer
l'Union
of this
européenne
data,
et
notably
les
between the
États-Unis.
European Union and the
On voit
United
aujourd'hui que
States.
malgré toute
What
la
we're
somme
seeing
de
today
textes que
is that
l'on a
despite all of the different
aujourd'hui,
legislative
qu'on a
texts that
certains
have gradually come to the
vides
fore,
juridiques, en tout cas,
and many of them are
tentent
legal texts that we're well familiar with
compensés par des
and that are
recommandations, notamment
offset
de
by
l'IPB sur les
recommendations
mesures
concerning the different
compensatoires, on va dire,
compensatory
à la suite
mechanisms
de l'annulation du
following on
privacy shield.
from
Est-ce
the
que
cancellation of certain
je vais poser
aspects.
cette
Let me
question-là
put
à
my
Monsieur
question
Pinto
to
et également
Mr.
aussi
Pinto
à Monsieur Carry.
and
Est-ce
also
que
to Mr.
cette
Carry.
jurisprudence
I would
a
like to know whether
perturbé
this
donc les
Kate law,
travaux
this jurisprudence
de
has
l'espace
upset
européen de
or
données de
overturned
santé,
the work
et
that
est-ce
has
que ça
been
vient,
done
c'est
on
compliqué à prendre en compte là
health
au quotidien
information or health
dans
data,
tout ce qui est
and what
projet
impact is it
numérique
having on
en
the
santé.
digital projects in the health sector?
Monsieur Pinto, peut-être d'abord.
Over to you, Mr. Pinto, possibly first. The interpreters are waiting for the sound. As soon as we're able to hear, we will interpret.
Pardon, excusez-moi, j'étais sur mouette.
I do apologize. Sorry, I hadn't turned my microphone on. Could you repeat the question, please?
Le sujet là, de la décision
We've talked about the European decision called Schrems 2 that focuses on the sovereignty, digital sovereignty. It has an impact on the work relating to the European space and to health. My question is this a question that needs to be taken into account? And if so, how do you take it into account in the light of the state of law that it has created?
Merci, très bon.
Thank you very much. It's an excellent question.
Et c'est pas très évident pour donner
it's not easy to give the answer.
Schrems,
because in fact, Schrems is an interpretation that is provided by the court. The court says that they have simply seen that the data that is exchanged between the European Union and the United States, it is not, let's say, it's not protected, it's not insured. In other words, a European citizen doesn't have the same level of protection in the United States regarding their data as we're able to provide here in Europe.
Ça, c'est plutôt une question de confiance.
That, I would argue, is a question of confidence or trust, and it's a question of insurance that this equivalent exists in the United States for the European citizen. And from my perspective, it's something that is currently being addressed. I think that maybe it's a tiny bit dangerous to mix everything up and to say at the end of the day that this decision came about in order to guarantee or ensure the sovereignty of data for Europe. For what reason? Well, basically because when we have a look at digital sovereignty, and it's explained by the European Commission, it's all about the ability that a country has in Europe in order to guarantee that we as European citizens benefit from safe exchange of our data. It's simply to make sure that data can be exchanged, but in such a way that we can develop artificial intelligence. Today, the European Commission, for example, is scheduled to focus on the CHIPS Act, so they're going to talk about semiconductors, microprocessing, that kind of thing.
En fait, ça, c'est une régulation si c'est bien fait.
If the regulations, if the rules are well implemented,
et s'il y a l'argent pour l'investissement,
if there is money out there for the investments, Europe is very well positioned in order to be able to produce the chips that are currently missing. If we look at things from a global perspective. So that's my answer to the first question. The second point I would like to raise is that it's actually not a very good way of describing data if we say that data has to always stay in Europe. Because as we've seen with the COVID pandemic, it was extremely difficult. It was very problematic to monitor data and to create the COVID vaccine. There's no real instrument that worked very well when it comes to data exchange between Europe and the United States. And also, even if we look at things simply at the level of the European Union, I've heard quite a few stories about the fact that there were lots of clinical trials that were ongoing here in Europe, but it was impossible, I repeat, it was impossible to receive all of the information from all of the clinical trials that were taking place in Europe simultaneously. So there's also an example that hasn't been published, but talk is of 600 clinical trials that were performed in Europe in order to create a vaccine, but the company, or rather the institute that attempted to compile all of the data on these experiments stipulated that they were only able to obtain data from 6 of the organizations because there's a massive problem in terms of the fragmentation of the data and fragmentation of the laws. I will stop there.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Nous allons passer au témoignage
so we're going to move on to the testimonial from
Pekka
our
Kari, qui est donc le
Next
DSI du
speaker,
CHU
Mr. Pekka Kari, who is IT Director for Helsinki University Hospital. I wanted to ask you, please, to give us your point of view, your vision of how you're doing with dematerialization and how you use digital aspects in your country. And also, can you please talk, sir, about your perception concerning the rules in force? Do you perceive the rules as being an obstacle, or on the contrary, do you consider that the rules provide you with enhanced capacity for innovating? And so over to you, if you would like to talk to us very briefly about these subjects.
Yes, so good morning and regards from Helsinki, snowy weather here. I've had a bit difficulties to listen to the discussion because of an echo in my earphones. So I will just remove these and try to talk otherwise. So bringing a little bit of the Nordic perspective into the discussion, as you might be aware that there is a long tradition in the Nordic countries of collecting and using health data in quite various ways for research, for scientific research, and also for the management and planning of the health system activities. That has been based on a strong trust on the public services and the authorities in a national level, which has made possible extensive collection of data and even combination of different data sets based on the unique personal ID that is used in the Nordic countries. And this has been very widely also accepted by citizens and especially well by patients, which are really, in fact, even demanding or expecting that their data be used into making the lives of other patients better by developing new treatments or pharmaceuticals to help them. As a consequence, the tradition in the Nordic countries, or at least especially in Finland, that the regulation was quite relaxed and the practices were quite relaxed. And now when the picture of the regulatory environment that was drawn in the beginning of this session, it's really a major change in our environment compared to what we had like 20 years ago. When it comes to cybersecurity in general in the health sector, so the big sort of turning point in Finland was the enactment of a National E-Health Services Act in 2007, which sort of founded national e-health services where all healthcare providers were, it was mandatory to participate, and there were also mandatory audits and cybersecurity requirements that were set for IT systems. And this during the 2010s, it increased the competence in the healthcare providers, like in basic cybersecurity, quite substantially. Then when we came to 2018 and GDPR setting into force, so in Finland, the National Act for the secondary use of health data was enacted, in fact, to make the national structures for applying GDPR and introducing like a national data permit authority and some requirements for the environments where data be processed to be regulated, and then bringing them also into cybersecurity requirements formally in place. And this is now at the moment, so the data controllers, both public and private providers, are putting a lot of effort to comply with these regulations. For instance, our hospital has put in place and audited an ISO 27001 information security management system according to the international standard. So there's lots of activities ongoing, but the consequences of the increased cyber awareness and privacy awareness, and which is of course necessary in terms of making sure that the digitalized world is not subject to attacks or privacy breaches. but the consequences for research and scientific activities are quite sort of troubling or concerning at the moment. Scientists report that navigating this legal environment is really difficult. So a lot of effort has to be put, a lot of money has to be put, new kinds of roles need to be introduced to scientific groups or clinical groups in order to start research that uses data. So it requires a lot of effort. Cross-border collaboration, even within Europe, has become quite difficult. I think that one reason for that is that healthcare organizations, at least up north, they are very risk averse as data controllers. So there is no willingness to take any type of risk, and even if the sort of risk assessment or analysis shows that the risks can be managed, still the perception of risk is seen as something not to take at all. As a consequence, so maybe large research programs, large scientific groups can manage this, but we are a little bit worried that there is lots of small, quite focused, quite practical, clinical or clinically oriented research that you would use data resources. So these projects, they will not start because the scientists just don't have the time or the effort required to go through the legal and bureaucratic barriers is too big. And this is where we really see that European efforts would be needed, both on a top-down approach, as has been planned. For example, the initiatives on European health data spaces is a highly welcome if it creates these types of conditions or frameworks where data can be shared. Again, then bearing in mind that the data controllers, to be able to work there, they have to be, somehow modify their culture. This total risk awareness has to be somehow overcome. But there's also need for bottom-up activities because top-down or harmonization within Europe takes a lot of time. And we think that we need to find ways, practical ways to work cross-border and do data-driven projects, even meanwhile. So all kinds of initiatives will make possible data ecosystems to be set up, either as a federated data processing or some sort of cross-certification of data environments or some types of activities that allow scientific groups to use data, work with it, because the results help significantly both healthcare and then new medicine and medical sciences to go forward. And I think that at least in the north, it's still the case that the citizens accept it widely and the patients even demand it. So I think there's a lot of room for action and need for action, both locally in countries and in organizations, but also in a European level. So with this, conclude and be happy to answer any more questions or participate in the discussion.
It seems we've lost our moderator for the time being.
J'ai l'impression que Florence a des soucis.
So it seems that Florence is having some technical problems.
Du coup, est-ce que dans la salle, il y a...
Are there any questions from the auditorium for our speakers?
Alors, du coup, ce que je vous remercie.
Well, then, in that case, I'd like to thank you, Romain, Ray, and Pekka, for your presentations. I propose that we stop our panel discussion here because we have lost Florence, and perhaps you can join us again at 2 p.m. with the same streaming links for the English and for the French. We're going to go for lunch now here in France. And you know how important lunch is here. And thank you so much for participating in this first morning of our Health Cyber Camp. Thank you to you all, and enjoy your lunch.
Bon appétit.
Merci beaucoup, bon appétit.
Merci. Alors, je ne sais pas si, du coup,
So we finished a little bit early, so I propose our keynote speakers will be interviewed in this room. So for those of you who are having lunch with us, and you're all cordially invited, the restaurant is on the other side. And join us for lunch. That will be a sit-down lunch, not a stand-up cocktail lunch. So I invite you to head to the restaurant quickly. Earlier, we talked about an escape game deployed in the Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region. We've developed a serious game called MediRisk. Some of you may be familiar with it, and there's a demonstration when you leave the auditorium, so don't hesitate to stop for a few minutes, and Antoine will be present all day long. So for those of you who want to play a quick game, 10 to 15 minutes, you can try this serious game and see that it's a tool that can be used by management. I think Sébastien Chabanel did give it a try. Sébastien does like these serious games. So thank you all. Enjoy your lunch. See you at the restaurant.
Good afternoon once again, everybody.
Deuxième partie, votre
Thank you very much for being present for this second part of CyberCamp.
Un petit peu de retard.
I do apologize, we're running slightly late.
Ceux qui n'étaient pas présents, le repas fut excellent.
We had an excellent lunch and we went to a wonderful place in Lyon, so it took slightly longer than it should have taken. If you send me a private message, I can give you the address of this wonderful restaurant in Lyon. So joking apart,
le contexte Covid
the COVID context means that we have one of our speakers who's a contact case, so who's going to be with us remotely. I hope that all will go well with our connection. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce Fabien Bezos, who is the CEO of Bacento, a company that provides specialized advice on medical devices. And he's very fortunate in that he's going to be responsible for running this roundtable. So he'll introduce our two speakers. Thank you very much, Didier, for passing over to me, and I'm very honoured to have the opportunity to be in charge of this shift, the graveyard shift after lunch. No, I'm very happy to be here. So this afternoon, we're going to be focusing on the following theme: medical devices software and how to take into account health data protection issues.
Avant de présenter brièvement nos
I go into detail on our different speakers and introduce them to you, I would like to put a certain number of figures on the table. First of all, a hospital bedroom, it contains about 17 connected objects, and in terms of connected implants, if we look at the risks associated with these implants, there are 1,400 vulnerabilities in a single implant. So once you've got these two figures in mind, I'm sure they will resonate to a certain extent and well and truly enable you to understand why it's so important to pay attention to cyber attacks potentially, and also to all of the regulatory legal corpses that mean that hospitals and clinics have to protect themselves along with all health workers. We have three speakers. I'll give them the opportunity to each introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll get to the heart of the matter without holding on. So I believe that online we have Maria Hassel and Gregory Cordia. Maria, would you like to introduce yourself very briefly, please?
Thank you. It's so nice for me to be connecting to your conference this way. My name is Maria Hassel, and I'm a senior advisor and an international coordinator at the Swedish eHealth Agency.
Merci Maria. Est-ce que Grégory,
Thank you very much, Maria. Gregory, could you introduce yourself as well, please?
Oui, bonjour, vous m'entendez?
Très bien. Ouais.
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Bonjour, enchanté, merci pour l'invitation. Je suis Grégory Cordier et responsable de la partie conformité technique dans la société ResMed, qui travaille sur des solutions innovantes pour amener les patients à se faire soigner chez eux et sortir de l'hôpital. Ça, on en revient au point que vous évoquiez juste avant.
Merci Grégory.
Thank you very much, Grégory. Jean-Pierre,
la scène avec moi.
Jean-Pierre, you're on stage, on your own on stage with me. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jean-Pierre Barré. I'm Sales Director for France for the company Wallix. Wallix is the name of the founder of the company, and no doubt we'll go into detail on the role played by him. I'm also delighted to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I didn't have a small lunch, so it's very hard for me to stay wide awake. We're in charge of access management within Wallix and also in charge of identity management. Thank you to all of you. So as I said, we're going to get to the heart of the matter very quickly. And my idea was that we could organize this discussion into several parts. First of all, the challenges and the stakes that we're talking about in terms of data in the medical environment. And then the second part, where each of you will have the opportunity to talk about the tools, the solutions, the methods that you're able to provide, that you've implemented, that you are implementing, or that you're going to implement, or that you have in mind, in order to guarantee both to patients, industrialists, hospitals, and the authorities that the solution that you develop is a viable solution that guarantees the integrity of the patient's data. Maybe we could start out with you, Maria. You, Maria, I think you could give us a vision of the health authorities' point of view in terms of the challenges related to the protection of health data.
Yeah, so the challenges with protecting health data for patients is, I think, first of all, we have to be able to collect data in the first place. If we can explain to patients why we are collecting their data when they're using a medical device, for instance, it's easy to sort of explain to them why we are treating their information in certain settings. And it's quite easy to explain that when it comes to the primary use of health data. If a patient is using a medical device as part of their treatment, it's easy to explain that the information that we collect will be kept in their medical records, will be accessed by just the licensed physicians and nurses that will need it to treat them. And that's usually just okay, that's not a problem. The challenge comes with we want to collect data for secondary use, for research, medical research, and so forth, the developing of procedures and treatments. And we've found in my country that if we can find a way to explain to patients that we are still going to keep their information protected and what we are going to use it for, they are more than willing to share information. More than 90% in a survey done just last year replied that they were willing to share their medical data, their sensitive personal health data, if it was for the purpose of medical research. So if you take the time to explain and make sure that you have all these security features in place, it's a good thing to have the trust of the patient, because if you have a good relationship with the patient, you will gather the information, and if you can prove that, you also keep it safe and use it for the purpose it was intended for, we can get a long way within our relationship with the patients.
Merci, merci Maria pour cette
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much for this first set of comments. I think that by way of a reaction, it could be of interest to have Gregory's perspective in terms of data collection or the challenges that could potentially be related to collecting data. Can you give us the industrialist perspective, please?
Oui, merci. J'aime beaucoup ce que dit Maria. Principalement, je résume un peu ce qu'elle vient de dire sur le terme de la transparence, et qui est un sujet fondateur pour les industriels. Et si je veux revenir sur la problématique des enjeux, bon, la clé principale, le centre, le nerf de la guerre, c'est le patient, c'est lui c'est ses données sur lesquelles qui ont besoin d'être utilisées. L'important pour le patient, je pense principalement, c'est d'avoir un contrôle, de comprendre ce que l'on veut faire avec ces données, à qui elles sont partagées par exemple, mais aussi pour quelles utilisations elles seront faites, la finalité de l'utilisation de ces données. Et bien entendu, la partie confidentialité, en plus de tout, sur l'utilisation des données potentiellement qui pourraient être frauduleuses, ce genre de choses. Il a besoin d'avoir ce niveau d'information. Je pense que c'est clé pour aller plus loin. Ensuite, il y a les professionnels de santé qui ont, je pense, besoin d'arriver de maximiser leur niveau de sensibilisation sur l'importance des données des patients, des données de santé. Ils sont au cœur aussi de l'activité de notre système, et leur niveau de sensibilisation est très important pour qu'ils puissent prendre en compte l'importance de ces données, et notamment leur niveau de responsabilité sur ces données, au niveau de la protection des patients. Par défaut, que ce soit une petite pharmacie de quartier, par exemple, les salariés directement de cette pharmacie auront accès à des données patientes. Je ne suis pas sûr que leur niveau de connaissance sur la protection des données de santé est encore optimal. On peut encore faire plus. Et c'est là où j'en arrive aux industriels, qui sont là pour accompagner les professionnels de santé sur la partie sensibilisation, sur les accompagner aussi pour les aider à maintenir un haut niveau de responsabilité de la gestion des données, mais aussi pour garantir aux patients que ces données seront utilisées pour les buts qui ont été mentionnés, pour les finalités qui auront été acceptées par le patient via du consentement ou d'autres systèmes. Et je pense que c'est toute cette chaîne qui peut permettre d'aller plus loin et de gagner, du coup, de revenir sur mon point d'origine, la transparence, en augmentant le niveau de confiance que les patients et les professionnels de santé pourront avoir envers les industriels.
Merci Grégory. On va accueillir Benjamin qui s'est connecté entre-temps. Peut-être que Benjamin peut se présenter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you, and apologies. I experienced some degree of technical difficulties on my end. My name is Benjamin Meany. I'm Digital Health Manager here at MedTech Europe, focusing specifically and first and foremost on medical device software regulation. I'm very delighted to be representing MedTech Europe today at this conference, and very much thank you all for the invitation. Perhaps maybe briefly to introduce MedTech Europe. MedTech Europe is the European Trade Association for the medical technology industry, including diagnostics, including medical devices, and digital health, representing the views of our industry to the European Union. MedTech Europe strives for the creation of a balanced regulatory environment which provides ample space for innovation while also ensuring state-of-the-art healthcare for patients. And thank you again, and I'm very much looking forward to the discussion with you all today. Thank you.
Merci Benjamin. Peut-être pour vous faire entrer dans la danse du débat, peut-être que vous pourriez nous présenter du point de vue européen les principaux challenges et les principaux enjeux liés à la collecte des données et à l'exploitation des données de patients dans un univers de dispositifs médicaux.
Yes, thank you very much. And perhaps I can come at this from the point of view of respect for patient privacy, you know, safety of patients, credibility of healthcare ecosystem, and the trust of citizens. And, you know, speaking not simply as a representative of the medical technologies industry now, but more so as an onlooker, safety of patients, credibility of the healthcare ecosystem, citizens' trust of healthcare, and specifically of digital healthcare, these are all intrinsically linked. Regulation both at European Union level and national level is quite advanced in some respects and yet lagging significantly behind in other respects. Speaking now in terms of the medical technologies in this industry, we have in place a regulatory framework that balances these aspects of safety, trust, with innovation and the pursuit of the state of the art. So you could argue that the digitalization is needed in European healthcare to be seen as credible, to ensure the best possible treatment for patients, and by extension to ensure the patients have the best possible outcome. These aspects are very much on the minds of our industry, and I look forward to discussing a bit more with my co-panelists and the moderator. Thank you.
Merci Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Jean-Pierre, maybe you'd like to round off what's been said, or maybe add an extra point. Maybe you could refer to the technical aspects relating to the solutions that are provided. And once again, we're talking about the challenges that the industry has to take on board. Well, first of all, thank you to all of the speakers. It's true, a lot of very interesting things has been said. You've talked about trust. I think that's very much at the heart of the problem. You've talked about enlightened consent as well. When you go see a doctor normally explains to you what the challenges are, what the risks are in relation to an operation, for example. And we look to introduce all of this when we talk to patients. We tell them that their personal data will be protected, that we're going to keep it safe. And we've talked about the industrialists, but the industrialists really do need information. They need to be able to collect information so that they're going to be able to work on data processing. And without consent from the patients, it just won't be possible to obtain this information, of course. Now, this being said, it's also important to reassure patients as to the fact that the information, and this is an aside, I think we need to think about categories for the information. For the moment, we talk about making the data anonymous, but if you talk to the general public and talk about making data anonymous or the anonymization of data, people won't understand what we're talking about. So we have to simply guarantee to patients that their data is going to be put in a category at a given moment in time. This data will be controlled and the access will be controlled. We've talked about the need to understand, the need to know. And why should we give information to people, lots of information to people, if they don't need it all? This is why I say we need to put the information that is necessary into categories and explain that in certain cases we might need all of a patient's information. A doctor needs all of the patient's information. However, the pharmacist might not need to see all of the details. And in the same way, the industrialist who needs to collect information doesn't necessarily need to see the name, the address, the social security number. So this basic idea whereby we talk about enlightened consent, and the heart of the problem, or the solution rather, is to create specific categories. And if you've got a trusting environment, then necessarily people will provide you with the information that you request. But let me stress that the information is absolutely what we all need. The different options, we can talk about them a bit further down the line. But But obviously, there are all kinds of solutions to make the access safe and so on and so forth. Thank you, Jean-Pierre. This leads me to another question that maybe Maria and Gregory could cover. We often talk about creating a safe space, a trusting relationship between the patient and the industrialist, the health authorities and the patient. But in preparing the discussion, we've also identified the trusting relationship between the industrialist and the health authorities. And Maria said that a very important point is simply to succeed in guaranteeing to the industrialists that the authorities have the right level of understanding in terms of the industrial innovations, that they have sufficient understanding to be able to provide them with support and to be able to regulate in a relevant manner. Maria, would you like to go into detail on that? And then Gregory, can you give us your feedback?
Yeah, no, I think it's very crucial that the legislative authorities and the supervising authorities are aware of the technology advantages that are being done, because otherwise you can't, make the right requirements, and we can build systems that go down completely wrong road. I think it's there are many stakeholders in these ecosystems, and we do, in the end, have the same sort of end goal to be in the best interest of the patient. But we have to be aware of each other's needs. I think as a legislative agency, we have to understand the need of many, not just the manufacturer. We have to understand the need of the clinician, of the nurses and doctors who are going to use the systems, or the patients that are going to use the system. That the information processing of information and the flowing of information is reported by the system, and it's easy to do the right thing, that you don't compromise the health data just because it's a human who's using a system. Agencies have to understand the technical solutions, because sometimes solutions uses information from agencies, and we have to my agency, for example, we keep all the prescriptions and every support registry that is needed to validate information in prescriptions. And we have to make sure that systems that build towards our solution, that they understand how our system works, but we also have to understand how their system works to ensure that our system is not compromised in any way. So it's important to have a good relationship with both the manufacturers and the people who in the end are going to use the systems. I don't think it's necessarily sort of a opposite relationship between government agencies and manufacturers and companies. We really want to explore what's out there and to make the systems better and sort of benefit the patients in the end. Yeah.
Merci, Maria.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Gregory, peut-être que vous voulez.
Gregory, would you maybe like to react to what's just
oui, en
been
effet,
said?
je suis d'accord sur le travail
Yes,
ensemble.
absolutely.
Je pense que c'est
I
primordial.
absolutely agree. Yes,
La
it's absolutely
responsabilité n'est
vital
pas
to
que
work hand
sur
in hand. The
les
responsibility
organismes
doesn't
d'État
just lie at the
ou,
level of the state bodies, the state
oui, ou
organizations,
les offices, c'est aussi
or
sur les
within the different
industriels. Il est important
agencies.
que les industriels se
It's also up
rapprochent
to the
aussi de ces
industrialists. And yes,
organismes.
the
Par exemple,
industrialists
à
have to
ResMed,
get close to the
nous avons des
agencies and the
relations
bodies.
assez
We, for
régulières,
example,
que
have
ce
a
soit
very
avec la
close
CNIL,
and
avec
qualified
l'ANS,
relationship
avec
with the CNIL,
l'ANSI ou
with the
d'autres.
ANS, with ANSI, all of these French
C'est très
organizations
important pour
that
cette
work in
partie-là.
the health sector.
Le
And it's
principal
very, very
challenge, je pense,
important.
des
The main
industriels, c'est
challenge, I would
notamment
argue, for the
lorsqu'ils sont
industrialists
internationaux.
is
Faire le
international
lien avec, on y
prescriptions.
reviendra peut-être plus
In
tard, mais
other
le lien
words,
entre les
we
différents
maybe refer
organismes
back to this,
peut
but if you
être
look
un
at all the
vrai
different bodies and
challenge pour
organizations,
ces
sometimes it's very
industriels.
hard
Il
to
est très important
understand when
de
you're
créer
an
ce lien.
industrialist, what role is
Par
played
exemple,
by
nous, dans
each
notre cas, on a
entity.
été,
We, in our
nous ne sommes
specific
pas
situation, for
hébergeurs
example,
physiques, nous
we
sommes
are
considérés
not
comme
a
éditeurs ou
physical
infogéreurs.
hosting
Donc, nous avons choisi de
organization.
passer la
We're a
certification
software
HDS
publisher.
en
We've
discussion avec l'ANS
qualified with the
pour
HDS
vraiment
certification,
valider, bon, c'est
and we
quelques
worked
discussions
with
autour
the
de
Digital Health
ce
Agency
périmètre,
in France
pour
to make
discuter
sure that
de notre
we
périmètre et voir si
were
ça
able
faisait
to
du
talk about
sens.
this sector
En
and
effet,
to work in a meaningful
ça en fait
manner.
beaucoup. On y reviendra peut-être un peu plus tard, mais
And
du
we
coup,
might go
on en arrive à
into
avoir un
detail on
niveau de
this a bit later
sécurité
on, but
ou
basically
une
it means
gestion
that
de la
we're able to
sécurité à
have
tous les niveaux,
a way of managing
des
safety and
couches basses
security at
du
all
modèle
levels,
OSI
from the lower
jusqu'à la
levels
donnée,
right up
à
to
la
the
donnée
level
cliente.
of the client data or the patient data.
Très bien, merci Grégory.
Very good, thank you very much,
Est-ce
Gregory.
que Benjamin peut-être peut
Benjamin,
réagir
would you
sur
like
ça,
to comment maybe on
le
what's just
rôle
been said
de
on
MedTech
the
Europe
role
et
of MedTech
l'importance
Europe and the
d'appréhender un
importance
petit peu ces sujets
potentially
peut-être au
of
niveau
buying into
international,
these
alors
subjects at an
européen
international level? How do you
de
address them?
manière certaine et
I
peut-être
know
au-delà de
you
l'Europe.
address them at a European level, but what about above and beyond Europe?
You're on mute, Benjamin. We can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay, perfect. Yeah, maybe just to come in on just one point, and the fact of the matter that this is, a shared approach. We need to work very much hand in hand. For us, cybersecurity remains this shared responsibility, and cybersecurity in terms of protecting patient data, protecting health data, protecting healthcare institutions. The public and private sectors need to be continuing to work together to guarantee a safe digital space for everyone. And while the medical technologies industry strives for the delivery of state-of-the-art devices which do ensure the security and safety of operators and patients, the onus cannot be on industry alone. Public and private sectors do need to work together to deliver a digital health ecosystem that is safe and secure for everyone, for all actors. Cybersecurity remains a major concern for countries, and recent security breaches resulting in serious data theft and system shutdowns have shown this. However, while many of our industries and many industries in general have rushed to transform and guarantee sufficient levels of cybersecurity of their devices and services, public authorities have been far less speedy. Baseline public investment, for one, is desperately needed to tackle the ever-expanding cybersecurity threat landscape. Public investment needs to promote the uptake of digital solutions in healthcare institutions, the digitalization of healthcare, so to speak. Part of this in the long-term investment is an investment in skills necessary to keep our digital ecosystem, including the digital health ecosystem, safe for users and safe for patients. Perhaps coming back briefly to your comment, I would say that being regulated at European level would be the most important aspect for our industry. So looking at, the key regulatory frameworks for us, the medical technology industry is tightly regulated, and so is its access to health data for research and innovation, which is reflected also on the topic of the previous roundtable, as attendees of today's discussion will be already aware. There are a range of interacting and overlapping pieces of legislation which continue to influence this space, including the medical devices regulation, the in vitro diagnostic medical device regulation, and the GDPR. Beyond EU level regulation, of course, there are also the ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, these standards, as well as national provisions or legislation, policy, even professional codes of conduct, and national guidelines from regulatory authorities. In addition to strict compliance with these provisions, the medical technology industry is committed to the highest ethical standards. For the sake of this discussion, perhaps we can go into further detail on the MDR and the IVDR, the medical device regulatory framework, as if to form a single legal framework. Perhaps I will stop there and maybe come back to this point, and maybe pass over to my co-panelists.
Oui, on reviendra, Benjamin, avec
Yes, Benjamin will come back to the impact of MDR just afterwards. Perhaps we'll ask Jean-Pierre to talk about the European approach to cybersecurity solutions, because this is a central question. Yes, we talked about this over lunch. Indeed, today the interest of having regulations is, I shouldn't say that I'm an industrialist, but for industrialists, with a monopoly situation, the only way that the main hospitals have of buying and to oppose them is thanks to the regulations that are in force. When the financial stakes are not high enough and when the stakes in terms of image aren't enough, we can use the regulations to help define prices. I think Gregory said that the difficulty for industrial companies today is that when you want to work internationally, we're a international software publisher. The difficulty that we have today, when you want to work in a country, you have to get the certification in each country. In France, it's one. If you want to work in Germany or in the United Kingdom, the US, systematically you are obliged to get the certification of those countries. And that becomes a huge financial stake for European companies. So the big question is that INSA is working on this to ensure that there's a harmonization at the European level, and that will be a strength for us. And if in future we want to preserve our industrial companies, we're going to have to harmonize things at a European level so that we'll be stronger together in order to address markets like the US market, which is often our target. And these regulations, the common regulations, will allow us to evolve in that direction. Thank you. That was very clear. I think that could allow us to finish with the challenges linked to the data linked to using medical devices, unless someone wants to add something to that first point. If there are questions online or in the auditorium, we could take them now on this aspect.
Est-ce que vous pouvez activer le micro rouge? Est-ce que vous pouvez activer le micro rouge, s'il vous plaît?
Yes, we have a problem with the microphone in the auditorium.
Je vais faire le relais sinon.
Non, voilà, c'est bon. Pardon. Merci beaucoup. Non, ma question, c'est...
My question
vous avez pas mal parlé de...
concerns the fact that you talked a lot about confidence between patients, the companies, and the regulators. Today, how can we trust companies? This is not a challenging question, but when a huge part, not all, industrial companies working on medical devices have a hard time updating their equipment, they propose obsolete products where the security aspects are hard to implement. Beyond the regulations, how can we manage all of this friction? Perhaps the regulation will be an answer. I'll ask Gregory to begin to answer. But first, I'd like to add something. I work in support of medical device manufacturers, and they're involved and invested in conformity with or compliance with regulations and acquiring the confidence of patients, which is the huge stake for them. So that's a comment that I wanted to make, but I'll ask Gregory now to give his opinion as a company.
Merci. Oui,
Thank you.
comme je le disais aussi au début,
As I said at the beginning,
c'est notre principal moteur à l'heure actuelle.
Is the main driver
passe par
today,
différents biais. Vous avez
and this
parlé de la réglementation,
requires
je vais y revenir.
several different
Aller
things.
plus
We
loin
talked
avec
about
des certifications
regulations,
qui ne sont pas
but we could go
obligatoires, mais qui
further with
démontrent
certifications that are
notre
not
bonne volonté
mandatory, but that
auprès
show our
de
goodwill
nos clients.
with
C'est aussi
respect to our
c'est aussi un axe
customers.
que
This is
l'on privilégie.
also
On
a
peut faire tout
direction
ce
that we're
qu'on
focusing
peut au
on.
niveau sécurité en
We
interne.
do what we
Si on n'arrive
can
pas à
on
le
security
montrer
in-house. If
à
we can't
l'externe,
prove
à nos
this
clients, ça
outside
n'a
of the
finalement
company
que
to our
peu de valeur.
customers, it
Donc
has very
c'est
little
là où c'est
value.
important
So
d'avoir
that's why it's
une
important to
transparence, une
have this
communication vers
transparency,
l'externe
to
pour
communicate
expliquer tout
outside,
ce qu'on peut faire à
to
l'interne.
explain everything that
Les
we're
différents
doing
contrôles qu'on met en
in-house,
place,
the
du
different
chiffrement de bout
controls
en
that we
bout,
use,
de la communication auprès
the way that
de
we
toute la partie privacy, gestion des données
encrypt our
personnelles. C'est
data,
des choses
the
sur
way
lesquelles on
we
travaille
protect
beaucoup. On a des équipes de
personal
communication qui
data.
sont focalisées
So we
là-dessus
have a lot of
afin de faire passer des
communication
messages des
focusing on
équipes
this to get
techniques, on
messages
va dire,
across
jusqu'à nos clients.
from our technical teams
Je pense
right
que
up to our
c'est
customers.
primordial
And
si on
I think
veut,
that's really
si on veut
vital
gagner cette confiance.
if we want to win their trust.
Alors oui, pour compléter la question.
So to add to that, if I've understood correctly, we're talking about obsolescence, aging equipment, not only, but generally.
C'est vrai qu'il y a une difficulté.
It's true that there's a specific difficulty, and I'll draw a parallel with the tooling industry. Today, when you invest in medical devices, you often talk about hundreds or thousands of euros. These are devices that take 10, 20, 30 years to amortize. They involve software, equipment that over time will become obsolete. The difficulty, as we talked about, is that the hardware will disappear where the software has been installed, and so the hospital is a very open world, and I don't want to make anyone angry, but all of the customers that I meet up with in the health sector are those that have the biggest problems. You have to protect yourself, but at the same time, you're in the most open systems that exist. There are daily passages through the facilities. It's very complicated. So for medical devices, we have a second problem. There are two worlds that are in confrontation. You have the traditional site and the tooling world. And these two worlds don't speak together, and they don't understand each other. So here we have to deal with the problem. If we look at legislation, the current legislation takes into account what's arriving. We talk about security by design. It's integrated into the new devices. That's not the case for the old devices. So how can we protect data? If we have a scanner that's 10 or 15 years old, you're not going to be able to get the storage system to evolve. How are you going to secure it? If it's installed on Windows 11, for instance, there are companies that have solutions for that. It's not the debate today. Contact Walix, that's the only advertising I'll do today. But there is a real complexity because there are repositories. How do we protect data if we can't protect the system itself? I'm not sure if I've answered your question, or at least partially. These are real stakes. They're very complex, and they must be integrated. And we need to rely on the industrial companies, and we need to move forward together. And the only way we can do this is by discussing, by exchanging. Maria, or Benjamin, would you like to add something?
No, I just agree, because we build out systems and there's an aim for systems to work together. You hear that all the time. Only if all our systems just work together. And that's what you're creating is a huge system, because every system, every component in a system relies on each other, and you get your sort of complex nonlinear system where you can't predict what happens. Usually in system, you can predict if we do this, this will happen. But if you have a huge complex system, if we do this, who knows what happens? And if we then integrate all systems which you have no knowledge of at all, maybe because the people who build it are no longer around, they can explain it to us, we are sort of building ourselves into wishful thinking of one system that's going to solve everything.
Merci Maria. Est-ce qu'il y a une autre question dans la salle?
Thank you, Maria. Any other questions? So, no? In that case, let's move on to the second part of our discussion. What are the solutions to address these challenges? What tools have you implemented or do you recommend? And let's start perhaps with Benjamin. He talked a bit about this earlier. Perhaps you can present what MDR is. And GDPR. This morning we talked about more legal topics, but I think it's a good time to have a little focus on MDR and GDPR versus cybersecurity.
Yes, thank you very much, and happy to speak to this. So the MDR, and I'll attach, for the purpose of this discussion, I'll attach the MDR to the IVDR to form something of a single legal framework to cover the grand spectrum of the medical technologies that our members are dealing with day in, day out. So this legal framework provides for robust supervisory, auditing, and post-market surveillance regimes, which include within them baseline information security requirements, so to speak, cybersecurity requirements, in place to protect sensitive health data. For medical devices and in vitro diagnostic medical devices which integrate software, or for software that are medical devices themselves, the MDR IVDR provides that such software is developed and manufactured in strict accordance with the state of the art, while also taking into consideration principles of development lifecycle, of risk management, particularly information security, verification, and validation. The MDR IVDR framework also require manufacturers to set minimum requirements in terms of hardware, the characteristics of IT networks and IT security measures, namely protection against unauthorized access to the device, all of which are deemed necessary to run the software as intended. Maybe perhaps to speak briefly on the GDPR. The GDPR, on the other hand, is a more cross-cutting regulation and represents the basis of the EU's data protection legal regime. The GDPR offers individuals, so to speak, the patients, enforceable rights, including the right of access, rectification, erasure, the right to object, portability, and enhanced transparency. If those who handle personal data, including health data, fail to protect these rights, data protection authorities can mandate fines and other corrective measures, such as warnings and reprimands, orders to rectify, orders to erase, or even orders to restrict processing, and temporary or definitive limitations of processing to even outright bans. Another piece of legislation worth mentioning in this context, and which was also mentioned in the previous panel, is that of the revised Network and Information Security Directive, known more informally here in Brussels and probably further afield, in fact, as the NIS2. So the NIS2 will put in place more stringent rules for reporting cyber attacks for actors that have either an essential or an important function in society. These rules include incident notification and precautionary steps, such as compliance with certification and cybersecurity response procedures, in order to mitigate the impact of any potential cyber attack. The rationale for the review and subsequent revision of the existing NIS framework was driven by a number of very practical challenges, including a clearly fragmented application of the provisions of the NIS 1 directive across the 27 EU member states, but also due to clear divergence in terms of security and incident notification requirements across the 27 EU member states. NIS2 in itself represents a more harmonized menu of basic digital security requirements for organizations. And I should say this also currently includes public authorities aimed at developing baseline measures to protect the EU's digital ecosystem in light of what we all see are unprecedented cybersecurity threats in recent years. There is a range of additional interesting and probably very relevant EU level legislation out there, of course, but for the purpose of this discussion, I've highlighted these few legislative frameworks. Thank you.
Merci Benjamin. Peut-être une question pour
a question for Gregory. Thank you, Benjamin. We see that the body of regulations is quite clear and sufficiently clear to be applied by manufacturers. How can a manufacturer live their relationship with the other health stakeholders, hospitals, in this regulatory framework? I'm an industrial company, I've done my job, and now I'm passing the baton. How do you experience this?
Oui, oui, en effet, c'est une vraie question, notamment sur toute la partie rôle et responsabilité de chaque partie.
Considering the role and responsibilities of each party,
différentes solutions digitales,
independent of the different digital solutions, our role can be different between the processing company and the subcontractor. These are questions we have every day, and we are talking with our different partners, and
on essaye toujours de faire plus, en tout cas d'aller vers nos clients. Pour savoir ce qu'ils
reach
attendent
out to our customers to see what they're expecting from us, from the software publisher, to see that we can meet their demands. And this requires different pathways. There's awareness raising, the setting up of organizational security measures around this. There's the communication about these measures to our customers. Communication is key. I already said this. The setting up of privacy by design security. This is something that is essential if we want to go forward. We talked about the different types of legislation, GDPR, MDR, and others. It's really very important. And I don't think that we can ask all application developers to know these legislation by heart. It's important to create a relationship between the representatives, even in-house, like the DPO that could be the representative of the RGPD or data protection, and the developers to ensure that the different requirements in the scope of what the developer has to set up be known without them having to be a GDPR expert. That's why we set up the role of trust engineer at ResMed that makes the link between the engineering teams, regulatory teams, privacy, and the developers, in order to really convey the prerequisites, the requirements
de ces référentiels
of these European reference documents, to make them clear for the developers so that they become development requirements for them, so it's easier for them to implement it, and so that it becomes completely fluid and natural for them in their development, that it's integrated in the solutions. It shouldn't be something that's added on afterwards, but it's taken into account by design in the design phase, and I'd go even further in all the different stages of the life cycle of the software. It's not just design and putting into production. There are other phases, and during each phase, the regulation and privacy aspects have to be taken into account. I'd like to come back very quickly to the idea of privacy by design. In the pharmaceutical industry, we're working in quality by design, security by design, and you're talking about privacy by design. How is this set up? How can it be central in development?
Donc ça n'a pas été simple au premier abord.
It was not simple.
On a notre DPO avec une équipe
we
autour
have
de la
our
privacy
DPO
qui
with
travaille
the privacy team
à la traduction des
working on
traduction au sens technique des réglementations vers
technically translating the regulations into the ResMed scope. What do the different articles of the GDPR mean for ResMed? Then we have the trust engineering department that will create the design of the product to help the developers to develop.
C'est clé pour nous d'avoir
it's key for us to have this link between the teams. We have a lot of different teams, and it is really important
créer des produits qui sont
that our developers create global international products, not only for France, not only for Europe. It's important for them, as a result, to have the ways to understand what their priorities must be. For example, if they're supposed to implement a certain level of data retention because they're going to be delivering their product in Europe, it's important for them to know what this consists in, what we understand by data retention. This is also true. Data for data subject rights.
D'informations de la part d'un patient, par exemple. C'est demande
d'information
ou la suppression de ses
from
propres données.
patients
Tout ça
or
doit être implémenté dès le
elimination
début du produit.
of the data. This has to be designed when the product is designed. We can't wait to be close to production to think of these things. That has to be thought of straight from the beginning, and we're working on this at ResMed in order to set it up. Thank you, Gregory. That was very clear. To continue and explore another aspect of the solutions and tools used, Maria was talking in the challenges about the importance of staying competent and up to date in terms of innovations and the developments of the manufacturers. So how can an agency such as yours, Maria, manage to stay up to date with the companies? Is it through recruiting, training, through working groups with industrial companies? So tangibly, how do you do this?
I would say all of it. We are just my agency is a bit special in the sense that we have and are responsible for a national medical information system surrounding the prescriptions. So we have a deep insight into the requirements, what's required of someone who's keeping that kind of a system, and all the laws and regulations that that sort of guides us and what we are supervised in doing. But also as a government agency to work together with the export industry. This might sound super easy, but I'm sure your country has an export strategy as well. And the Swedish export strategy says that agencies has to support companies that want to sort of go on export ventures. And for me, that's a great opportunity to connect to companies and see what's in their pipelines, to see what they thought, what their thoughts are, and what their new markets are. And so in helping them, they are sort of helping us as well. But could I just go back to the GDPR, because I think that's such an interesting discussion, that you think that the GDPR is helping you. I hope it is, because that's the point of the legislation. But we've noticed when we are looking, or rather when we are working with the European health data space, I'm sure you're aware of the idea from the Commission that if we could sort of pull together, aggregate information from health information from all the different countries in Europe, we could have a bigger basis for the information we need for research and so forth. When we worked in a joint action called TERAS towards the e-health data space, we've noticed that the countries interprets the GDPR quite differently when it comes to health data and sharing of health data. You have your French health data hub, which we are quite envious of. And in our country, we interpret the legislation differently, which makes it harder for us to share information even within our own country. So I guess I'm asking questions to the companies. Do you find the GDPR difficult to understand and follow? And have you noticed differences between countries when you are marketing your solutions on different markets?
Est-ce que peut-être Benjamin
Benjamin, would you like to comment or add to
européenne ou transverse du panel?
The European vision, or?
I might, perhaps yes. I'll speak briefly, but then I'll let it get back to directly back to the companies in question. Yes, I mean, the GDPR is not perfect. And it remains to be seen how, how the data, for example, the EU data strategy, how the legislative initiatives under this strategy, the Data Governance Act, the Data Act, which will be released later this month of February, and the European health data space, how we're able to aggregate health data, how we're able to use health data, how we can use it in a secure and safe and transparent way so that people's personal information is protected, but we can also protect innovation. This is the balance that we're trying to achieve at MedTech Europe, and I'm sure that many companies would want us to be achieving. And to be frank, legislators don't always get this right. And that does come back to the importance of public-private partnerships, of stakeholder engagement, especially with industry who are working in this space. I think I should just leave it there and perhaps pick back up again once, and perhaps we can pass over to the speaker from ResMed or other companies to speak for this. But thank you.
Merci, Benjamin. Grégory, peut-être une réaction?
Gregory?
Oui, principalement sur la différence de point de vue du
For the
RGPD
difference in the point of view on GDPR in different European countries, we see this difference.
Entre les différentes régions européennes, on a
In the
l'avantage
different
d'avoir
regions of Europe, we have
une
the
équipe de
benefit of
protection de la
having
donnée privée qui est européenne.
a European data protection team with different representatives from the Nordic countries, from Germany, France,
aussi en Irlande,
and
afin de
Ireland, in
récupérer les
order
différents
to
points de vue, les
recover
besoins, on va dire,
or collect
locaux,
the different
souvent des besoins
local
métiers à la
needs
fin,
and points of
c'est
view.
via
They're
nos
often
équipes métiers qu'on va
professional.
récupérer ces feedbacks
So we get the
des
feedback
pays pour
from the
les
countries
agréger, les concentrer,
to aggregate
encore une
them,
fois, les traduire
concentrate them,
aussi
and
dans un
translate
second
them, if
temps en
you
langage
like,
plus
into a
ResMed ou technique
more
et
ResMed or technical
ensuite qu'on
language,
puisse les implémenter
so that we can then
dans
implement them
nos produits, dans nos solutions
in
digitales.
our
C'est
products
très
and
important
digital
pour nous d'avoir
solutions. It's very important for
de
us
pouvoir agréger tout cela, d'avoir une
to
seule
be able to
voix pour
aggregate all of
l'implémenter dans
this,
nos
to have a
produits.
single voice to
Au
implement
moins
it
au
in our
point de vue européen,
products.
d'avoir
So at least from a European
seule direction,
standpoint, to have a single
c'est primordial
direction,
pour nous.
that's vital for us.
Merci Grégory. Est-ce que Maria voulait réagir?
Maria, would you like to comment on that?
That's fine.
No, I think that sounds reasonable, a reasonable approach for the companies, because it must be very difficult to work on so many different markets. So
Merci. Je vais peut-être passer la parole à Jean-Pierre.
So I'll hand the floor to Jean-Pierre.
Peut-être des solutions plus techniques.
To talk about more technical solutions.
Alors on a dit qu'on ferait pas beaucoup de pub, mais
we said we wouldn't do any advertising here, but still we're going to talk about technologies and what companies like yours can propose. So before we talk about solutions, I think that there's an essential point, and I'm coming back to what Maria said. I completely agree. We're not talking about linear security on a device. We're talking about an ecosystem. We have patient data. We're talking about software. It would be a mistake to start from just patient data. We really need to think of the ecosystem as a whole, and the starting point is the mapping. If you don't have a clear vision of the links between your software, your systems, you might have to deal with GDPR, but you don't know where to begin. Everyone knows when they work on these questions how complicated it can be, and the heart of the problem is there. Once you've done the mapping, there are then two issues. Firstly, the systems that are very old, that need to be integrated, and then the more recent systems, as Gregory said, where they already integrate these questions into the development. Walix, as opposed to others, we work on an existing ecosystem. And why do we appreciate GDPR or the regulations? It's because it's a real vector for differentiation, because the regulations impose traceability, impose recording. Once you have software that will generate data, because that is the heart of the device, they generate several hundred megas of information every day. In the hospitals, this is true. There are different types of data. So how do you generate them? Where are they generated? Where will it be stored? How will it be traced? Also, a ranking of the data. A few years ago, we talked about HSM. How do we store it? What's important in the data? And once all of this has been laid out, solutions like Walix will make it possible for you to secure it. There's a paradox in security. For a long time, we did perimeter security. We set up firewalls, all kinds of big walls to protect the establishments. That was a waste of time, I think, because it's such an open environment. When you secure the facility, the paradox is that a lot of facilities don't have the team and enough time to manage all of their projects. It's impossible to have all of the skills, and that's why they call on outside service providers. The paradox is that you bring in these people that you don't know, and they're going to act on your information system. So you secure your hospital, you secure your information system, and you'll bring in service providers to do TMA.
For example, we've talked about the fact that certain organizations have changed their approach, and they have to do what we call the imputability of connections or allocation of connections. And I think that will bring about problems for the big TMA operators. I'm not going to refer to anybody specifically, but basically all those people who have functioned in a very linear way up until now, who've sold a VPN, for example, to be able to update a scanner in the future, they're going to have to guarantee traceability. So the big question now is who's going to assume responsibility for that very responsibility? Because we've talked about data, but the question is who is responsible for each different type of data? Is it the hospital, for example? Is it the industrialist that provides the equipment? And from this perspective, I think we really do have an issue on the table that we need to work out, and it could keep us awake, should keep us awake for the next few months. Yes, you're absolutely right. That's the question or the subject that was raised earlier. In other words, which responsibility goes to the industrialist who considers maybe that they've done their job, they're GDPR compliant, for example, and then you've got the user who says, no, we're collecting the data. And just to round off what I've been saying, what is important for me is to co-construct the solutions. In other words, today, when I meet some of our clients, what's important to me is to have all of the information regarding who they work with. We provide advice, we work with fitters, integrators, and at the end of the day, it's vital for us to co-build, to co-construct, and absolutely essential to co-develop all of the solutions that we deploy. And if necessary, we organise working groups way upstream, and if somebody has to secure the use of certain software, we get the software publisher to come and meet us, to meet the people at Walix, and we want to make sure, if necessary, that all 80 companies that are going to contribute to the solution are around the table. Let me stress also that I think our role is to protect European sovereignty. I think it's very important, for example, to give preference to European sovereignty. We've got excellent actors in Europe, and wherever possible, as often as possible, we need to favour our own ecosystem. If we talk about being European champions, first and foremost, we've got to trust each other in Europe. And basically, this concept whereby we say we co-develop with our teams, it's valid internally, but also externally. It's one of the key success factors. It really is.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Pierre.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. Thank you to all of the panel. I'm sure you all agree, and we can see that convergence of the points of view does exist. We've got the industrialist part, the association part, the hospital part. Just before we conclude, Benjamin, can we broach a subject that we haven't really mentioned? This concerns post-market surveillance, because we have talked to a certain extent about privacy by design, about gaining trust between the industrialists and the users, but this is a good guarantee guarantee as well, is it not? A good guarantee to the patients that we're looking after their interests once the product has been brought to market. So can you please give us your point of view on this subject? And it's become central, has it not, given the GDPR evolutions?
Yes, and thank you, and I'm glad you've mentioned it because I was very much ready to speak about it, and this does tie in very much with how we deliver on patient trust, how we guarantee patient trust in the medical technologies that are placed on the market. You know, as was mentioned before, I think during a question, regulation could be the way to do this. And I'm not saying it's the silver bullet. I'm not saying there's a one-size-fits-all approach, but regulation can certainly do this. And I say that in the broadest of terms. I mean legislation. So perhaps to speak about post-market surveillance in terms of, again, in terms of the medical device and IVDR legal frameworks, they include provisions requiring this post-market surveillance, that is to say, the continued monitoring of medical technologies after they are placed on the EU's internal market. What should be noted is that all such medical devices and IVD devices currently on the market have been subject to a strict conformity assessment with safety and security requirements as laid down within the MDR and IVDR framework. In fact, the conformity assessment, the obtaining of the CE marking, the database registration, the approval of notified bodies, incident reporting, qualified management or quality management systems, all of these represent this tightly woven web of requirements for manufacturers of medical technologies, which are in place to ensure that medical devices, including software in and as a medical device, are state-of-the-art and are safe for use by users and for patients. But post-market surveillance means all activities carried out by manufacturers in cooperation with other economic operators to institute and to keep up to date a systematic procedure to proactively collect and review experiences from devices they place on the market. This is aimed at identifying any need to immediately apply necessary corrective or any preventative actions. The general idea of post-market surveillance is to guarantee that devices, including software in and as a medical device, continue to be in conformity with the requirements of the MDR, IVDR legal frameworks, and that experience arising from the use of such medical technologies is taken into account for existing and also for future production processes. So perhaps to go a little further, all manufacturers are required to have in place this quality management system as well as this post-market surveillance system, which should be proportioned to the risk class of the device. That is to say, the classification of the device based on the potential risk it might pose to the user or to the patient. So such systems also take the type of device into consideration. Additionally, in order to minimize potential risks and to prevent incidents related to the use of medical and in vitro diagnostic medical devices, such device manufacturers have a system for risk management and a system for reporting of incidents and field safety corrective actions. So the MDR and IVDR places the onus for monitoring on the manufacturer of devices, including the related post-market surveillance and vigilance requirements. And such activities must be carried out within the manufacturer's organization. And this is a very important point, by personnel responsible for regulatory compliance who have obtained the minimum relevant qualifications. Manufacturers play an active role during the post-market phase by systematically and actively gathering this information from the post-market experience of their devices in order to update their technical documentation, as well as to cooperate with the related national competent authorities in charge of this vigilance and market surveillance activities. But perhaps to summarize this grand scheme of what I've given you, as a general summary, at its core, the idea of this post-market surveillance is to constantly update medical technologies placed on the market to ensure their safety for users and for patients, but also to gather relevant data towards improving and developing future devices. This is how our industry constantly moves towards the state of the art, and this is how we aim to guarantee user and patient safety. And perhaps I can leave it there. Thank you.
Merci Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Benjamin.
Est-ce que Maria ou est-ce que Grégory voulait réagir ou apporter un
anybody else, would you like to react to this
sur le sujet?
testimonial? Would you like to give us any extra details on the subject?
not really any extra details, but this is one of the things that's very important at our agency, because this is the way we can't predict everything that's going to happen within a system, and the post-market surveillance is where we find the sort of non-linear complexity results when a system is being used in ways we could not possibly foresee. But we get the results of incidents or other unforeseeable things, and we take into account and take back with us to see how we can mitigate them, if we can anyway, sort of prevent them from happening again. So yeah, it is for us as well a very important part of the process.
Merci Maria.
Thank you very much,
Grégory,
Gregory, did you
Oui,
want to add anything?
je rajouterais juste là la sûreté. On est sur le thème de la sûreté. Du coup, on n'est même plus par du by design. Là, c'est vraiment par défaut. Donc, c'est à toutes les strates de la vie des solutions digitales. C'est très important d'avoir ce niveau de sûreté pour les patients. Enfin, c'est la priorité, je dirais. À ResMed, on a un système de CAPA, Corrective Action, Preventive Actions, à mettre en place, qui peut venir du marché, qui peut venir de clients directement, pour être sûr qu'on puisse gérer à ce niveau-là, que ce soit au niveau du SAV et par la suite aussi être sûr qu'on ait ce qu'il faut au niveau des solutions digitales, mais aussi des solutions matérielles, qu'on ait des solutions sûres pour les patients. C'est notre priorité.
Merci Grégory.
On arrive
un petit peu au bout de notre discussion. On va laisser un petit peu de temps pour les questions.
I'd just like to say we'll give you a little bit of time for questions if there's anybody in the room that has a question they'd like to put in French or in English.
Désolé, c'est encore moi. On a discuté justement de la post-market surveillance. Et ce qui a été discuté par les différents panélistes, c'est le fait qu'effectivement, si on voit une problématique logicielle qui peut avoir un impact sur les patients, c'est ce qu'on voit nous dans nos hôpitaux. Effectivement, il y aura une très forte réactivité des industriels, et ça, c'est très la question que j'ai, c'est maintenant, si on va le cran d'après, on parle de vulnérabilité en soi ne met pas en danger le patient, mais peut permettre,
but that could, in the case of a cyber attack, mean that the device might change the way in which it functions. In terms of the MDR, what is in it in order to focus on this next step? What is taken into account? And how far do the industrialists think they need to go? Do they need to take this vulnerability into account? Do they need to update the device in the case of a cyber attack? Or for the panelists, is this an extra layer, an extra stage that isn't necessarily part of this surveillance that we're talking about? Thank you. Very clear question.
Vous dire ce que nous on fait
well, maybe I can say what we do at the level of Wallix at least. I'm not going to look at the legislative perspective, but I'll look at security breaches as a software publisher and taking into account GDPR. What we have to do is react very quickly. It's very simple in Wallix. If there's a defect, we reboot. Within 48 hours, we communicate on it with the legislative authorities. And we do implement corrective actions, because as soon as there's been a breach, we consider that it's an opening, and that opening has to be closed, has to be corrected. Next, the criticality of the breach means that sometimes it might be corrected that quickly. I'm sure that everybody in cybersecurity, they all know that when it comes to log files, for example, all of the GDPR players jump forward and work on it. But whatever the breach, whatever the level of criticality, of course we take it into account. Of course, what we focus on is the importance it can have. So a security breach is an open door, and you can never leave an open door. That's how we proceed. In Wallix, we communicate first and foremost with the authorities, the French authorities, and then afterwards we talk with our teams in-house. Thank you very much. Okay, that's one first part of the answer. Gregory.
de manufactureurs, comment est-ce que vous voyez les choses?
Oui, c'est clé, hein, les vulnérabilités, que ce soit au niveau de nos solutions digitales, mais aussi matérielles. On a des appareils de thérapie chez les patients que l'on peut mettre à jour à distance sans avoir besoin d'intervention humaine ou d'amener la machine au SAV, par exemple. Oui, c'est primordial. On a des revues assez régulières de pentest, par exemple, au niveau de nos solutions digitales, mais aussi au niveau des firmware de nos appareils. C'est fait régulièrement et on va intervenir, dépendant du niveau de criticité, on va comme disait l'intervenant juste à l'instant, sur la partie, dépendant du niveau de criticité, on va intervenir plus ou moins dans l'urgence. Mais c'est primordial. Ouais. Et notre certification ISO 27001 et HDS aussi nous aide à nous forcer en interne à faire ces revues, ces suivis au niveau des tests de sécurité, même si on le faisait par défaut. Là maintenant, on suit une politique de mise à jour de ces vulnérabilités et on les planifie dans le temps aussi. On n'est pas que à notifier ce qui s'est passé, mais aussi ça nous permet de scheduler, de planifier dans le temps toutes les différents scans qu'on aura à mettre en place.
Merci. Est-ce que Maria ou Benjamin, vous voulez réagir? Merci. Est-ce qu'on a une autre question dans la salle?
Juste pour compléter, je voulais juste rajouter une chose sur mon propos. La communication, bien sûr, va vis-à-vis de l'ANSSI et des autorités de régulation, je l'ai dit, mais on communique bien entendu avec nos clients. C'est la base. Il ne faut pas l'oublier, puisque accessoirement, ce sont les premiers concernés. Même si il est vrai que le sujet des failles, vous savez, dans le monde de la sécurité, c'est toujours un sujet extrêmement sensible et qu'on ne fait pas des communications à outrance. Mais en tout état de cause, c'est un vrai sujet.
It's a real issue, and if we work in cybersecurity, if you publish software, then you have to have a trusting relationship with your client. And in the case of an incident, you have to talk about the incident. You don't want it ending up in the newspapers because you haven't done what was necessary. That's very clear. Maybe I've got another question.
On a beaucoup parlé de l'importance d'aborder ces sujets de protection des données à un niveau européen. Benjamin en a parlé, Jean-Pierre l'a souligné, Grégory a aussi expliqué que ResMed mettait en place des hubs un petit peu par zone géographique. Est-ce que peut-être que Benjamin, pour démarrer, vous pouvez nous donner un petit éclairage sur l'Europe versus le reste du monde, ou l'Europe et d'autres zones géographiques? Alors c'est une question qui mériterait sûrement une journée tout entière pour y répondre, mais en quelques mots, comment est-ce que vous voyez un petit peu le paysage réglementaire des dispositifs médicaux européens par rapport au reste du monde?
European digital device landscape in relation to that of the rest of the world?
Thank you very much. And I need to be careful not to go far beyond my remit here. But yes, it is an interesting question. And obviously, we had the recent digital sovereignty discussions hosted by the French presidency, which is probably equally an interesting forum to be discussing this. But you know, when we're thinking about the current European Commission and the current thrust of digital legislation, it's all very much about creating this European sovereignty, European digital autonomy, how we can promote European actors, European stakeholders, and European solutions. But that doesn't always mean that we should separate ourselves completely, particularly from the transatlantic environment. But also from the rest of the world. You know, that isn't a good way to promote innovation. In fact, that's quite the opposite. That is a way to stifle innovation. The Transatlantic Trade and Technology Council, I would point attendees to this forum. I think it's an incredibly important forum to discuss transatlantic technology issues, particularly in relation to these grand digital files. And I'll point out, you know, the DSA and DMA as perfect examples of this. Thankfully, I won't speak to them because I believe enough time has been devoted to these files. But even on the Artificial Intelligence Act, here is another very important example where the European Commission's main goal is to create, similar to that of the GDPR, a gold standard form of digital legislation, a set of norms, if you will, for how the world order should be in terms of requirements. But yes, I mean, European legislation is very important, but so is keeping the legislation agile enough. We need agility, we need flexibility in our legislation, in our data ecosystem, in our cybersecurity ecosystem, to ensure that business runs smoothly, that free trade occurs, that best forms of innovation and innovative practices are encouraged, both in Europe and across the world, and that we can be open to cooperation. I don't know if I've quite answered the question, but I hope at least I've broached the subject enough that my co-panelists can come in. Thank you.
Merci Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Benjamin.
Peut-être que c'est intéressant d'avoir le point de vue de l'industriel. Grégory, comment est-ce que une société comme ResMed jongle un petit peu avec les différentes régulations?
Oui, c'est un challenge au quotidien. Nous sommes une société globale représentée dans plus de 140 pays. Donc en effet, on a quelques réglementations à suivre, mais par défaut, on peut appeler ça Europe by design. Nous sommes en train de travailler sur, à partir du moment où on est en train de remarquer, sur le moment où on gère les contraintes européennes, que ce soit au niveau de la réglementation, de la protection des données, mais aussi du métier, des équipes métiers de ResMed. À partir du moment où on arrive à gérer ces contraintes au début du cycle de vie du logiciel, on répond à plus de 90% des demandes dans le monde entier. Alors bien sûr, il y a quelques d'autres réglementations qui sont un peu plus complexes. Je peux parler de la Chine rapidement, enfin vraiment très rapidement, juste pour dire que voilà, c'est différent pour la Chine. Mais à part la Chine, si on suit la réglementation européenne, on peut vraiment couvrir une grande partie du territoire international.
Merci Grégory.
Thank you very much, Gregory.
Juste une dernière chose, je suis complètement d'accord avec ce que disait Benjamin. Ça veut dire qu'effectivement, je parlais de souveraineté européenne et il ne faut pas s'isoler. Moi, j'aimerais aussi qu'on arrête d'être naïf parce que en Europe, on légifère beaucoup, on légifère bien, on protège nos utilisateurs, on protège un certain nombre de choses. Pensons aussi à protéger nos industriels. Les Américains n'hésitent pas à le faire et je pense qu'on doit aussi préserver les intérêts européens. Alors oui à l'ouverture, mais non à la naïveté. Je sais qu'on pourra en discuter beaucoup avec Benjamin et j'aurai plaisir à échanger avec lui, mais je pense qu'il faut aussi qu'on préserve nos intérêts stratégiques en Europe et ça passe, encore une fois, par pas être complètement toujours naïf, oui à l'ouverture, mais pas à n'importe quel prix.
Très bien, c'est très clair.
That's very good, that's very clear. Thank you.
Est-ce qu'on a, je pense qu'on arrive un petit peu au bout de notre créneau. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions rentrées dans la salle ou en ligne? Je pense qu'on va conclure. Je vais peut-être laisser la parole à chacun d'entre vous pour un dernier message, pour un petit mot de conclusion. Maria, est-ce que vous voulez commencer?
Maria, would you like to start?
Yeah, I can start with saying that I've really enjoyed listening to you and to you all, and I always see security in a system not as a component itself, not something. I think it was Gregory said, not something you add to in the end, but security is a trait of a system. It's a quality of a system that you keep with you from the very beginning when you start to think about what you're going to develop to post-market. And yes, I'm just going to say thank you for inviting me.
Merci beaucoup, Maria.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Est-ce que Benjamin, on peut vous laisser la parole?
Can we maybe pass the floor over to you?
Yes, thank you very much. And just echoing what Maria said, I very much enjoyed the discussion. A lot of food for thought, I think, a lot of perspectives there, but that brings us back to one of the most critical points is that cybersecurity is a joint responsibility. It's for the private sector, yes, as custodians of the digital space, but it's also for the public sector. We need that public investment. We need those investments in cybersecurity skills. We need to ensure that, yes, medical technologies are of state of the art, are attempting to achieve that best best model, best form of security, best form of safety and requirements. But we also need those investments from the public sector to ensure that, you know, we have the right personnel in our public institutions, in our hospitals, in our healthcare centers, the right know-how to mitigate and to withstand malicious cyber activities and protect patients' information and health security. And I think that I'll close it there, and thank you very much.
Merci Benjamin.
Thank you very much, Benjamin.
Grégory.
Gregory.
Oui, pareil, je vais essayer de pas répéter. Protéger les données sensibles, les données des patients, c'est la priorité à tous les niveaux du processus des solutions digitales. Je pense que c'est la clé. On est tous alignés là-dessus. Ce qui est ce qui me motive beaucoup aujourd'hui, c'est de voir qu'il y a la même volonté autour des différents acteurs depuis ce matin. On voit vraiment ce focus et cette envie de s'améliorer. Parce qu'en effet, ça se finira pas demain. C'est un travail de longue haleine et qui finira sûrement jamais. C'est bien. Il faut continuer à s'améliorer sur ce côté-là, c'est très important. Et merci le CyberCamp d'avoir réuni tous ces acteurs. C'est très intéressant.
Very interesting.
Moi, je ne veux pas faire très original. C'est effectivement un plaisir d'échanger avec tous les participants.
To enter into this discussion with all of the panelists here today. I'd just like to say one thing. We've talked about legislation, the industrialists, but let's always remember that behind the scenes there are people, real people who have to implement all of this, who have to comply with the legislation, implement the solutions, and the nitty-gritty, of course, is managing time. So in particular in the hospital world, we also have to give time and the with all the resources to our partners, to my clients, so that they're able to fully implement these solutions and comply with the legislations. Because, of course, we can make decisions, we can introduce legislation, write the best laws possible, but if people haven't got time in the field to implement and to comply with these laws, then basically it will be wonderful words that just sit on the shelf. And I think we always need to remember that the most important people are the stakeholders and the patients, and trust is essential. Thank you very much for these very wise words of conclusion. Didier, we're coming to the end of our round table.
Il me semble que
I'm under the impression
qui est assez centré sur la partie hospitalière
the audience that has been focusing mainly on the hospital type of health data has at least had the opportunity over the last hour to at least set foot inside the door of what medical devices are all about and how important they are in terms of safety and security. And I think our panel has really illustrated how all the different stakeholders converge towards protecting the patient's interests, but that patients' trust is very, very important. We've seen how committed you all are, committed in French to this. So thank you very much, Benjamin, Maria. Thank you, Gregory and Jean-Pierre. A very big thank you for having agreed to work on this subject and for having enlightened us thanks to your knowledge. A very big thank you. A few thoughts for our witness for today, who unfortunately hasn't been able to be present here today. Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Maria, Gregory, and Benjamin, and also Fabien. Yes, it was an excellent roundtable, and you managed it extremely well, despite the fact that it was the graveyard shift. Well done, and congratulations, Fabien. Thank you to everybody. We're going to move ahead. It's quite rare in this kind of event, but we're slightly ahead of schedule. We're going to move on to the next roundtable. Our speakers are ready and available. So we're going to leave our speakers from roundtable number 2, and we're going to continue with roundtable number 3. In theory, I think there are a few technical adjustments that need to be done. So for a couple of minutes, I'd just like to invite Olivier Morel and Marc Luttrell to come on stage. We have the General Manager of ILEX France, who is going to come on stage, who is also the Treasurer for Excel Trust.
Donc je vais effectivement les laisser s'installer.
So, gentlemen, if you would like to come up onto the stage, that would be wonderful.
Du coup, effectivement, on a À nouveau, 3
Once
intervenants
again,
à
we
distance,
have
merci Fabien,
3 remote speakers.
qui
Thank you,
vont
Fabien.
se connecter.
3
Donc,
remote speakers who are going to
laisse la
connect
régie
to the
me
system.
dire dès que
So the technical
c'est
department are
bon,
going to tell
comme ça
me as soon as we're ready, and
je laisserai
then
la parole
I will
à Olivier pour
immediately
pouvoir
pass the
présenter
floor
nos
over to
nos
Olivier
intervenants
Morel,
et les
who will
différents,
introduce our
les
speakers
différentes
and
thématiques qui sont
focus on
prévues
the different
juste
themes
après.
that we've planned to talk about just afterwards.
Ensuite, pour la suite du programme, donc,
For the
on
next
aura
part of
n'hésitez
the
pas en ligne, hein,
program,
ceux qui
please
sont
feel free,
connectés en
those
ligne,
of
à
you who
poser
are
vos
connected
questions
online,
sur
any
le
questions
chat
you've got,
en
do feel
français
free to
ou
put
en
them in
anglais.
French or in
On
English
regarde
in
les
the
questions,
chat,
on essaye d'en traiter un
and we'll
maximum. Donc,
keep
n'hésitez
those
pas
questions
à
up our
poser des
sleeve
questions,
for afterwards.
également dans la salle. Et
And also any of you who
effectivement,
want to put questions in the room, do feel free to do so.
on va essayer de respecter l'horaire
And
de fin et je pense qu'on aura un
we'll
petit peu
do our
d'avance.
best to
Marc
finish
pourra
on time. We might
faire sa
even be
conclusion
slightly ahead of
de
schedule,
l'événement
and so Mark
tranquillement.
will be able to conclude on the event and speak
J'ai pas eu de
slowly if
retour
he wishes
malheureusement de
to.
France Asso Santé qui aurait pu
No
potentiellement
feedback
intervenir ce
from
soir, mais
France Asso
il y a eu un petit
Santé,
souci. C'est vrai que la
who was
période
scheduled to be here.
un peu compliquée avec cette
It's
crise Covid
rather
qui
complicated
nous
with
oblige
this
à
COVID
être en
pandemic
distanciel
that
qui
means
n'arrange
that we
pas
have
forcément
to
l'organisation de
work
ces événements.
remotely and don't necessarily have the opportunity to do everything in the way in which we would like to do it.
Est-ce que côté connexion,
So in terms of the connections, is everybody online?
bonjour Emmanuel.
Good morning, Emmanuel, or good afternoon, Emmanuel.
Ah, on n'entend pas.
Apparently, Emmanuel is not able to hear me.
Peut-être c'est le retour dans la salle, mais
I'll keep on speaking just to see whether Emmanuel is able to hear me.
une petite minute d'attente.
So we're going to wait for another minute.
Respirer,
A minute's silence is actually
cette
quite nice.
période
It gives us time to
avec
breathe.
les réseaux sociaux et le numérique.
We spend so much time with the digital media and on the social networks so it's nice to have people in front of you and to be able to breathe.
Ok, donc on a quelques petits soucis techniques. Est-ce que c'est possible peut-être en régie de...
So we seem to have a technical difficulty.
Vidéo, peut-être
Can we show
je vois pas trop le...
the minister's video?
Ok, est-ce que on peut peut-être dans ce cas-là, ce que je propose, c'est que les intervenants vont venir se joindre au fil de l'eau.
So I think our speakers will join us as they can. So Olivier, maybe you could present the different panelists
On peut démarrer l'étape.
and tell us how we can start the panel discussion.
Oui, je sais pas.
Ouais, vous pensez que ça va les faire venir, c'est bon. C'est comme pour l'apéro, quoi. On commence.
It's like when you're expecting guests for dinner or a drink, you just get started and hope that everyone else will show up. So if there are 2 or 3 of us at this panel discussion, it'll be a bit more restrictive. I'm Olivier Morel. I'm treasurer at Exetrust International, a software editor working on access. So we really work on authentication and the habilitation. That's what Jean-Pierre Barré was talking about earlier. So we've been working since the 1990s in health in particular, but not only. So clearly we have a long-term vision on the health sector and on cybersecurity in the field of health in particular. Today I'm participating as the treasurer of Exetrust. So it's a group of companies with 70 members who are all specialized in cyber. So it could be software, editing, service provision, or the trustworthy cloud services. So they can provide services in health, but not only. And so we work to control cyber services by Europe, for Europe, 70 companies. That's a good panel of SMEs. and medium and intermediate-sized companies. So today on the panel, we have 3 speakers. Charlotte Drapeau from the ANSSI, Emmanuel Soyer that we can see online from the ANS, and Yves Beauchamp from ANAP. And I have a person representing Marc Lautrel from the ANS. So the objective today is to look at the mapping of the stakeholders and the resources that are working on a daily basis to improve cyber security in health facilities and who fight against the cyber threats in the field of health. So I think we're going to just shake things up a bit, and we'll start with you, gentlemen. Maybe you, Marc, you'd like to introduce yourself, and then we'll hand the floor to your colleague to describe what the ANS does, but I'll ask you this question first. Thank you, Olivier. Marc Lautrel, I'm in charge of a division that covers expertise in cybersecurity, interoperability of health programs, but also on innovation and the international aspects, in particular for European projects and the connection to the European network of health data exchanges. That's an important point for Europe. We talked about this earlier. For the primary use of health data, there are already services that have been open since last July. So the ANS, the Digital Health Agency in France, manages this international contact point and allows health professionals to use CESALI.fr to have access to patient data and medical summaries of the citizens of other member countries. There'll be other services that will be added, and that's what I can say quite briefly. And in the actions that we carry out at the agency, there are 3 main roles. Firstly, the regulator, which is the International Expertise and Innovation Department that covers compliance, the HDS that's been managed, but also the compliance of professional software in the digital Ségur. This concerns all of the fields of health, biology, the family doctors, hospital doctors. So some 15 candidates have already been referenced, and there's a second wave that will be arriving. So they're really major transformation programs. And then we have software compliance for the health space that was recently announced that will provide other services for users. The other topic, I'm going very quickly, the ANS also manages information systems like the secured health messaging system, the services, professional services, where we work as a subcontractor. I'll keep this very brief, but there's an important aspect that I'd like to mention. We have management in charge of deployment in the territories in conjunction with them. It's just not the ANS talking to the regions or territories, we're getting them to speak to each other so that the information can be shared in the regions. So we have these HGTs, these hospital working groups that are being covered by our French cyber reinforcement plan.
Ok, merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Je vais vous poser la même question, Emmanuel.
I'll ask you the same question, Emmanuel. You're in charge of the CERT Santé at the ANS. I'm not going to ask you to present the ANS. We'll go into more detail on the tangible actions carried out for cyber. I'd like to understand your role.
Alors, bonjour à toutes et à tous, vous m'entendez?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes.
Très bien, donc moi je suis responsable des activités du CERT
I'm in
Santé.
charge of
Nos activités ont
the
été lancées en
CERT
2017
Health. This was launched in
suite à l'obligation
2017.
de déclaration des incidents de sécurité pour les établissements de
After
santé.
health
Et donc,
facilities had to
3 activités principales que je
declare any
redévelopperai tout à
cyber
l'heure.
security issues
L'activité
that they
typique
had.
d'un CERT,
So the
donc un
typical
CERT
activity
sectoriel,
of
le
a
CERT Santé est le premier CERT
CERT,
sectoriel en France,
the first
qui
sectorial
a
one in
été mis
France
en place
that was
avec
set up
l'action du précédent FSSI, donc finalité
with the previous
et qui met en œuvre, qui
FFSI
développe des activités
that
de veille
develops
sur la
and
menace,
implements
des
techno-watch
activités de réponse
activities
à
on
incidents et des
threats,
activités d'audit.
incident response
Puis
activities.
donc l'ensemble de ces activités sont
So
réalisées
all of these
au
activities
profit des
are
établissements de
carried out
santé,
for
en
health
particulier
facilities, in
en ce qui
particular
concerne la dimension d'audit des
for the
GHT,
audit dimension
qui
of
sont
the
eux-mêmes aussi
GHTs,
depuis peu donc,
the
soumis à
hospital
la
groups
réglementation
that are now
NIS, la réglementation qui concerne les OSI.
subject to the NIS regulations.
Merci Emmanuel.
Thank you, Emmanuel.
Vous aviez raison. Hein,
so you were right.
On a récupéré nos deux
We got our two other panelists. Charlotte, if you can hear me, I'm going to hand the floor to you to present NC, the ANSSI, and your role within this organization so that we understand what you do.
Bonjour à tous, est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Bon, super. Bonjour à tous et merci
Hello
Olivier
everyone, and thank you,
pour
Olivier,
cette
for
introduction.
having
Donc, je
introduced
suis
me.
Charlotte Drapeau, donc
My
chef
name is
du bureau
Charlotte
santé au
Drapeau.
sein
I'm
de
the
la
head of the health
sous-direction de la
department
stratégie
at the subdirection of
de
strategy
l'ANSSI. J'ai
for
en
the
charge le pilotage et la
ANSSI,
gestion
and I'm in
des
charge
dossiers
of managing
et des
the
coordinateurs sectoriels
dossiers
dans
and the
mon bureau.
sector
Et
coordinators
donc, notre
in
bureau
my office.
coordonne
So our
les
bureau
activités de
coordinates
l'agence au
the
sein
activity
de
of the
l'écosystème
agency
santé et
within the
bien
health
évidemment
ecosystem, and
en
obviously
étroite coordination
in
avec le ministère de
direct
la Santé.
coordination with the Ministry of Health.
Merci Charlotte.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Yves Beauchamp qui est avec nous.
We have Yves Beauchamp, who is the digital reference person at the ANAP. So if you'd like to introduce
Oui,
yourself,
merci
Yves.
beaucoup. J'espère
Yes.
que vous m'entendez
Hello,
bien.
I
Bonjour
hope that
à
you can
toutes et à
hear
tous.
me properly.
Très bien, merci.
Hello, everyone.
Voilà, ben, je suis sans doute comment dire, le représentant de la
I'm the
structure qui est
representative
la moins
of the
spécialiste sur
structure that's
les
the least
questions de
specialized
sécurité et
on
de
the
cybersécurité,
cybersecurity
puisque je
questions,
travaille
since I
à
work
l'Agence nationale d'appui à la performance des
at
établissements de
the
santé
National
et
Agency for
médico-sociaux
the support
sur
to the
les activités
performance
du
of
pôle numérique
hospitals,
et pour
and I'm in the
le développement
digital
des usages du
cluster to
numérique en
develop
santé.
digital uses
Le
in the
numérique
health
étant vu
sector.
évidemment comme
Digital
un levier
is
de
considered as
performance
a
pour
performance
les
driver
organisations sanitaires ou
for
médico-sociales,
health or
le
medical
levier
social
de performance
organizations.
au même titre
A
que pourrait
performance
l'être
driver as
l'activité
could
managériale,
be the
la
managerial
qualité des
activity,
organisations, des process,
quality of organizations,
évidemment
the
la gestion
processes,
financière
and the
de ces
financial
structures.
management of these structures.
Merci Yves.
Thank you, Yves. Thank you all
d'être là, déjà.
for being with us today. That's already great news when we organize a panel.
Du mi-virtuel, mi-présentiel.
We're doing a hybrid organization today. So the objective of this last panel discussion is not to come back onto risks, cyber attacks in the fields of health facilities. That topic was already extensively addressed today. The objective is to think about the mapping of actors, and through the panel that we have today, we have three big organizations, the NC, NAP, and the CERT. So I think we'll have an interesting debate. But we want to see the mapping of the resources, of the financial resources, technological resources, and also as well as human. And perhaps through the different panelists, we'll get some feedback about what's being tangibly done today in the field. Today, I'll start with a question for Charlotte. A year ago, we were in the context of the cyber attacks on the Villefranche-sur-Saône and Dax hospitals, in the Ségur de la Santé, where Emmanuel Macron said of the 2 billion euros that were devoted to digital and health, 350 million were affected to cybersecurity. And everyone knows today that NC is one of the actors working very hard on this national cybersecurity strategy. Charlotte, could you present part of the actions that are being carried out by NC in the field and explain how we can benefit from this so we can see what NC does? You've got some time to explain this, to explain everything to people who are listening. Thank you, Olivier.
Alors, je vais commencer par vous présenter
So I'll
rapidement
start by
l'ANSSI pour ceux
quickly
qui ne nous
presenting the
connaissent pas. Donc,
ANSSI for those who don't
a
know
été
us.
créé en
It was
2009.
created in
Donc, et c'est
2009.
l'autorité
It's the
nationale en matière de
National
défense et de
Authority
sécurité des
for
systèmes
the defense
d'information,
and
donc
security of
rattachée
information
au
systems.
secrétaire
So
général de
we're
la défense et
associated
de la
with
sécurité
the
nationale, en lien direct avec le
Department
cabinet
of
du
Defense,
Premier ministre. Donc,
and we have a direct link to the Prime
les publics
Minister's
qui sont visés
office. So
par
the
l'ANSSI sont
publics
les
that are
administrations, les opérateurs
concerned by the
critiques
NC
pour la
are the
nation, donc
administrations,
appelés
critical
opérateurs
services for the
d'importance vitale et
nation,
opérateurs de
operators of
services
vital
essentiels.
importance
On
and of
va y
essential
revenir par la
services.
suite
We'll come back to that
sur cette
later.
directive Nice qui
When we
concerne les
talk about the
opérateurs de
Nice
services
directive
essentiels
that
et ensuite par
concerns
extension
essential
les
service
autres entreprises et
operators,
les
and then by
particuliers. Donc,
extension the
trois
other
grandes missions
companies and
principales. La première, c'est la
individuals.
prévention et la
Firstly, we work
protection
on prevention
au
and
travers
protection through
d'actions sur la réglementation, on pense
actions
à
on
la LPM,
regulations,
la loi de programmation militaire, la
the
directive
military
Nice,
programming law, the Nice
etc., la participation
legislation,
à des exercices de
participation
gestion de
in
crise,
crisis management
une
exercises.
mission de défense avec
There's a
des actions
mission,
d'audit,
a defense
de
mission with
détection et de
audit
réponse à
actions
incidents. Et
to
enfin,
detect and
une
respond
dernière
to
mission
incidents. And then
de
a last
formation et
mission
de sensibilisation
concerns training
avec
and awareness
notamment
raising
notre
with, in
centre de formation
particular,
qui est
our
appelé le
training
CFSSI,
center,
qui
the
propose des formations en sécurité
CFSSI,
numérique.
which proposes digital security training.
Le SecNum Academy
The
pour
SecNum
le
Academy
MOOC qui est public
for
en
the
matière de SSI également.
public MOOC
Donc un
for
certain
the
nombre de guides et d'outils sont disponibles sur notre
these
site internet, donc je
cybersecurity
vous invite
questions.
à le
So there's
consulter si
information
ce
on
n'est
our
pas déjà
website. I
fait,
invite you to go look
avec des
at
guides
it.
notamment,
There are
par exemple un
guides.
guide sur les
There's
rançons
one guide
logiciels, des guides de
on
bonnes pratiques,
best
un guide
practices
d'exercice à la crise cyber, un guide
on cyber crisis
récemment
exercises,
celui
and
sur la
recently there's a
communication de
guide
crise.
published on crisis
Enfin voilà, un certain
communication in a
nombre de guides.
crisis. So there are a certain
Et
number
je
of
vous
guides
invite
that are
également à
available, and I invite
consulter
you
les
also
autres
to
sites
consult the other
institutionnels comme
institutional
le site de
websites
cyberveille santé.
like the Cyber and
Emmanuel
Health Watch site
représente le
that
CERT Santé
Emmanuel
aujourd'hui,
represents,
l'ANAP, le
which
site de
is the
l'ANAP,
CERT
etc.,
Santé, the
cybermalveillance,
NAP
etc.
site,
Donc
etc.
pour revenir sur la
So
directive
to
Nice,
come back
effectivement,
to
donc
the
dans la
NIS
continuité, alors il y
directive,
a
in the
presque un an,
continuity,
jour pour jour,
a year ago,
plusieurs incidents sont
several
intervenus
incidents
auprès
took
de plusieurs
place
hôpitaux en
in different
France, et donc
hospitals in France.
le besoin de
And so
renforcer
the
la
need
sécurité
to
et la
reinforce
cybersécurité de nos
cybersecurity
établissements de santé
of
français.
our French
Et donc dans
hospitals
cette
and health centers became
continuité,
clear.
il y a eu la
In
désignation,
this
il y a eu un
continuity,
renforcement en
there's
fait
the designation and the
de cette sécurité
reinforcement
et la
of
désignation d'opérateurs de services
security,
essentiels. Donc
and they're called
les établissements
operators of
supports de
essential
GHT
services.
ont tous été
So
désignés
the
opérateurs de services
GHTs were all
essentiels, c'est-à-dire
considered
qu'ils doivent
operators of
appliquer
essential services, which
les
means that they have to
exigences de la
apply
directive
the
Nice, qui est une
requirements of the
directive
Nice
européenne.
directive,
Et
which
donc
is a
je vous propose
European
maintenant de
directive. So I
balayer
propose that we now
le
sweep
sujet
through
de la directive
the
Nice avec
topic
une
of the Nice
présentation générale de
directive
la
with a
directive
general
Nice, donc directive
presentation
européenne,
of
qui a
this
été
Nice
transposée en droit
directive that
français,
has been
et puis
applied
ensuite
into
faire un
French law,
focus
and then we'll
sur les
focus
impacts pour les établissements de
on the
santé
impacts
concernés,
for
OSE.
the
Et
health
puis
facilities that are
voilà, sur notre
concerned,
accompagnement
and
ANSI
also
pour
talk
cette
about
mise en
the way at
conformité,
NC
ou en
we
tout
work
cas
to
sur
bring
les
the
enjeux
hospitals into
cyber au sein de
compliance,
l'écosystème.
and
Donc
also
la
talk about the
directive Nice
cyber
a quatre
challenges in the
objectifs,
ecosystem. So there are 4
un
objectives to
objectif de
Nice:
gouvernance nationale et
national governance
européenne, un
and
objectif de
European governance, an
cybersécurité
objective
de
of
ces opérateurs de services
cybersecurity
essentiels.
of
Donc
the
on va
essential
revenir
service
sur la
operators.
définition
So we'll
précise,
come
mais
back
ce
to the
sont les
precise
opérateurs
definition, but they are
critiques pour
operators, critical operators
la vie sociétale et
for
économique
the
du
life
pays.
and the economic and social
Un
life of
objectif
the
de
country.
coopération,
There's a
coopération
cooperation
européenne
objective,
entre États membres,
European
mais également
cooperation between member
sur le
states,
territoire français,
but also on
et
the French
de
territory,
la cybersécurité sur
and
orienté pour les
cybersecurity
fournisseurs de
focused
services
on
numériques.
digital service providers.
Donc la directive Nice est une
The Nice
opportunité
directive is an
en
opportunity
termes de gouvernance pour chaque État membre, c'est-à-dire qu'il y a
for
une
governance
définition
for each member
stratégie
state.
nationale
There's this
par chaque
national
État membre.
strategy
Ça a été le
defined by
cas,
each member state.
il y a eu une
This
première
was the
version en
case. There was a
2015,
first
une
version in
revue en
2015,
2018
and it
pour
was
la France.
revised in
La
2018 for
désignation
France.
d'une ou
The
plusieurs autorités
designation of
nationales
one or more
compétentes avec un point de contact
competent
unique,
national
donc c'est le cas.
authorities with a single
L'ANSI est
contact point,
autorité
and that's the
nationale en
case
matière
for
de
France
sécurité
with the
numérique
ANSSI
et
for
le point de contact
digital
au
safety,
niveau de l'Europe,
and we're the
de
contact
l'Union
point for
européenne.
the
Et
European
enfin, la
Union,
désignation d'un ou plusieurs centres
and
de
the
réponse aux
appointment
incidents de
of
sécurité
one or
informatique
several
qu'on appelle CSIRT.
response
Et donc
centers
le
for
CERT-FR a été
cybersecurity. The
désigné
CSIRT, so the
en tant que CSIRT
CERT-FR was
français qui assure la
designated as the
représentation
French
de la France
CSIRT
dans
that
le réseau
ensures the
des
representation of
européens.
France in the European CSERT
Sur
network.
le plan politique, sur le volet
On a
politique, c'est
political
un groupe de
level,
coopération
there's a
donc autour de la
cooperation group
directive NIS, mais qui
around
existe depuis
NIS directive
2017
that's existed since
qui regroupe des
2017
représentants des États
that
membres de la
groups
Commission
together
européenne et de l'ENISA,
representatives of
avec
the
pour
member
mission de
states
soutenir et de faciliter la coopération
and the
stratégique entre
European
les États
Union to
membres, de
define the
faciliter les échanges d'informations et de
strategic
renforcer la
cooperation
confiance
between
mutuelle,
countries
et
and to
enfin d'élever le
reinforce
niveau
mutual
global
cooperation
de
and
maturité
confidence
et
and
les
to raise the
capacités
level of
de chaque pays,
maturity and
donc
the
les capacités
capacities of each
nationales
country, the
de
national capacities
cybersécurité au
for
travers de formation et
cybersecurity through
d'outillage.
training
Sur le
and
plan
tools.
opérationnel, c'est
On
un
an
réseau de
operational
CSIRT
level, it's
nationaux,
the
ce qu'on appelle le
national
CSIRT
CSIRT
Network,
network.
qui
It's called the
regroupe des
CSIRT
représentants
network
des
that
CSIRT des
has
États membres et
representatives
du
of
CERT-EU,
CSIRT for each
qui
of
est
the
le
member
CSIRT des
states,
institutions
and the
européennes,
CERT-EU,
et
which is the
également un
CSIRT of the
représentant
European
en tant
Union,
qu'observateur de la
and
Commission européenne.
the representative
L'objectif,
observer
enfin
of the
les
European
objectifs de
Union. The
ce CSIRT
objectives
Network
of
est
the
de
CSIRT
renforcer les
network are
capacités
to
nationales de
reinforce national
cybersécurité en
capacities
constituant
in
un réseau
terms of
d'experts, de
cybersecurity by creating a
consolider
network
la
of experts,
confiance en favorisant les
consolidating
échanges entre les
conference by
CSIRT
fostering
nationaux,
exchange
de
between
partager la
national
connaissance des
CSIRT,
menaces,
to
évidemment,
share
qui portent sur
knowledge of
l'espace
threats
européen,
in the
et de
European
promouvoir cette
area and to
coopération
promote
opérationnelle
operational
entre nous.
cooperation between the countries.
On va y revenir dans l'application de la
So
directive
when
NIS
we look at the
pour les
application of the
opérateurs
NIS
de
directive
services
for the
essentiels. Donc,
operators
comme
of
je disais
essential
tout à l'heure, c'est un
services,
dispositif
as I
de
said earlier,
cybersécurité
it's
pour
a
les OSE, mais
cybersecurity
également pour les
measure
fournisseurs de
for
services numériques. Donc,
OSEs,
c'est
but also
une loi
digital service
de transposition
providers.
de la directive
So
NIS en
it's a
2018, un
transposition of
décret
the NIS
d'application
directive in
qui précise
2018
les modalités
and
de
a decree
désignation
of
des OSE
application
avec une liste de
that
services
came later with a
essentiels
list
et
of essential
des modalités de
services
contrôle. Et
and
enfin,
the
3
control
arrêtés par
methods.
la
And then there
suite,
were 3
toujours en
decrees that came
2018,
out
qui
in
précisent,
2018 that
donc ça c'est
indicate
pour tous les secteurs,
for
les
all
modalités de
sectors
déclaration des
the
réseaux et des
declaration,
SI par les OSE qu'on appelle
the
système
network
d'information
declaration
essentiel, SIE,
methods
et
for the
les modalités de
SCUs
déclaration
and the
d'incidents qui
declaration
interviennent sur
modalities
ces SIE
for incidents
par
that
les
take
OSE
place on the
et les
SCU
fournisseurs de
by the
services numériques,
OSCs
le
and
coût
the
des
digital
contrôles
service
et enfin
providers,
qui
the cost
précise
of
les règles de
controls, and it
sécurité et les
indicates the
délais d'application.
security rules and
Ça,
the
c'est une chose
application lead
importante
times. That's
puisque
very important
les opérateurs de
since
services
the
essentiels,
operators
pour
of essential
respecter et pour être
services
conformes à la directive NIS,
to be
doivent appliquer des mesures de
compliant with
sécurité
NIS have
au
to
nombre de
apply security
23. On y
measures.
reviendra par la suite. Donc, sur le secteur de la santé,
For
les
health,
établissements de santé, donc y compris des hôpitaux ou des
facilities,
cliniques
including
privées,
hospitals and private clinics,
il y a 2 types d'opérateurs, des prestataires de
have
soins de
2 types
santé
of operators. There are healthcare
qui
providers
proposent et qui fournissent des services qui
that
concourent aux
provide
activités de prévention, de
services
diagnostic et de soins.
for prevention,
Autrement dit,
diagnosis,
les
and
établissements de
care.
santé qui soignent
So health
les
facilities
populations.
that care for the
Et
local
les prestataires qui
populations,
fournissent un
and
service
there
d'aide
are
médicale
providers
d'urgence,
that give
qui
emergency medical
fournissent le
assistance,
service de réception et de
that
régulation des
provide
appels du
the
SAMU
reception
et
and
le service
regulation
mobile
of
d'urgence et de
emergency
réanimation,
calls,
donc le SMUR.
and also in France the SMUR, the emergency
Donc il y a eu toute
response
une phase
service.
d'identification des OSE
So there's an
qui a été
identification
réalisée
phase
avec
for the
le
operators of
ministère,
essential
les ministères tutelles,
services,
tout secteur confondu, et
for
pour
all of the ministries.
notre cas, notre secteur, le ministère de la Santé.
So in our
Et
sector, it's the
donc
Ministry
au
of
31
Health.
mai
On May
2021,
31st
tous les
of
établissements, comme je le disais tout à
2021,
l'heure, support
all
de
the
GHT ont
establishments
été
that
désignés
support
OSE.
the regional
C'est un
hospital groups
processus
have
qui est continu et
designated an
itératif. Il y a eu une première vague en
OES, an essential
2019
service
de
provider.
plusieurs dizaines d'opérateurs. Il y a eu une deuxième vague
So
en
there were a
2021,
first
vous
wave
l'aurez
of dozen
compris.
of them,
Il
and then
pourra
a
y avoir
second wave
d'autres
that
vagues par
came.
la
There could
suite
be other
pour
waves later.
potentiellement, en fonction de l'évolution du cadre réglementaire,
So
ajouter des
depending
nouveaux
on how
OSE,
the
ajouter des nouveaux
regulatory
secteurs ou
framework evolves, we
sous-secteurs
could be
ou
adding
d'autres
new
services
essential
essentiels
service operators or other essential
pourraient fournir.
services that they could provide.
Donc, ces opérateurs de services
operators
essentiels
of
doivent
essential
respecter
services
plusieurs
have to
obligations qui sont au nombre de
comply
4.
with
La première
4
obligation est la
obligations. The first
déclaration auprès de
obligation is to
l'ANSSI d'un point de
declare to
contact
NC
en ce
a
qui concerne
contact point
la directive NIS et plus
for the NIS
largement les
directive
sujets de
and more
cybersécurité.
widely the
La deuxième,
cybersecurity
c'est la
questions, and the
déclaration de ces
second
fameux
concerns the
systèmes
declaration
critiques, donc
of
systèmes
the
d'information essentiels, SIE,
critical
où
information
là, on va passer par
systems
une analyse de
where
risque
we'll have a risk
et un bilan
analysis
d'impact qui permettrait d'identifier les systèmes critiques indispensables pour l'opérateur pour exercer ses missions et ses services essentiels. La troisième obligation est l'application des mesures de sécurité, donc elles sont au nombre de 23, des mesures organisationnelles telles qu'une politique de sécurité, une analyse de risque, une démarche d'homologation, mais également des mesures techniques. Et enfin, la dernière obligation qui s'ajoute aux différentes obligations, dont l'obligation pour les établissements de santé de signaler leurs incidents de sécurité, de nous signaler des incidents qui pourraient intervenir sur leur récit. Donc plus largement, on accompagne les établissements à leur mise en conformité en échangeant régulièrement avec les opérateurs, des mémos, des alertes, etc., ou même sur les sujets de la conformité NIS. On propose également, au-delà des opérateurs de services essentiels pour l'écosystème et pour les opérateurs, les établissements membres de GHT, des services d'audit, donc le service d'audit de l'Active Directory et le service d'exposition, de surveillance de l'exposition sur Internet, qui est complémentaire aux services proposés par le CERT Santé, cybersurveillance. On apporte aussi également un soutien en cas d'incident. Alors ce soutien-là n'est pas systématique. Il y a une première qualification qui est faite avec la victime, donc principalement des opérateurs régulés, puisque c'est notre cœur de cible, mais ça peut aller au-delà et on peut venir en soutien à une victime d'un incident, d'une attaque informatique si elle n'a pas les moyens de répondre et qu'elle est débordée, en fonction de la situation, on peut être amené à soutenir la victime. Enfin, on propose des formations au sein de notre centre de formation, le CFSSI. Et en parallèle, il y a eu effectivement, dans le cadre de France Relance et du volet cyber sur les 136 millions d'euros, 25 millions d'euros qui ont été alloués au secteur de la santé. Donc le plan de relance s'adresse aux établissements supports de GHT. Il n'a pas pour vocation de financer la conformité NIS. En revanche, on comprend bien qu'un plan de soutien en matière de sécurité et de cybersécurité, il peut y avoir des convergences et tant mieux, puisqu'en fait, le plan de relance pour les établissements de santé, c'est un premier pré-diagnostic qui définit un état des lieux, c'est-à-dire un point de départ en matière de cybersécurité. Ensuite, une feuille de route, c'est-à-dire un plan d'action et une trajectoire pour atteindre un objectif qui a été convenu entre le bénéficiaire et son prestataire accompagnateur. Et ensuite, des parcours des PAC, c'est-à-dire le déroulement de plans d'action grâce à un soutien financier, méthodologique et humain par le biais de prestataires terrain, du choix du bénéficiaire, de l'opérateur bénéficiaire. Voilà, donc j'ai fait le tour sur les actions de l'ANSSI et d'accompagnement auprès de l'écosystème.
ANSSI and the work that they do within the health ecosystem. Thank you, that was very complete. So practical implementation of the NIS directive, essentially for the essential service operators that back up the regional hospital groups. And there's the incident response teams and the France Relance, the French recovery plan that hospitals can sign up for. So we'll come back to that later. With a real will to define a degree of maturity of an information system in hospitals and the actions that can be carried out to protect against cybercrime. Thank you, Charlotte, for this first vision. Emmanuel, in the same spirit, can you add to this with the concrete actions that are carried out by the ANS on health, on information systems in the health facilities?
Yes. Par la dimension de la régulation et l'aspect de la prévention. L'ANS accompagne les acteurs de santé et les industriels en vue de la prise en compte de la sécurité dans la conception ou l'évolution des systèmes d'information. Je mentionnais donc dans un premier temps la politique générale de sécurité des systèmes d'information de santé qui rassemble un certain nombre de référentiels et de guides de sécurité qui sont disponibles sur le portail e-santé.gouv.fr. Pour donner un exemple, récemment on a publié en 2021 un référentiel sur la force probante des documents de santé Et nous publierons
on
d'ici la
health.
fin du premier
And
trimestre
at the end of the
2022
first
des
quarter of
référentiels
2022, we'll
attendus sur
publish reference
l'identification
guides
électronique
on the electronic
des acteurs de santé,
identification
personnes physiques,
for health
morales, mais aussi
actors, physical,
l'identification électronique des
real
usagers.
people, but also the electrical
Sur la
identification
partie
of
qui concerne les guides,
groups and
on a
users. For
publié
the
aussi
guides, we've
récemment
also
alors, il y a
recently
plus d'une
published
dizaine de guides qui sont en ligne.
a dozen guides that
Et
are
on a publié
online.
récemment aussi un guide qui était attendu et qui
And recently we
concerne
published one
les
that was
professionnels de santé dans
expected
l'exercice
by
libéral.
health professionals
Le
working
sécurité
in liberal
informatique des
practice,
professionnels de
so a
santé
security
dans cet exercice libéral et qui propose
guide for independent doctors.
en clé en main un dossier
So they
de
provide a
sécurité que le
turnkey
professionnel de santé peut communiquer
security
à son
program
prestataire pour qu'il puisse
that the
répondre aux
doctors can give
exigences
to their
de
providers so that
protection
they can
de
meet
ces
their
systèmes.
protection needs of the systems.
On intervient aussi, comme je l'ai dit en introduction,
As I
également
said
auprès
in the
des industriels,
introduction,
en
we work
particulier dans le
with
cadre de
industrial
leur
companies
référencement
in the
et
framework
le
of their
financement Ségur
referencing
du
and the
numérique en santé.
Ségur financing
Comme l'a
of
introduit
digital.
Marc tout à l'heure, et bien lors
As
de cette
Mark
première
introduced
vague,
earlier,
l'ANS a mis à
in the first
disposition
wave,
un
the ANS
questionnaire
made
avec une
available a
dizaine de
survey
thématiques sur
with
différents aspects de la
a
sécurité,
dozen topics concerning
la
security.
dimension de la gouvernance, la
There
dimension de
was
la conception,
governance,
de l'audit,
design, audit,
permettant
and all of this
d'évaluer
allowed
un premier niveau
us to
d'évaluation de sécurité
collect
de
a
la
first
maturité de
security
ces industriels.
evaluation
Dans le cadre
concerning the
d'une deuxième
maturity
vague,
of the
nous
security
allons,
programs of these industrial
l'ADNS et
companies. In a
l'ANS, nous
second
allons nous
wave,
focaliser sur
we're going
des
to
thématiques prioritaires comme
work on
l'identification et
priority topics like
l'authentification pour formuler des
identification,
exigences et
authentication,
attendre donc de ces
to come up
industriels
with
qu'ils y répondent pour
requirements.
pouvoir
And we're waiting for the
bénéficier
feedback from
de
companies so that
cette
they can
deuxième vague de
respond and then
financement
benefit
Ségur.
from the second wave of Ségur financing.
Voilà sur la partie
So
régulation. Alors
that
sur la partie
concerns the regulatory
opérationnelle,
aspects.
avec
Now for
la
the
mise en place
operational
du
aspects, we set up
santé, donc qui a
the
intégré
CERT Santé.
début 2021 l'intercert
So in
FR, donc la communauté
2021,
des CERT
they
français
brought together the community
qui ont
of the
des
French
équipes de réponse à
CERT,
incidents.
so the
Eh bien, on a
incident
mis en
response
place
teams,
un portail, le
and
portail
we set up a
cyberveille-santé.gouv.fr, dans
portal
lequel on réunit toute
on
la documentation, toute l'information
ehealth.gov.fr where we collected
relative
all the
à
information
la menace de
concerning
cybersécurité qui concerne spécifiquement le
cybersecurity
secteur
threats
santé, mais
against
aussi les
the
bonnes
health
pratiques
sector, but also best
que
practices
l'on promeut
that we
auprès
promote
de nos bénéficiaires.
to
Alors, on y
our
publie aussi, comme le
beneficiaries.
CERT-FR, des bulletins
Like the
d'information,
CERT-FR, we
des
publish
bulletins sur les
information
vulnérabilités,
bulletins
mais
on
en nous cantonnant,
vulnerability,
en nous
but
focalisant
we
sur les
focus
solutions standards les plus utilisées
on the
par les
most used
établissements de
standard
santé.
solutions by
On y publie aussi
health
des
facilities. We
alertes de
also
sécurité.
publish security
Alors, alertes de
alerts
sécurité qui correspondent en fait
that
souvent à des
correspond
campagnes
to
d'exploitation de vulnérabilité critique que l'on retrouve
critical vulnerability
sur les solutions
campaigns that we
qui sont
see
déployées
for
dans
the
les systèmes
solutions
d'information de
that are
santé.
deployed in the health information systems.
Alors les bénéficiaires peuvent bien sûr s'y abonner par un flux RSS auprès de l'ensemble de ces bulletins, de ces alertes, pour être alertés lorsqu'il y a une mise à jour ou une publication de ces informations. Dans le domaine des audits, Charlotte l'a mentionné, on réalise des audits dits de cybersurveillance. Ce sont des audits de l'exposition sur Internet des systèmes d'information des structures de santé. Il s'agit pour nous de pouvoir évaluer le niveau d'exposition vis-à-vis des vulnérabilités critiques, en particulier des composants, des solutions dont je viens de parler, mais aussi de regarder, de vérifier qu'il n'y a pas de système sensible de type une administration à distance ou des mots de passe faibles sur l'exposition, qui nous permet ensuite de produire un rapport et de le communiquer à la structure. Un service actuellement qui est en phase pilote sera mis en place, sera disponible et qui permettra à l'ensemble des structures de commander directement un service en ligne sur Internet, de commander un audit et de pouvoir ensuite disposer au travers de ce service en ligne du rapport. En termes de prévention, dans la dimension de la prévention, eh bien, il y a aussi la mise en œuvre, l'activité de sensibilisation et d'animation de webinaires que l'on anime 3 fois par an, où on essaye d'aborder des sujets de cybersécurité qui concernent spécifiquement les structures de santé, le type de menaces auxquelles elles ont été confrontées, et bien sûr on y fait on y promeut des bonnes pratiques en matière de prévention, en matière de réponse spécifique à ce type d'incident, à ce type de menace. Et puis, on y aussi promeut, on en fait aussi l'explication des services d'accompagnement et des services d'accompagnement au cours de l'incident et post-incident que l'on peut apporter aux structures de santé. On a aussi développé depuis 2020 une activité de veille proactive principalement avec l'appui de l'ANSSI, c'est qu'on a mené un travail de cartographie des systèmes d'information de santé qui sont exposés sur Internet, les systèmes d'information exposés par les structures de santé et médico-sociales. Et on est en mesure de pouvoir pousser, de cibler, lorsqu'il y a la publication d'une vulnérabilité critique, de pousser une alerte spécifique à un acteur pour pouvoir l'informer de la vulnérabilité, de son exploitation potentielle, et donc de lui indiquer les mesures de correction, les mesures de remédiation qu'il est important de mettre en œuvre pour ne pas pour pouvoir se protéger rapidement contre une exploitation éventuelle de la vulnérabilité. Et dans le cadre de cette veille proactive, au sein duquel nous travaillons de coopération avec l'ANSSI, donc le COSI, nous sommes aussi amenés à alerter les structures de santé sur des compromissions potentielles ou avérées de boîtes de messagerie, de comptes VPN, un certain nombre de données sensibles qui pourraient aussi avoir fait l'objet de fuites sur Internet. Et bien avec l'appui et en coordination avec l'ANSSI, nous apportons un appui à la structure, non seulement bien sûr pour l'aider à identifier la compromission, mais aussi ensuite dans le cadre de la réponse à incident. Les structures de santé aussi peuvent nous demander, nous solliciter pour un appui dans la réponse à incident, en déclarant leur incident sur le portail des signalements des événements sanitaires indésirables, donc signalement.social-santé.gouv.fr. On va aider la structure à qualifier la criticité de son incident. On va l'aider à mettre en place, si elle ne l'a pas déjà fait, les mesures d'endiguement de la propagation, pour réduire le risque de propagation de l'incident. On va l'aider à réaliser une investigation pour identifier le scénario de compromission et bien sûr en lui mettant à disposition un outillage dédié, en récupérant des preuves numériques, en analysant ces preuves et puis bien sûr en lui indiquant ensuite les mesures de remédiation adaptées pour pouvoir reconstruire ou corriger son système d'information, les vulnérabilités de son système d'information, les failles, et le rendre vulnérable non seulement à la menace auquel elle a été exposée, mais aussi à l'ensemble des menaces auxquelles elle pourrait être exposée, et si nous avons pu l'identifier au cours de cet accompagnement. Nous essayons aussi de développer un accompagnement spécifique sur des composants les plus critiques de son système d'information, suite à un certain nombre de retours d'expérience d'incidents majeurs. Nous les accompagnons sur la sécurisation, le durcissement de la sécurité des sauvegardes, sur le durcissement de la sécurité de l'administration, par la mise en place, par exemple, d'un bastion d'administration, et puis d'autres aspects de la sécurité de leur système, bien sûr, de tout ce qui concerne les accès à distance, le durcissement de l'Active Directory. J'ai développé, j'ai balayé de façon la plus concise possible l'ensemble des activités du CERT Santé au profit des acteurs de santé et des acteurs du médico-social qui constituent un panel très important puisqu'il s'agit de plus de 35 000 structures et donc nous efforçons de développer vraiment cette partie de prévention, de veille pour pouvoir réduire le risque de compromission, le risque de compromission surtout massive, de sinistres majeurs des établissements et des structures qui peuvent être potentiellement les plus vulnérables de par leurs moyens, parfois leurs moyens financiers et techniques qui sont limités dans leur capacité de pouvoir eh bien mettre en œuvre les équipements, les solutions les plus évoluées pour protéger leur système d'information.
Merci Emmanuel pour toute cette description des actions menées par l'ANS. Je passerai aussi la parole pour finalement monter d'un cran au niveau européen pour voir ce que l'ANS fait aussi en termes de collaboration au niveau européen. Mais c'est vrai que là, je vais m'adresser à Yves maintenant. On sait accessoirement qu'il y a encore d'autres acteurs, des institutions nationales, régionales, des industriels qui aussi mènent beaucoup d'actions en matière de cyber pour les santé. Mais finalement, si on se met un petit peu dans la peau d'un directeur d'établissement, par exemple, est-ce que c'est pas un petit peu compliqué de se dire par où passer, par quoi commencer, quels sont les bons points de passage? Est-ce que vous pouvez Yves, nous expliquer ce que la NAP est en train de préparer en la matière pour aider justement ces directeurs d'établissement?
Oui, bien sûr. J'ai un petit support de présentation. Je ne sais pas s'il peut passer, sinon je le fais oralement, il n'y a pas de souci.
Put it up on the screen, that would be great, or I can put it up on the screen also. I do not know. Let's see whether it magically appears or whether we do without it.
Mais sinon, on vous écoute attentivement.
Ah ben voilà, d'accord. Je le vois, c'est bon, c'est parfait.
Okay, I can see it. That's wonderful.
Voilà, simplement en quelques mots, présenter rapidement l'ANAP. On peut passer à la suivante. Donc l'ANAP est une agence publique qui a été créée en 2009, en même temps que l'ASIP, maintenant l'ANS. Donc on s'occupe d'accompagner les établissements de santé, les établissements médico-sociaux et leurs professionnels dans la transformation de leurs organisations et la recherche d'une plus grande performance. C'est une petite agence qui compte à peine 100 collaborateurs et qui, contrairement à d'autres, n'a absolument aucun rôle de contrôle, de régulation, ne distribue pas de financement. On est vraiment une agence essentiellement d'accompagnement. Donc auprès principalement des établissements de santé, des acteurs du champ médico-social, un peu de la ville, notamment en ce qui concerne les structures de coordination, et puis voilà, d'autres acteurs qui interviennent sur les questions de santé, les ARS, les conseils départementaux, voire même parfois les conseils régionaux. Voilà, on peut passer à la suivante, je vais aller vite sur cette première partie. Donc notre façon de travailler consiste évidemment à agir très en proximité avec les professionnels sur leurs sujets de préoccupation, leurs projets propres, et bien souvent aussi en accompagnant les politiques publiques de transformation du système de santé. Et au décours de nos travaux, donc on produit un certain nombre d'éléments de connaissance sous la forme de guides, de manuels, d'outils méthodologiques, de bonnes pratiques organisationnelles, ce qui nous distingue notamment de la Haute Autorité de Santé qui, elle, est, vous le savez, plutôt sur les bonnes pratiques professionnelles. Et on pourrait dire que l'ANAP s'occupe plutôt des bonnes pratiques organisationnelles. Et puis différents services de soutien ou d'appui. Et tout ça auprès de communautés de professionnels, de collectifs, voilà, qu'on appelle des communautés de pratique, des réseaux de professionnels, des structures dans lesquelles on peut échanger, co-construire un certain nombre de mécanismes et évaluer leur pertinence. Alors on fait ce travail, on peut passer à la planche suivante. On le fait évidemment dans beaucoup de domaines et notamment dans le domaine des usages du numérique en santé. Et vous avez donc sur cette planche le résumé de nos modalités d'intervention dans le domaine du numérique. Tout est rassemblé sur le site numérique.anap.fr. Bien entendu, on produit un certain nombre de documents, de guides, d'outils d'autodiagnostic, d'outils d'évaluation, d'outils d'aide à la mise en œuvre des projets numériques dans les établissements. On s'appuie sur l'ensemble tout un réseau de professionnels, d'experts de terrain qui peuvent à la fois participer à nos publications, mais aussi contribuer à relayer leur diffusion et leur appropriation sur le terrain auprès de leurs pairs. On propose un certain nombre de sessions de montée en compétences sur différents domaines ou sujets du numérique en santé dans les établissements. Et puis on a également une modalité d'accompagnement par des appuis ponctuels dans les établissements qui connaîtraient une difficulté. Alors voilà, on peut passer à la deuxième partie de cette présentation. Voilà, on vous présenter un peu la philosophie d'un travail qu'on est en train de mener pour essayer de donner une cartographie des acteurs et des ressources qui constituent l'écosystème de la cybersécurité. En fait, tout ça part d'un constat. Il nous est apparu que pour les directeurs d'établissement, notamment, les managers des établissements de santé ou médico-sociaux, ce n'était pas simple pour eux d'avoir une visibilité assez claire de l'écosystème de la sécurité numérique. On l'a vu, hein, il y a beaucoup d'acteurs, il y a beaucoup de propositions, il y a beaucoup de services qui sont mis à disposition. Mais quand on n'est pas spécialiste de ces sujets, et a fortiori quand on n'a pas non plus un temps considérable à y passer, on peut trouver que cet environnement est complexe et peiner à discerner en quoi il peut apporter des réponses aux acteurs. Alors, bien entendu, les directeurs d'établissement ont progressé, on va dire, dans leur sensibilisation aux questions de cybersécurité, hein, notamment depuis 2 ou 3 ans, et c'est bien sûr le résultat des actions qui ont mené l'Agence du numérique en santé, l'ANSSI, les agences régionales de santé, les groupements régionaux de e-santé. Mais il reste que cette sensibilisation a besoin d'être consolidée et elle a besoin d'être notamment consolidée pour que le directeur d'établissement puisse avoir un échange vraiment fructueux avec son responsable des systèmes d'information, qu'il y ait un peu moins d'asymétrie, on va dire, dans la connaissance des uns et des autres, hein, du directeur et de son RSSI, et finalement le directeur puisse avoir un certain nombre de cartes en main pour, de concert avec le RSSI, identifier ce qui sera le meilleur pour son établissement compte tenu de sa situation, de ses risques, de son niveau de maturité. Et donc voilà, c'est un peu pour essayer de répondre à ces constats qu'on mène en ce moment un travail qui consiste à établir une sorte de cartographie des acteurs et des ressources. On peut passer à la planche suivante. Excusez-moi, c'est moi qui suis perdu. Voilà, donc le but de cette cartographie sera d'identifier l'ensemble des fournitures et des services que proposent les différents acteurs, de comprendre à quel rôle tout ça correspond, et puis permettre à l'identifiant, à l'établissement de consolider en son sein les outils, les ressources sur lesquelles il peut lui-même s'appuyer compte tenu de ses priorités. Alors bien, ce travail va évidemment produire aucun contenu nouveau, hein, on fait simplement une sorte de recension, de recensement de ce qu'on peut trouver à droite à gauche, et de le présenter d'une manière simple auprès des directions d'établissement. Donc évidemment, on va se focaliser sur les acteurs institutionnels nationaux, hein, que sont le ministère de la Santé, le haut fonctionnaire de défense et de sécurité, l'ANSSI, l'Agence du numérique en santé et le CERT Santé, qui sont à la fois des structures qui vont donner des éléments de régulation, mais aussi les principaux fournisseurs d'outils méthodologiques et puis d'outils de remédiation en cas de sinistres graves. Les acteurs institutionnels régionaux, les ARS et les grades qui, on va dire, montent en puissance de plus en plus sur ces questions-là, et on voit qu'au niveau des groupements régionaux de e-santé, il y a aussi tout un partage d'outils, de connaissances, de services qui est en train de s'opérer et qui accélère la diffusion d'un certain nombre de ressources. Il y a bien entendu tout ce que apportent les acteurs du champ industriel, hein, que ce soit les éditeurs, les sociétés de conseil, les experts de la cybersécurité, les GIP qui travaillent dans le domaine du numérique en santé. Et puis, il y a évidemment les centrales d'achat qui ont permis de structurer un certain nombre de procédures pour simplifier et faciliter l'accès à des outils ou à des compétences dans le domaine de la sécurité. Et puis il y a tout le travail que mène l'APSIS, hein, l'Association des professionnels de la sécurité et des systèmes d'information de santé, et qui voilà, non seulement constitue un lieu d'échange, de partage d'expériences très précieux, mais qui aussi produit un certain nombre d'outils, de référentiels, de guides très positifs. Et donc, voilà, au-delà de cette cartographie d'acteurs, on va évidemment le compléter par une sorte d'inventaire des ressources, en essayant de structurer ces ressources par rapport à leur finalité d'usage, celles qui concernent le champ de la prévention du risque, la sensibilisation, l'information, l'éducation à la sécurité dans les systèmes d'information de santé, comment on organise des campagnes de prévention, quelles sont les bonnes pratiques et quelles sont les ressources qui permettent de renforcer les activités de veille sur les différentes menaces qui peuvent exister. Bien entendu, c'est le cœur du sujet, les actions de protection, qu'elles soient de protection active ou passive. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut mettre en œuvre pour protéger les infrastructures, les postes de travail, évidemment la protection des logiciels, la protection de tout ce qui intervient dans le domaine numérique dans les établissements de santé. On pense notamment aux dispositifs médicaux dont on a parlé lors de la table ronde précédente. Et puis voilà, la détection des failles, la détection des signaux. Bref, comment est-ce qu'on peut, de quelles ressources en tout cas on peut se bénéficier pour organiser efficacement cette action de protection. Et puis ensuite, on a les ressources ou les outils ou les procédures de gestion d'incidents et de gestion d'incidents majeurs ou de gestion de crise, voilà, qui ont été précédemment exposés notamment par l'ANSSI et par l'ANS. Donc on espère que, en dressant cette cartographie autour de cette typologie de services, de ressources, les acteurs de terrain et notamment les directeurs d'établissement verront mieux en fait de quoi ils bénéficient, parce que finalement, je pense que beaucoup ignorent la richesse et la densité de l'ensemble des ressources qui sont potentiellement à leur disposition. Voilà, la dernière planche. Donc on va essayer donc de donner une représentation cartographique, si possible assez agréable, synthétique, facile à lire et à comprendre. Ce sera complété par des fiches descriptives qu'on établira d'ailleurs en lien avec les différents acteurs qui seront intégrés dans ce travail. Évidemment, ce sera, en tout cas dans un premier temps, une photo à l'instant T de cet inventaire de ressources et d'acteurs, et donc ça n'a d'intérêt que si on est capable d'organiser dans le temps l'évolution et la mise à jour de cet outil, parce que sinon on voit très bien que à la vitesse où les choses évoluent, il pourrait être assez rapidement rendu obsolète ou inopérant faute d'identifier les nouveautés. Donc voilà, c'est un challenge qu'on se donne, hein. C'est un travail, comment dire, modeste, comme je le disais, qui n'apporte pas de ressources ou de contenu fondamentalement nouveaux, mais qui peut aider à mieux visualiser et à mieux comprendre tout ce sur quoi on peut se reposer pour améliorer la sécurité des systèmes numériques dans les établissements de santé et dans les structures médico-sociales. Voilà,
Merci
je vous
Emmanuel.
remercie.
Peut-être, Yves, excusez-moi, merci. Par contre, ouais, une question qui doit forcément suivre votre présentation, c'est quel est votre objectif en termes de mise à disposition de cette carte? Est-ce que vous avez donné combien de temps pour un livrable exploitable par les directeurs d'établissement?
On pense pouvoir le rendre disponible dans le courant du deuxième trimestre 2022.
Merci beaucoup.
D'ici cet été.
Donc 1er mars, ok.
Bon,
merci beaucoup pour ce travail, parce que il sera nécessaire, ça paraît, on prend le panel, il y a plein d'acteurs qu'on n'a pas cités, y compris des associations comme Exatrust, il existe le CIF, il y a le Césin, enfin, il y a beaucoup d'institutions, cybermalveillance dont on n'a pas parlé non plus. Donc ça fait beaucoup de monde, et il est certain qu'il y a besoin d'éclaircir un petit peu les choses. Alors j'en profite pour dire que côté Exatrust, on a une démarche assez similaire également, aujourd'hui, on travaille sur une brochure capacitaire qui a pour objectif de fournir un panel de solutions qui sont des réponses pratiques et concrètes à des maux ou à des failles, ou à des diagnostics sur l'état finalement qui est fait d'un SI de santé. Si je prends par exemple le parallèle avec France Relance, la démarche apportée par l'ANSSI, on a des parcours de cybersécurité. Ces parcours de cybersécurité, ils permettent d'établir finalement un degré de maturité d'un système d'information pour une collectivité ou pour une structure de santé. Et puis, à partir de là, il y a ils sont déclinés sur un certain nombre de thématiques. Et ces thématiques vont être, par exemple, sur la protection du système d'information, le degré de sensibilisation, la formation, l'organisation, etc. Quand on a fait ces parcours de cybersécurité, au final, on a des prestataires de terrain qui vont accompagner les établissements de santé et qui vont établir des diagnostics avec des recommandations in fine si l'établissement est éligible typiquement à un établissement d'un GHT, référent d'un GHT. Mais une fois qu'on a fait ça, peut-être que pour le directeur d'établissement qui a fait tout son parcours, qui a pris la brochure de l'ANAP, qui a déroulé son parcours de cyber avec son prestataire de terrain, à la fin, il va devoir aussi mettre en œuvre concrètement des solutions qui peuvent être une protection de la messagerie, un antivirus, un EDR, un système de multifacteurs, etc. L'objectif de cette brochure capacitaire d'Exatrust, c'est ça, c'est de finalement balayer l'ensemble des opérations, des actions, des thématiques de l'ANSSI selon des différents parcours pour positionner finalement des solutions souveraines en face de ça pour aider les décideurs à trouver les bonnes solutions et pas forcément faire que confiance à un prestataire qui aurait peut-être une vision globale de tout le panel de ce qui existe. Donc c'est très complémentaire et du coup ça viendra bien s'inscrire finalement sur la phase d'après de l'étude qui est faite par l'ANAP en particulier.
Excusez-moi, pour pas qu'il y ait d'ambiguïté, la fourniture de travail, c'est le deuxième trimestre 2022. Ah d'accord, ok.
The second half. I was joking when I talked about the 1st of March. Okay, I get it. Yes, of course. You said it would be in the second quarter. It's a bit like software roadmaps. We never want to be too precise on the date on which we're going to finish the software. Thank you very much for this testimonial. Before we go for the question and answer session, let me pass the floor over to Mark, who might be able to round off things, and then we'll carry on.
contenu et de demander finalement de votre point de vue, est-ce qu'aujourd'hui toutes les actions qui sont menées dans le contexte de cette cartographie des différentes instances qui font des choses concrètement pour aider à lutter contre, à travailler pour la cybersécurité, est-ce que des actions européennes sont menées de quelle nature, ou est-ce que finalement aujourd'hui on a plutôt des actions plutôt au niveau du territoire français et on n'a pas encore trop d'actions européennes? Je sais que Charlotte aura peut-être envie de reparler un peu de la directive NIS.
Charlotte would probably like to talk about the NIS directive again, but Mark, for the moment, can you give us an overview of what's done at a European level, because we're here within the context of the French presidency of the Council of the European Union. There are several subjects that I could refer to. First of all, concerning primary usage, the usage that enables you to coordinate the care across borders in Europe. I talked about that earlier. Then there's the secondary approach, and this concerns data warehouses for clinical research work, and this is something that was mentioned by one of the panelists this morning. These are two subjects that are very hands-on, very tangible. Our organisation focuses on the initial usage, primary usage. In other words, we have national contact points for data exchange between health professionals, and the aim is that these health professionals never store their data in-house. Today, when a health professional, for example, gains access to their data, they gain access to their data after having identified themselves specifically using what we call their CPS card, or the ICPS, which is the dematerialized version of this, and then the data is sent to them by the country that is hooked up to the national network, and there's what we call a European trust network that means that we can pass on the data. The data is conveyed after the health professional has identified themselves. The request is then sent to the member state so that the member state decides whether or not to grant access to the data. This is something that we do for healthcare coordination. The advantage is that the healthcare professional gains access to the data in French. There's a transcoding system that is in place. This is very important for coordinating the care. And also there are several initiatives at the level of Europe. The first one concerns joint actions. This is an indication of what will happen in the future. In the future, there'll be the European data space. It'll be a European space for health data. And as I said earlier, this will be all about medical research. That's the main aim that we have in mind. Next, what we are looking at in particular is the cyber initiatives in relation, and here I'm talking about the initiatives in relation to DG Connect. Roman Santini talked about this. This revolves around the digital identity. We talk about a qualified digital identity. So there's a whole range of ways of identifying oneself, and there are many different stakeholders who gravitate around this sector, I imagine. So this digital identity is particularly interesting because the portfolio, or the wallet, the ID wallet, as the European Commission calls it, it contains many different things. So the digital identity that we refer to today within the scope of France Connect, it could take off in terms of the different usages that we could see. We could use it, for example, to manage people's driving licenses or other types of professional data, or for boarding a plane. But out of the 8 usages that have been referred to within the scope of the European rules process, there are health uses, in particular prescription. It could be possible to have a prescription, for example, and as a student I could go to a pharmacy in a different member state and get my medication. These are all the kinds of services that might be included. So I would say it's very business focused, but what we're also looking at, to take it one step further, is the fact that the main issue, and one of the Wallis representatives explained this, there's a lack of recognition. Okay, in the safety and security field, we have ways of identifying things internationally. We can identify different professionals from different health agencies. In a variety of member states, we're able to perform cross-cutting analysis of the different health professionals. But when we talk about an app that needs to be referenced in among a set of apps, sometimes you haven't got any remote certification. So it's very important to work out what's the right combination in terms of security, but how can we process and treat the data even so? And one aspect that we don't often focus on, but that is very important, because it'll be part of the equation. We're not just talking here about a security-based solution, we're talking about the proof that a given service, the digital therapy really does provide a service to the patient. That's what I wanted to say about the European subjects that we're looking at, above and beyond what we're doing in relation to medical devices with the European Community stamp. And in this sector, we don't have many claims demands in terms of cybersecurity. The claims or the demands are pretty standard in terms of patient management, etc.
Thank you. That was clear. Yves, Emmanuel, Claire, is there something that you would like to add in your respective organizations? Charlotte, Yves, Emmanuel. I think Charlotte had already talked about the Nice Directive, which is a European directive, a top-down approach that leads to concrete actions in the establishments through the NC. You talked about the Santé Connect. Is the strong authentication an important topic in health in the decree of confidentiality of 2017? How do we look at the past with regard to the deployment of the CPS, and how can we learn lessons for the deployment of Santé Connect? Today, do you, since cybersecurity and health is not new, the decree dates back to 15 years ago, but today we've modernized technology to have a slightly different technology. So what is your opinion? How can we draw a parallel, and how can we take into account for the deployment of Santé Connect? Well, for the identification and authentication on the workstations with the different modes that we see in the health facilities, the professional health card was a strong identifier, and today there's a dematerialized version that exists. The problem of the deployment, and that's particularly interesting, is that you have to look at the deployment as of the complete solution. The establishments that chose CPS, it was mostly for invoicing, electronic invoicing, and not necessarily for authentication and authentication in the health facilities, even though it's technically possible. What we're looking at tangibly, prior to this, we were more looking at technical topics, but more generally, the identification, electronic identification stakes are complicated, and they'll be enforceable. So we're looking at this very closely, based on what the facilities have done, what their experience has been with the use of the professional health card as a strong method of identification. So today there are two strong methods of authentication. Pro Santé Connect is meeting a need for web services, which is the main use today, particularly for the health professional networks. We see that hospitals are more and more using web solutions. And despite this, on Pro Santé Connect, and we're predicting for this year, in the first quarter and second quarter of this year, Pro Santé Connect could be used in the heavy client mode using OpenID technologies, CIBA technologies that can meet these types of needs. So with our general policy, we need to reinforce access to DNP through for consultation, and even more so in the medical facilities. And for this, we have to ensure strong security with the correct level of authentication. Thank you. I think we finished our panel discussion, and
un mot de la fin.
Before I ask each of you to conclude, is there something that you would like to add? Maybe there's some questions in the auditorium. Would anyone like to ask a question to one of our speakers?
Bon, sachant que moi d'ici, je vois pas grand-chose parce que...
I can't see much from here because of the lights.
Bon, apparemment, c'était limpide.
So things appear to have been very clear.
Chacun peut-être un petit mot de la fin.
So if you'd all like to say a few words to conclude, something that you would like to add?
Voilà, où est-ce qu'on en est, où est-ce qu'on va?
Where do we stand? Where are we going? A bit of a philosophical reflection to conclude. Charlotte, would you like to start?
Oui, merci, merci Olivier.
Thank you, Olivier.
Effectivement, on a de belles perspectives en matière de cyber pour les établissements de santé au travers du plan de relance. Donc, on est à un peu plus de 120 parcours aujourd'hui qui sont suivis pour les bénéficiaires de la part des établissements de santé. Sur la directive, c'est également, on est loin de partir d'une feuille blanche. La directive, c'est une belle opportunité pour valoriser les actions qui étaient déjà réalisées par les établissements de santé en matière de cyber.
Carry out or continue to carry out actions that have been launched in terms of cyber topics by the hospitals, and we have good prospects ahead of us in terms of these cyber questions. Thank you for the invitation to this very interesting panel discussion. Emmanuel?
Sur le contexte européen,
in the European context,
cette année, il y a un exercice qui est organisé par l'ENISA, qui concerne le secteur santé, et un exercice de gestion de crise.
For crisis management.
Exercice auquel le CERT
It's an exercise where the CRT Health will participate through the ANSSI, and a lot of important major hospitals will be participating. And we will at that time be testing the alert chain, the coordination chain between the actors. I talked a lot about the different organizations, but there also are high-level civil servants in the Ministry of Defense who are involved in coordinating the response, working very closely with the ARS, particularly for to control the health fallout of the cyber attacks, and we'll also be testing the technical response to the incident of the different incident scenarios that are proposed within the framework of this crisis management exercise. And of course, the CRT Health is going to be sharing and developing a cooperation with its European counterparts, and perhaps in particular in Spain, where and one or two other countries where they already have sector-based CRT in the health sector. So thank you for having organized this roundtable discussion and for these very interesting discussions. Thank you, Emmanuel. Yves, would you like to conclude?
Merci, mais en tout cas, merci à vous d'avoir organisé cette journée. Moi, j'ai été frappé
I was really struck
la diversité
by the diversity of topics that were addressed,
la multiplicité
the diversity of the initiatives at all levels in France,
en Europe et en définitive la richesse, la densité de tout ce qui est d'ores et déjà disponible ou en préparation pour des échéances de court terme. Et du coup, je pense qu'il y a vraiment un enjeu très fort désormais qui est celui de la diffusion, de l'appropriation de tous ces dispositifs, de tous ces outils auprès de l'ensemble des acteurs. Et je pense, à commencer par les professionnels de terrain, quelle que soit leur structure d'appartenance. On voit bien que depuis quelques années, ces sujets-là ont beaucoup maturé, ont beaucoup progressé en termes de densité des réponses. Et maintenant, il s'agit de passer à l'implémentation et à la délivrance de tout ça auprès des structures.
Thank you. So, Marc, I think you're going to conclude the day. Thank you to the panel, to our speakers. It was a real pleasure to talk about all these topics with you. We have the mapping of the resource actors, and I hope that we've shed light in this round table on a part of what exists and the tangible actions that are carried out. And the summary work of the mapping will be very interesting, so we're impatiently waiting for the work done by the ENAP. And Didier, I hand the floor back to you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Charlotte, Emmanuel, Yves, and Olivier, Marc, for this very interesting roundtable discussion that concluded our day. So I'm going to ask Marc to conclude the day. We're a little bit early, but I think everyone's going to be satisfied by this. No one's going to complain. And we'll soon come to the end of our second CyberCamp. Thank you, Didier. A few words of conclusion. Indeed, what I wanted to say is that linked to the digital transformation of the healthcare system, we see that cybersecurity must be considered not only as a constraint, technical, functional, or financial constraints, but more like a strategic requirement. I think that we're all convinced that by this, and we have to continue to get this message across. What we also see from the comments this morning is that the business systems operate on classic or commonplace office automation environments and infrastructure on which they're dependent. So business systems cannot be secured independently of the IT infrastructures. That's obvious. What I could also add that seems essential, given what took place in 2020 and 2021, is that the current threats must encourage us to prepare ourselves collectively for systemic risks that could affect not just a single hospital, but a large number of healthcare institutions. In a massive attack, this could happen either directly or an indirect attack via national core services or through service providers who supply a significant portion of healthcare institutions with software and services. To be positive, we could say that 2021 has made it possible for us to carry out numerous audits. We talked about observatories in the cyber reinforcement plan and action plans that have been rolled out throughout 2021. Today, we have a factual map of vulnerabilities in all of the infrastructures in our healthcare facilities, and that's a good thing. What we can continue to talk about is that it's important to continue to react massively to this by preparing for crisis situations, carrying out crisis exercises, by pooling incident responses and pooling of technical resources and expertise, particularly at the hospital group level. That's an important point. It's the team that is the strength, especially when we're responding to incidents. We need to increase the resilience of infrastructures. That's obvious today, but we have to maintain this commitment over time, particularly keeping our infrastructures safe, dealing with the critical vulnerabilities that have been identified as quickly as possible, mostly on ADS and also on the open systems that were examined during the cyber surveillance audits, often with the health messaging services, which are one of the vectors for the phishing attacks. The third point that I want to develop concerns freeing up financial leeway. We see that we're reducing IS entropy at the GHT level with the convergence and pooling of information systems and resources at this regional hospital group level. So work will continue on strengthening cybersecurity in 2022 with the regions, of course, at the different levels. I also wanted to indicate that the implementation decree obliges health facilities to report any serious cybersecurity incidents, and this will be expanded to the medico-social sector. So any security incident will have to be reported to the CERT Health website, which is true already for the hospitals. I'd like to talk about the Ségur programs, which are major transformation programs. They're opportunities for cybersecurity to be seen in a cross-functional way. The Wave 1 of the Ségur program made it possible to have a good map of the security levels of the software editors. That was important in Wave 1, and Wave 2 will be more demanding. We've addressed the means of electronic identification, but it'll be more strict in terms of traceability, backups, and also operational security. So I'll finish with European aspects. This event is a part of the European approach, and we really appreciated the topic concerning cybersecurity challenges for medical devices. So ENISA has been working on strengthening the security level of software medical devices, but we could imagine that even if the medical device regulation is still new, it certainly won't be long before it evolves. As I said earlier, we're looking at your cross initiatives in Europe between DG Connect and DG Health, developing new services. Each state will have their own national point connected to the health data sharing network. Today there are 4 countries, 3 others will join in March. We're in the test phase right now, Estonia, Luxembourg, and Spain. And the European financing plan will allow us to continue to connect countries without that national contact point, and that we'll have it soon. There are calls for financing to develop these cross-border uses. So the service that we need to provide to our citizens. I'm almost done, but I wanted to underscore that citizens' health data is at the heart of the health questions. The stakes will tip into access to health data by the patient. This is the case for My Health Space that was inaugurated last week. You have access to your DNP, you can have access to the secured messaging service, and there'll be new services within future application store. So there are security issues that will develop around this, and in the next few years, we saw this during the pandemic already, that there will be new telemedicine uses that will arrive with remote monitoring that will develop extremely rapidly. So we have to get ready for the cybersecurity questions on these types of uses with the explosion of teleconsultation. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for having invited me to this event.
Merci, Marc.
Thank you, Marc.
Je voulais vraiment remercier.
I wanted to thank all of our institutional partners who have supported this health CyberCamp, our private sponsors also.
intervenir et financer
who financed this event.
Merci à l'Agence numérique en santé pour
to the ANS for their support in the organization and the logistics, in particular Manon, who really supported us with David in the communication department, Mark, having provided the support on the basis of the base of the topic, and I'd like to thank our teams, Caroline, Vincent, and the others who really worked very hard on this topic. And I'd like to thank all of the team from the museum who've welcomed us here since yesterday and who have worked very hard to make sure that things would go well in terms of logistics with this hybrid event. So I hope that you've enjoyed this day. I hope that you've learned a lot. I'm not going to give you another conclusion, but we all know that there's lots of work ahead of us in cybersecurity. There are lots of stakes involved, and I think that we'll be able to meet regularly, more regularly than the period between the first and second CyberCamp, and I hope that we'll be able to do a tour of France on health cybersecurity questions. Thank you very much for being here, and I hope to see you soon.